Brad Van Meter, been a part of this incredible run by the Iowa men's basketball team. Your Des Moines State Farm agent at Fluor Drive. Visit bradvanmeter.com or give them a call at 515-256-6480. Again, that's bradvanmeter.com or 515-256-6480 for auto insurance, home insurance, life insurance, and more. Brad Van Meter, see how he can serve you through insurance. Would like to give a shout out as well to our sponsor, Big Grove. Big Grove's logo has been right above me throughout this incredible tournament run and this incredible season by the Iowa men's basketball team. Go ahead and visit their tap rooms in Iowa City, Des Moines, Cedar Rapids, and Solon, and their brand new location in Omaha. Again, Iowa City, Des Moines, Cedar Rapids, and Solon, and their brand new location in Omaha. Big Grove Brewery, the official craft beer of the Iowa Hawkeyes. All right, everybody. That was gut-wrenching. That was all the emotions that you would think you would feel in a game like that, where Iowa really competed well against a team that, for the third game in a row, they really statistically, analytically had no business beating. And man, they hung in there, got crushed on the glass. Really just some brutal times in the paint today. And so wait, tell me. Okay. Let me swap this real quick. Muted again, guys. I am a mess right now. That's okay. I think we all are. Iowa defeated by number 3 seed Illinois, 71-59 tonight. Again, just heartbreaking, gut wrenching, all the rest. And we're going to talk about it all. We'll still be here, not as long as we have been after the victories, but we will be here for a couple of hours. We've got some more legends joining us again. Jess Suttles, Gary Close. Joining us later, Corey Bratta, who was live in Houston covering the final game of the Iowa men's basketball season. Lots of callers, lots of things to get into. I know everybody's probably frustrated with the way that game was, the way that it ended, possibly the way it's officiated. I'm sure we'll get to that later, but man, just a wild ride, an incredible roller coaster to go on as a fan, and couldn't be more proud of these young men, of Coach Ben McCollum in his first year, and everything that this team accomplished. So before we get too deep into it, I'm going to go ahead and add my 2 good friends to the mix here that have been with us through this entire magical run in the NCAA tournament. My friend Gary Close and my friend Jess Suttles. Guys, welcome in. Obviously not the circumstances we were hoping for, but a proud group of us nonetheless.
Yeah, no doubt. It was a phenomenal year. I think if you thought about it before, would you want something like this at the finish? You take it in a heartbeat. It always stings at the end, but give it a few days, and I think all Hawkeye fans will really be excited about not only the way they played this year, but the future. I think it's a huge, big step, and this program is back. I think in a big way, and it's time for everybody to rally around the program and help wherever they can, and see if they can't get a shot like this again. And there's no reason why they can't.
Absolutely. This hopefully has huge ramifications for the program going forward in terms of resources, in terms of attendance, in terms of commitment from boosters, all that good stuff. But obviously in the moment it stings. Jess, where does your mind go after a moment like that?
Just a fabulous start to the game. Could not have played any better. Just put Illinois on their heels. They were rattled. Defense was so stout. I covered Illinois earlier this year. They're just massive. They're the biggest team in the country. They're long, and it seems like their biggest guys can shoot the 3, so it's a real challenge. Give credit to Illinois for attacking the paint. We really pressured them on the 3. They get a lot of their points from beyond the 3-point arc, but they did not settle, and they kept attacking. And by attacking, you get out of position to rebound. And it seemed like they had, I think at one point they had 14 offensive rebounds with 5 minutes to go in the game, and points in the paint ended up being 40-12. So the better team won. That being said, with 4.5, 5 minutes to go, it was a 1-point game. And I think the guys would have taken that any day of the week. A couple turnovers, a couple misses, and they just overpowered us.
Absolutely. Yeah, just really, you got the sense early Iowa came out and threw that haymaker, similar to the way that Nebraska threw that first haymaker at Iowa. 12-2 start for Nebraska in the Sweet 16 game, 12-2 start for Iowa in the Elite 8 game. But then from that point on, it really was just a grinded out performance from the Illini, as you're talking about there. Jess, 40-12 points in the paint, man, really hard to win a basketball game when you do that. 20-13 on the foul count. I'm sure we'll talk about that at some point. Some of that was justified. I think some of it wasn't, but I wouldn't pin it on that as the deciding factor in the game. And then really the biggest thing was 38-21 on the glass, 16-8 offensive rebounding, 22-13 defensive rebounding. Just got killed repeatedly. Off rebounds, off of missed threes, off missed layups, off missed free throws. Time after time after time cost Iowa points and momentum in this game. Coach Close, what'd you see from Illinois on the interior? Was it just the size, the physicality, the length? How did they manage to dominate Iowa in a way interiorly that Florida could not?
Well, I think it's a combination. I think one, as Jess mentioned, Illinois scores a lot of points from 3. And so to stop that, you got to be a little bit maybe more extended than you would like to be. And so that makes it a little more difficult to get defensive rebounds, and they're huge. I mean, they've got, and Iowa's not. They're bigger all the way around, literally almost every position except maybe the one, and that's probably a wash. So that combination made it real difficult. But they've been doing that to teams, all season long. So they hung in there by only limiting them to three made threes. They shot well, especially in the first half. They did not shoot as well from three in the second half. I think that was the other big factor. I don't know how it broke down in terms of threes made in the first and second, but I think they made more in the first than the second. And so I think that had a big factor. But as Jess said, it's anybody's game with 5 minutes to go, and the game was played in the half court that you knew there weren't that many possessions left. So it made every possession big, and that's where Illinois' size took over. It's easier to make a shot around a basket than it is from three, especially when you're forced. And Illinois' 2-point percentage, was I think well into the 60s, and that's where they got that big advantage, points in the paint, and they were smart to do that. That's where they're strong, and that's where if a team knocks them out, they're going to have to compete in and around the basket, and they're a handful in there.
Yeah, absolutely. And Iowa did get that game to a 1-point lead with 9:25 to go. They had it within a 1-point game late, but just looked worn down at the end. Several interesting decisions by Ben McCollum today. I'm sure we can talk about all of those. I think the most notable one being Alvaro Figueres only getting 9 minutes tonight, and really sitting. I think he sat the entire second half basically, and the end of the first. Seemed to be in the doghouse after that poor turnover in the first half. He finishes with 0 points, 0 for 2 from the field, 0 of 1 from 3, and 2 turnovers. What did you see from Al early, and why? I mean, why do you think Ben kept him out for the remainder of the game after so many huge plays throughout the tournament?
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think he didn't like the way he was playing in the first half, and he just, he wanted to go with somebody else. I was surprised, especially with how well he has played. And I think you could point to his lack of production as another reason why they lost. I mean, you go from scoring. Did they say he was the second leading scorer in the tournament?
Yeah.
He's the second leading scorer in the tournament. He doesn't score. And you lose by 12, and it's not really 12. That was a 8 point game. So that's big.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to hear what he says about that. I think it was the turnover that you talked about, and I think he got beat up a couple of times on the glass, but everybody did. I think that combination. Because how many shots did he take? He didn't. It wasn't like
he took two shots and missed them both.
Yeah. So I was a little surprised by that, to tell you the truth. But that's the way he's kind of subbed all year long, kind of with the gut, and most of the time he's been correct. And I'll be curious what he says about this one, because it caught me by surprise. How about you, Jess?
Yeah, I think we talked about it a couple games ago. I've said it on the air a few times. It's what I think I call it instinctive substitution patterns. I think we talked about that after the Wisconsin game when Coop played 40 minutes and maybe didn't have a rebound or something like that. And just it's fascinating. I've never seen it, and yeah, this Figueres has been our star. He became a legend, and like you said, if it's because you're getting beat up, Illinois' got big, strong, powerful forwards who are very skilled, but everybody was getting beat up. There was no one who was, Tavian Banks was 1 for 9 or something like that.
Yeah. You run into a real problem because you want 3-point shooters out there because it's so hard to score against them around the basket because they're so big. And so you play Banks and Manuel that are not real offensive threats from perimeter, although Banks did make a big one, but it was kind of a prayer. And Manuel is not a threat out there. And yet you want to compete on the glass on the defensive end. It's a tough predicament there because I think going into that game for Iowa to win, they had to make a bunch of threes. Illinois is just too big to consist, and Iowa's too small to consistently score in there. And Illinois does a phenomenal job of not fouling. They in terms of teaching how to, body up without fouling, it's big time. I mean, those guys really know how to play post defense, and they use their length to their advantage. And so he was in a real predicament there. But I was surprised the way Folgaris has played, and I'm sure that's going to be one of the first questions people ask him. And I'll be interested to see what he says. I really will.
Yeah, it is hard to believe after all the. I mean, it was said several times on Twitter. I think it was said on the broadcast that Alvaro Folgaris' play in the last 2 games before this one had meant that he probably will never buy a beer again in Iowa City in his life. And for somebody like that to be so far in the doghouse after 2 turnovers and 2 missed shots, I mean, I get it. That's absolutely the way Ben does business, and I won't criticize him for it because his gut, as you said, Coach Close, has been right, all tournament long. But man, it is just puzzling, especially against a team where they really needed that length. Offensively, it just felt like a lot of the guys are getting swallowed up, and really, it felt at times tonight, like you're saying, that all Iowa really had was 3-point field goals tonight. They were 11 of 30 from 3.
What were they in the first half?
They were 50%, I think.
8 for 16, maybe.
Yeah, maybe 8 for 16, and then
they were 3 for 14 in the second half.
Yeah, and the shooting was below 30% in the second half. And they only made 18 total field goals. They had 7 2-point field goals in a 40-minute basketball game. I mean, it just felt like they were getting swallowed up inside at times. I understand from that perspective, when you watch him turn the ball over and you watch him miss shots, yanking him for a couple of minutes and maybe giving him a talking to and send him back out there. But what do you think's going through his mind to just say, hey, you're done? Also, in that sense, to continue with, Tavion Banks, who, as you're saying, Jess, really had a rough night, was 1 of 8 from the field. The only shot he made was the desperation 3, didn't make a single 2. He had a turnover. I just that part, not that I'm questioning him, but it just, you would love an explanation on stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll ask him. I think that's a real key. Now, it's not like he hasn't done it before. There have been times when he's benched Folgaris when he's gotten off to a bad start.
Yeah.
So it's not like he's never done it before, but he's also never played like that before.
Yeah.
To that extent. So I was surprised.
Coach, are you when you guys in your coaching career, when you had, say, a 8-man rotation, if your 8th man was struggling, you typically would keep him in the rotations, right, for his second or third time, or would you? If he's, I mean,
I think at least you try. You might cut the minutes down a little bit unless he shows signs, but I think players want to know when a player comes to the gym that night, they want to have an idea, when they're going to play, where they're going to play. It just gives them confidence. Hey, I'm coming off the bench and I'm playing 10 minutes, and I'm going to play the best 10 minutes I can possibly play. I'm the first guy off the bench. I'm going to play 20 to 25 minutes, depending on how I play. If you're Stirts, you're never coming out. Sometimes, if you get that to where you're not sure, then it might play into the confidence a little bit. But on the other hand, maybe those players haven't proven themselves enough to him to make the leash a little bit longer. But I think one of the storylines is Folgaris doesn't score in this tournament. The way he has played, he doesn't score in this game. Like I said, it wasn't a 12-point game. It was about a 8-point game. That's big. I mean, that's big. Now, didn't have a whole lot of minutes to prove he could score. And does he come out and hit a couple threes to start the second half, and all of a sudden he can get more? Because he is a bit streaky. But I'm sure they'll ask him that question. I'm like everybody else. I'm curious what his answer will be.
Yeah, and between those two, I mean, Banks and Folgaris combined for 5 points on 1 of 10 shooting, 1 of 4 from 3. I mean, if you would have told me that before the game, I'd have said they got blown out. Tate Sage, the only Hawkeye besides Bennett Stirts to score in double figures. Actually, the only Hawkeye besides Bennett Stirts to score more than 6 points tonight. Koch gave them 6, Sage 10, and then 5 points from Isaiah Howard, Cale Combs, and Tavion Banks. I mean, really, the lack of help was evident all evening long. Nobody really shot it well. Manuel 2 of 3, right at the basket. Did miss a pretty big layup there late on an offensive rebound.
Yeah.
It was all size. I mean, the size just bothered him. I mean, that shot right there you're talking about, he flipped that thing up so quick.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He was
afraid
seeing
it was
ghosts.
gonna get
And the frustrating thing was they weren't even in the game.
Yeah.
The Twins.
You're looking out of the corner of your eye where that next 7-footer is going to come flying, and Jess knows you just hesitate enough that you're too quick with your move. And they've been inconsistent with that. There have been times when they played like there have been times when they've slowed down, taken their time, shot faked, kicked it out. I mean, that's a great time to kick it out. I think the big guys for Illinois tonight got Iowa's big guys sped up around the basket, and it played into their hands.
Iowa was 2 for 16 from the field in the last 11 minutes of the game.
Yep.
And a lot of them, they heard footsteps, and a lot of them were rushed, and a lot of them were just get rid of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're right.
Nobody likes to have their shot blocked.
Right.
And they shot 55. They shot 55% from the field in the first half too. That was the
they were terrific in the first half. Their offense was terrific.
Yeah.
Their defense was solid. They really played a great 30 minutes.
It really, in many ways, it really felt like the inverse of that Nebraska game, because I actually went into halftime feeling like, man, we could be up 10 right now without there's a couple of silly turnovers. I mean, Cale Combs lets the ball just fly over his head. He's not looking it into his hands. Offensive rebounds, just crushing Iowa. You went into that, into the halftime thinking, man, they could be up 10 or 12 right now, and they're up 4. And then Illinois comes out, hits the first 2 shots of the second half, and then it's off to the races from there. But
part of it's the moment, when you're playing to go to the Final Four. Yeah. Every game you win, the pressure and the intensity just goes dramatically up. I mean, it's crazy. So I think it affected both teams at times. But a well-played game by both teams. They both deserve to be there. You got nothing but really good feelings about the way Iowa played these last couple of weeks, or this last week and a half for sure.
Absolutely. I do want to let everybody know we do have our call-in line closed today, our 515 line. So no call-in by phone line tonight, but we will have our StreamYard link active. So that's in the description. I've dropped it in the chat. I'll drop it in the chat one more time. If anybody wants to call in and ask Coach Close or Jess a question while they're here. Corey Bratta joining us live from Houston in just a moment.
Did Corey get that front row seat again?
He did. He was moved, so he wasn't on the broadcast, but he was in the front row. So
he must know somebody.
Yeah, those media credentials get real sweet at the NCAA tournament. So it's an incredible experience for him. I do want to say thank you genuinely to everybody that contributed over the last couple of weeks, because that is that's something that takes resources even just to get down there. I know he's getting into the game for free, but you got to cover lodging, you got to cover flights. Obviously, when Iowa defeated Nebraska, the flight plan was for Corey to come back in the middle of the game against Illinois, which obviously wasn't going to work. So had to cancel that flight and just kind of eat the cost and rebook a new one, because he booked a non-changeable ticket. So
that's once in a lifetime. And he's making all kinds of money with his show. He's got plenty.
Yeah. Well,
you don't want to fly out of Houston. Mike, I hear that.
He might be able to afford to give you a raise, Coach.
Woo, I hope so.
You're getting paid? Also getting paid?
Oh, big time.
What?
Yeah. You got to be on him more than a couple times.
Hey.
I think Coach Close calls him from the pro shop and says, "Hey, Corey, could you take care of this golf round for me?"
Hey, how about that? Hey, Closey, how about that darn horn going off for 10 minutes and just ruining the momentum of the game? Yeah. Who's getting fired? Somebody's got to be fired for that.
You would think so.
I mean, that was just not acceptable.
Bennett was cooking too.
I know.
Bennett was cooking.
I know.
Now he did come out of the horn break and scored immediately, so I was relieved when I saw that. But
yeah, no, he was phenomenal. And some of those shots were not easy. He was ready to go.
He was. He
Which
absolutely was. And speaking of the moment, I mean, that was one kid that was absolutely ready for it. Let's get into that now before we take any calls. I've got a couple people on hold ready to ask a couple questions to you guys. But just put it in perspective. Obviously, unique in this era of college basketball to have players that are only here for a year, especially players as good as Bennett that are here for 1 year. But just put in context, put in perspective what he was able to accomplish this year, the kind of legacy that he will leave. You know, being a Hawkeye for one season, but leading and being the driving force of a team that broke a 27-year, Sweet 16 curse that almost got them back to the Final Four for the first time in over 40 years. I mean, just talk about the legacy that he will leave and how he'll be remembered in the black and gold.
Well, Jess probably can even do more because he knows him. I don't know him personally, but Iowa's got great tradition of phenomenal players, since I've been around the program. And the year that he had this year has got to rank up there with one of the best single years I've ever seen. And we, Andre Woolridge 1 year led the Big Ten in scoring and assists and somehow did not win the MVP. That was a phenomenal year, but he had probably had more players around him that can make him look good. And then his leadership, both on and off the court. People don't know how difficult it is to make the tournament, maybe not as much that, but then to win in this tournament and to get to the Sweet 16 and then to get to the Elite Eight. I mean, that is, I can remember when I was at Iowa and we lost that brutal game to UNLV to go to the Final Four. I'm thinking, we'll be back. And I honestly thought that. Never got back to the Elite Eight again. Came close, but never got back. I mean, that's how difficult it is. So I think his legacy is on. And what a thrill for all Hawkeye fans to get a chance to watch that kid play and lead a team. It's amazing what one player can do in terms of leadership and ability. They can just grab the rest of the guys and take him to incredible heights. And he's phenomenal. I really enjoyed watching him play, and how lucky we were to, even though it was only a year, to get a chance. And he was so good, he's got Jess choked up.
Holy smokes. I don't know what the heck just happened there. I got the tickle in my throat. I didn't follow him when he was at Drake. I would see a couple clips once in a while. I think I saw him do the one-footed kind of Pistol Pete runner in the Missouri Valley Championship game a year ago. I just didn't pay much attention. So, I was pretty skeptical that he'd be able to come in, play 40 minutes, be an all-conference player at this level, just because I really hadn't seen him. And it's strange. A lot of times the TV doesn't you see a guy play on TV and then, we're very fortunate, like Coach and I, to be able to be down on the court with these guys. The first time I saw him, he seemed 3 inches shorter and 20 pounds lighter than what he looked on TV. He doesn't come across in person as being very big. So you're like, how in the world does he, slither in there, take those hits, the way he defends? I just am so impressed with his game. It'll just be interesting over the next couple of years to see, you don't know what you got till they're gone, right? Because how in the world did this guy pull this group? And we've complimented this group all year because they play so hard. They never get outworked. But I mean, you just saw it tonight. What they're playing against. Illinois has just a ton of pros out there, and we've got just some guys who are just fighting for every square inch of the court. We're not even, we're not even a tournament team, obviously, without Bennett. And so I just really love getting to know him. He's very humble. He's very confident. He always was giving me insights. This is what we changed. This is what we're going to look for. This is what we need to do tonight. So just love getting to know him. And Coach McCollum, he'll tell you he's just one of the greatest people he's ever coached. I mean, he's got to be top 2 or 3. He said, I don't even see him around. He's always studying. He comes in. They watch a lot of European basketball together. He's always like, your kid's always at Bible studies. He's just a very unique kid. Yeah. And yet he's there. He's on campus for 9 months, and we won't ever see him again. Yeah. So it's just it's a microcosm of what's going on when you fall on the right side of it and you get somebody like Stirts. It's awesome. you know, when you lose somebody who's really good, it's really tough to take. But he had a remarkable year, and I was glad to get to know him. And he was awesome tonight. He was just awesome early. It was runners, faders, 3-point shots, pick and rolls, get chased.
The whole bag.
I mean, it was like a couple. We missed a lot of open threes.
Yeah.
You know, he got guys open shots. We almost, 18, 19-point lead.
Yeah. And I tell you, a guy that plays 40 minutes, you'd think he'd take a rest on the defensive end. And he plays defense. I mean, I don't think he can play for coach and not play defense. I think he'll be on the bench pretty quick. But he wanted, he wants to guard the guys that are good players. He wanted to guard Sanford in the Nebraska game and did for a good part of it. And I think the only reason why they took him off him at times was just to give him a little bit of a rest. Because they know he's going to play 40 minutes. What kind of conditioning to be able to do that?
Unbelievable.
There'll be some people that'll, he's not this, he's not that. But I think he'll have a long NBA career. I'll be shocked.
I know. That's what I was going to say. I mean, he's into this cherry juice now, we'll have to get more information from him on that because he has unbelievable stamina. But he's a tough draft kid to evaluate. I mean, there's going to be somebody at 9 and 10 who are like, this kid might be Steve Nash. Are we going to screw this up? Yeah. And there are going to be some people at 18 or 19 who are maybe like, I don't know. He'll get pushed around. It's going to be, he could really surge. I'm confident he'll play well. He just shoots the ball so well. And he's pick and roll action is just.
Yeah. And he's a great passer.
Oh, He may get some easier looks in the NBA than he got tonight. I think with he can get himself next to a star.
Yeah, they missed a big time rebounder inside, and they could have used one more shooter with Cooper on the wing, and they had it at times with Tate and Bulgaris. But you throw a couple of those guys in there, then that team's could go a long way.
Oh, I was going to say, imagine if Iowa added a player like Mirkovic, like what they could do. I mean, if they added,
imagine if Sanford stayed.
Yeah. But one decent, big dog inside that was gobbling up rebounds the way that guy was. I mean, any guy to add to the mix of what they already had. I mean, and just to review again, Bennett Stirts finishing with 24 points, 8 of 17 shooting. 4 of 11 from 3. I'll flash this up now because these are obvious from the Hawkeye the Storm player of the game. Bennett Stirts, 24 points, 8 of 17, 3 rebounds, 3 assists. Actually made all but 3 of Iowa's 2-point field goals on the night. Only 3 2-point field goals from the entire rest of the roster outside of Bennett Stirts. I mean, that's hard to believe.
It's got to be a school record in the wrong direction, doesn't it?
I would think so. I mean, outside of one player, that's an unbelievable. And another thing that you would say out loud, you'd think, oh man, they got killed.
It looked like a few of the times they almost forced themselves in there tighter, where if they, take a 5-foot jump shot unmolested rather than taking a 3-foot shot over a 7-footer. It's, if you have an angle where you get to the hoop, that's one thing. But if you're going to try to shoot over them, that's when you got to kick it out. I mean, they're too hard to score against.
Is there any chance that gentleman gets his jersey retired? I really don't know what the criteria is for these things. Is there any chance?
Oh, I think there's a chance. I don't know the criteria either, but I mean, they took a team to the Elite Eight, and there's not too many players that wore the black and gold that did that.
What do you think, Jess?
Everything's a mess now with the portal. I've never known what the, I don't think Andre has his, so I doubt it. I mean, I doubt he will. I don't know how that works. It's, I even cover Iowa State a lot the last couple of years, and they've got like 5 guys, I think, in the NBA who are all world, and none of them have it either. So I doubt it. I hope so, because I love that stuff, but I doubt it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're going to continue our coverage of Iowa's 71-59 defeat at the hands of the 3-seeded Fighting Illini. Got a couple of callers in line here. We can go ahead and start there in just a moment. Again, Corey Brad will be joining us live from Houston. hopefully in the somewhat near future. So we will await that after he talks to Ben McCollum. I'm sure he'll ask Ben about the Fulgaris decision, among other things. So let's go ahead and get to our call in line. I've got Ryan in the queue. Ryan, we were celebratory after Nebraska, but I think safe to say, despite the sadness, very, very proud.
Hello, gentlemen.
What's up, Ryan?
Yeah. Nothing much. Not much. I'm not even going to ask how you're doing because I know the answer. But, proud as hell.
You should be.
And I am. I wrote a few notes down, but since you guys got talking about the retirement, let me just give my 2 cents on this. When
Only 2 cents?
Okay, I'll give you 3 cents because it's
That's
you,
what-
Coach.
Come on, you got to bring it.
I want your dollar,
All
Ryan.
I donated all my dollars to Corey so he could do what he was doing.
Said I got dinner.
That's
And I
right.
heard he flew first class. I just heard that.
Well, he probably did. But maybe he'll buy me a beer someday. But anyway, when we're talking about, I'm going to get to everything else, but you brought up jersey retirements, and Jess made a great point. Andre Woolridge, number 5, is not retired. And, his very arguably should be. The one that makes me kind of sick, and no offense to Isaiah Howard or James Winters or anybody else who wore it, but 23 needs to be permanently retired, and that's Roy Marble. Roy Marble is a Mount Rushmore player in Iowa basketball history. I don't care what anybody says. I don't think anybody will be able to put up an argument that he wasn't. The guy was absolutely awesome. He was on the cover of Sports Illustrated in an Iowa 23 jersey, for God's sakes. Do you remember that one, Jess? Where he was
cover of Sports Illustrated?
Yes, he was a mummy. They were unwrapping a mummy, and you saw Iowa 23.
Are you sure?
Yes, absolutely. I have.
Close. On the cover of Sports Illustrated?
Oh,
Yes,
come on.
it was the whole Baby Jordan thing.
Oh gosh, Gary, what you gotta send me a
Roy
copy.
Marble was amazing.
Yeah, he was.
It was the all-time leading scorer for about 30 years or 25 years until Luka came around, and he deserves it. But now we live in an era where you can wear number 7, 8, 78, 99, 65, whatever. So, when Jess played.
Rhino, why do you think we lost that game tonight? What jumped out when you were watching at home? What hurt? What was the most painful?
For one, I thought I used to think that, watching 40 plus years of college basketball, traveling was a thing. I think Wagler got away with at least 5 travels, and there's another guy, I don't remember the name, who got away with a good 3 steps. I thought the travel wasn't even called, and that really kind of hurt. I thought the refs sucked, and there were Big Ten refs, and they sucked. I did not complain. Of course, you're going to say, hey, you didn't complain when we won, yeah, yada, yada. But I thought those officials that were non-Big Ten were pretty good. I thought today was pretty egregious. And
I'll say, Ryan, the biggest thing for me was I thought there were a couple ticky-tack calls made. The biggest thing I thought was the defensive 3-second. I don't know if either of you guys agree.
Oh my God! Yeah,
several times. I mean, there was reports that there were Iowa fans in the crowd that were counting 1, 2, 3 because they started picking up on it, and a couple times they got to 10 or 11 before a shot went up and nothing was called. I mean, defensive 3-second all game long for the 2 7-footers.
Well, even Stan Van Gundy, excuse me, Ron Jeremy, if you know who that is, they're doppelgangers. He was on the call with Robbie and Kevin Harlan, and he even made the comment that the game is being completely called differently in the second half than it was in the first half. There was a really weak foul on Cooper Koch that Van Gundy, who frankly I said was like actively cheering for the Illini in the first half, said, hey, look, if you're not going to call it in the first half, why are you calling that now? And it kind of makes me want to ask Coach Close this question because, Bo Ryan, you're a Bo Ryan guy, obviously, as well as a Tom Davis guy. You coached 13 years in both programs. Bo was a master at working the refs and fighting for his team. But he built a foundation to be able to, or a credibility, I should say, to get there. And I hope this Elite Eight run maybe gives Ben some street cred with the refs going forward. Fran was not going to get the whistle unless it was obvious. He burned some bridges, let's say, but Bo was a maestro at it. Tom Izzo is still a maestro at it. Hopefully Ben can get to that point. I'm not blaming everything on the officials. Why did we lose this game? I think we had some really bad luck. I do also question why Alvaro, who frankly was, a hero the first two games, only played sparingly minutes and was kind of a non-factor. What do you guys think?
Yeah, we talked about it, that both of us were surprised he didn't play more. I'm sure that's a question that'll be asked, and I think I think that's the way he substitutes. And you got to coach the way you want to, the way you feel comfortable coaching. And it was a bit puzzling to me.
That we call it instinctive substituting. It's just very, very unique about Coach McCollum. Taking guys in and out. I play, Tavian Banks didn't play much in the Nebraska game down the stretch. Just, it's just a different philosophy, different strategy. It's led to a lot of success for him. It'll be interesting to see how he adapts over the years. The Big Ten forces you to change. Brad Underwood's the perfect example. Brad Underwood comes into the league. His teams used to hack, jump in the foul, passing lanes, reach, grab. Then, the analytics came in, and he's like Gary said earlier, we're not going to foul anymore. We're going to slow our tempo down. We're getting rid of the pinch post offense. We're going to do more spread. We're going to do more read and react. So it kind of forces you to change a little bit. So you just felt like Alvaro was like the hero of the tournament. Like you just felt like there was magic in there, and that you got 5 minutes to go, and those type of guys, when there's just guys who can hit shots like Kingsbury could hit those shots. When we played, Horner, the guys over the years, BJ. We hated not to see him out there. As far as
McCausland.
Yeah, McCausland hit some huge one. At Kansas. As far as the officiating, I always thought as a player and a coach, and I coach at the lower levels, but I always thought a quicker whistle, more whistles, more chaos always helped the underdog. So when we were really underdogs, I liked it when the whistle was blowing a lot because it slows down the more dominant team. I thought there were several plays at the rim, where when you're undersized, you're begging for a whistle. And they let them be pretty physical. It looked like I didn't get to see the replay. It looked like Cooper almost got his head taken off on a free throw set once that I thought maybe reviewed.
Yeah.
And then all of those just balls that bounced our way in the last 5 minutes of the last three games, I don't know when the kid got called for the flop. He missed a 3 and it took a layup away from us.
Yeah, horrible.
And then
tournament
Manuel's missed. We had 2 or 3 things there at the end where when you're playing against a better team like Florida, like Illinois, you got to catch a couple breaks. But it was a pretty physical game. And we didn't get a ton of calls go our way. I think there might have been a couple goaltendings that didn't get called.
Well, that cylinder call, in the first half, that was at least worth reviewing because we would have gotten it back.
Well, my last point on that, and Coach, you can jump in here too. The thing about Bo Ryan that I remember and Tom Izzo is they will light you up when it's legit. And they will have normal relations and conversation with you when it's not. But they will then they gain the respect because then you come over and chew them out. That guy goes back, watches the tape, and he's like, yeah, Bo was right there. And so rather than, if you're going to jump every call, it seems like McCollum has a really good demeanor on the sideline with that. It seemed like he's going to be – and Brad Underwood, it seems like, has matured in that area. I mean, he used to just go bonkers, but it's like, okay, when I talk to him, it's got to be – right.
No, you're exactly right. If you're complaining about every call, or if you're asking for something when it's not correct, then you lose all credibility. And Bo, they'll just say, hey, you complain about everything, and you're done pretty much. You gotta pick and choose your spots, and you better make sure I know Bo a couple times will turn around and say, you guys see that? Did you see what I saw? And we'd say yes or no, and then when he got a chance. And the other thing you can't do is you can't show him up. If you show him up, you're asking to get not very many calls. Coach Davis was terrific at it. He'd be sitting there clapping like he was cheering the team, and he'd be ripping a guy for a bad call, and it didn't even look like he was ripping him. And the officials appreciate that. They don't want to be singled out. It's a horrendous job. I mean, and it's getting even harder with the athletes and the intensity and the size and the strength. It's a tough.
Yeah, guys are getting so athletic that they're really forcing refs to make calls everywhere.
And we don't have time to go back and rewind it 4 times in slow motion and every angle. Oh, yep, he blew that. It's boom. It's like that, and you got to blow the whistle. Yeah. And so it's not an easy job. And as I've said a lot of times on this podcast, I'm going to tell you 80% of the time, maybe more, I'd go back and look at a call that I think they blew. And I go back and look on it on tape, and by golly, they got it right. And
I do that a lot too, yeah.
It's incredible how much it is.
mean, even think about the Fulgaris incident with the punch too. I mean, you had all the Florida fans going nuts on the first look thinking, oh, he tried to punch our guy in the face, and then he missed him by an entire foot. It's just it's so difficult when you're watching
and
it.
And the stakes are so high now that it's I wouldn't want
if I can ask, just to switch gears a little bit, since the season is finally over, one of our most proud, unprobable runs ever, and I honestly believe in my heart. And what sucks is my wife and we're going to take our kids out of school. We were going to go to Indy. We were just waiting for the win. I texted my boss a heads up, that my Nebraska boss, that big time Nebraska fan boss, who's a great guy actually, that we're going to Indy for the Final Four if this happens. I'm 4 hours away, but the only advantage I have living in this godforsaken place called Illinois. But anyway, beyond that, next year, real quick, to get back into the Final Four conversation, I think we need a point guard, and we need a big. I want another AC Earl type who can rim protect and score and be a force underneath. I think Cam Manyow, as much as I appreciate him, is kind of the Jay Webb that I could see for next year. Come off the bench, be a big who is very serviceable, can give you some inside scoring and rebounding, but we need a big and we need a point guard. And I like Cale, but I'm talking a point guard. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think that's pretty obvious. You lose a guy like Stirts, you got to fill the. I don't see anybody on the bench that can do that. Is Combs is he a senior? I don't know. Is he a junior, senior?
No, Combs will be back, Gary.
Yeah. So there's a, there'll be an experienced player, but they'll need to fill that up a little bit for sure.
I just want to run through a couple things here because we're fresh off the presser, and I got Brad Underwood talking behind me, so we kind of have a weird working room situation until he's done. But I can tell you with authority what Ryan just said, and I'm sure Jess and you have talked about this in the last half hour or so, Gary. Ben absolutely is going to be targeting a big in the portal. He talked about playing Alvaro. Alvaro talked after the game about playing out of position, having to play time at the 5 this year, just not comfortable doing it. And I asked Ben after the game, just how do you go from shooting 57% in the first half to 23% in the second half? And oh, by the way, they were 1 of 8 from 2 in the second half. And he kind of just said, he said, I think our lack of shooting just caught up to us. And I don't know if Jess, do you agree with that? That's evaluation. I mean,
he knows all what he's talking about, but if he's referring to the 2 point.
Well, he was talking about the 23% in general. He talked a little bit about just lack of spacing makes it harder to get clean looks inside the 3-point arc. So the 1 of 8, I mean, Gary, what do you attribute 1 of 8 from 2 on in the second half?
They're so big.
Yeah,
I think they're hard to score over, and I think you're right. You don't have shooters everywhere, then you can play off a little bit, and so the lanes aren't as wide open. But it's size. I mean, those guys are big and they're long, and it doesn't take much. You think those shots look easy, and Jess will tell you they're not.
Yep.
And you're a little bit farther out than you'd like to be. You're trying to shoot over somebody rather than get an angle. And so I think it was more great defense by Illinois and maybe at times rushing. Iowa's bigs rushing inside a little bit, but I think it's because of their size.
And they don't really have, when you say bigs, they don't really have bigs. I mean, they have Cam, and then they have Alvaro's a 4 playing the 5, and it's like, who do you have after that? I think that's a huge frustration based on what we just heard from Ben. That's a big frustration for Ben right now. They just didn't have a true 5 they could go to, and I don't know that Urok is the solution to that. I've talked about that in the past. I just don't think he is, and I hope he develops. But I think they're going to absolutely have to swing big at the 5.
Well, they can't assume it, that's for sure. I mean, if he does, that's a bonus. But
right.
No, I agree with you. I think that's a big. What did he say anything about only playing Vulgaris?
That was the first question I asked him, and he just basically said, because Vulgaris sat for 17 minutes of game time plus halftime. So yeah, it was a little strange, and I believe I don't know if the horn malfunction happened right as he was getting. That may have been right before he got taken out, but that would have been, even longer on the bench. And I asked Alvaro about that as well. Basically, he just said he was riding the guys that were playing better. And, yesterday 2 days ago, he referred to Tavion and not playing a ton against Nebraska after having a huge game against Florida. He just kind of rides the guys that he rides. And he said he didn't have any regrets over it. I asked him about officiating because obviously there was a lot going on there in the second half, a lot of visible frustration from Ben and from Cooper. And he said, basically he had no issues with the officials other than he felt like the Cooper call there at the end, Cooper was getting manhandled on the offensive end, trying to get through screens and get around, I should say, on the defensive end, he's trying to get through screens and he was getting manhandled and felt like that was an unfair call. I don't know what you guys saw. Jess, you set your fair share of screens in your day. What did you see?
Many illegal.
Yeah.
Many of which were highly illegal, but
Was that when Wagler, were they up 4 and there were still like 22
Yes.
seconds? I did not like that call. I
Yeah.
did not. I just thought it was kind of you bounce off and play it. That did that follow up the Manyao missed layup and then we go down and then I think that was the sequence.
That could be.
So
Yeah.
that really hurt. Yeah, I would agree. Now I didn't replay it, but
And Sage fouls out. I mean, that was huge because he's the only other guy in double figures tonight. I mean, and I'm sure you guys have talked about that Gary, but it doesn't explain the 1 of 8 from 2. But as far as just the shooting woes in the second half in general, this team was shooting so much better than their talent to get here, right? We saw that against Nebraska. And so, you're looking through the stat sheet and you're like, well, Fulgaris, I mean, first half, again, they shoot 57%, make 6 of their 12 threes. You're like, this is just a carryover from game 1. But then for the game, you got, Stirts goes 4 of 11 from 3 at a 17 overall, but Cale Combs is 1 of 4 from 3. Banks is 1 of 3. Howard's 1 of 3. Fulgaris 0 of 1. And then a bunch of misses on the inside.
We pointed out too, Corey, they as a team, they only made 3 2-point field goals outside Bennett the whole game.
Yeah, like I said, they're 1 and 2 as a team inside the 3-point arc in the second half.
Yeah,
from 2. So, and one thing that I want to ask Jess on, because Jess, you were a pretty darn good rebounder yourself. Iowa hung with Florida on the glass, a week ago, and so that was another question I asked Ben. What's the difference? What's the difference when you look at the numbers? The numbers don't tell you the difference between Florida and Illinois, but Ben referred to just the length and how they attack the glass, sending 5 to the glass. Can you kind of explain the challenge that presents? And he referred to spacing. There's just less space to work with when you're playing Illinois as opposed to Florida. Body type, he kind of referred to the types of rebounders that Florida has. How would you react to that explanation, I guess?
My take on it would be that Illinois is, number 1, massive. Number 2, they play 5 out. So they don't have the traditional guy who you are just going to battle on the block going side to side, like when we played. We were locking horns, and then so you're connected to a guy, shot goes up, you wheel on him, you got him locked, and you can put your body on him. These guys are out playing the perimeter, moving it around, so shot goes up. You got 2 6'11" guys veering in from the wings as well as already being in the paint. And then they also, give them a ton of credit. They were so disciplined, pounding the ball by their guards, getting into the paint.
Yep.
And there were 3 or 4 times in that game where, our guys on the back row had to kind of come up a little bit, and they would just drop it off to them. And even if they would miss that shot, you're scramble mode. There's somebody coming in there and crashing in on top of you. That being said, they did a good enough job to make it a tie game with a few minutes to go with an opportunity to win the game. So the guys have guts and they have toughness. I mean, they weren't going to win the glass. I still to this day don't know how they did against Florida. Florida probably wasn't attacking the way Illinois was, but it's just a totally different game now where all 5 guys have to block out. And I'm sure, like Close used to do with me, I'm sure when they watch the tape, they'll probably feel bad about blocking people out. They probably didn't do a good job in this game about checking out.
Yeah. I'd say Bennett was amazing. I mean, just so many moments in this game where he hit a big shot and you're like, there are moments where it looks like Illinois could easily pull ahead and not look back. And he would hit a tough fall away 3 or a tough 2 or draw a foul and get to the line. And he's been okay at the foul line, but tonight he was 4 of 4 at the line. So he cashed in on all his opportunities out there. And I mean, Jess, for this team, even at the first half, I tweeted out, you could argue it was a minor miracle that they're up 4 when they get 0 out of Coop, 2 out of Tavion, 0 out of Fulgaris, 0 out of Howard. And oh, by the way, they got killed on the glass by 9 and gave up 10 offensive rebounds in the first half. How are they up 4 at the break?
It's that darn 3-point line. The 3-point line has changed the world, and you don't have to play well, and you can still be up by 5. You know what I mean? If back in the day, if you won the boards, if you had those kind of numbers, you had 12 more shot attempts, you're going to win. At the 3-point line, bang, bang, bang. I mean, I don't even, it's crazy how that works. And I kept telling my wife during the game, I was like, I really can't believe Illinois is giving us these open threes. I mean, they were letting Stirts get it back. They were kind of in dropping and cover. And we probably missed 6 or 7 of them that could have really extended it. So that's my take on it, Coach. The 3-point line is the great equalizer.
Are you calling me coach now?
No, I'm calling. I don't want to insult.
I don't know where did Gary go? Kyle, did he get mad at you? I
want to insult Ryan. That was a good call in by Ryan too, man. I appreciate all those questions. Buddy.
Was it something I said?
I don't know,
Gary. I don't know.
Like a phone died or something.
Oh, he's gone.
He's not
just
on
dead.
here.
He's
not
cut off.
Yeah, he just maybe he got tired. He decided to watch the Arizona game. Jess, we won't keep you much longer. I just wanted to ask you real quick. First half start. It was ironic because it was identical to the start that Nebraska had on Iowa 2 days ago. 12-2 start. Hawks get up 12-2 in this game, and Illinois promptly goes on a 9-0 run. Stirts responds with a tough 3. I mean, back and forth in that first half. Then you have that weird horn malfunction. We never got replays in that second half because they never got the scoreboard working again. You have to go with the old traditional air horn replacement. And again, Iowa, we mentioned some of the stats. They lead at halftime. It felt like, I remember walking up to the press room at halftime, and I made a comment to someone. I'm like, they're 20 minutes away from the Final Four, and I felt like they're going to do this again. And I mean, to your point, Jess, 3-point shooting can overcome a comedy of errors. And tonight, in the second half, they did still compete because they made 5 threes, but when you have all that combined with a 23% second half and you continue to get killed on the glass and no one else but your star player shows up offensively, Sage at times, that's too much to overcome against a team like Illinois.
Yeah, I mean, the better team won, right? The better team won. More talent, more pros, much more experienced staff, right? A team that's been flirting with the Final Four for many years. Brad Underwood, kind of like Coach McCollum, cut his teeth at the much lower level when nobody was covering him. Figured out, changed everything. He's an analytics guy now, and yet you are right there. That start was absolutely wild. I so wanted to be in that arena. I mean, that just had to be incredible because what we needed more than anything else was to have Stirts have a legendary night. We had to have it. He couldn't have a 9.4 assist night. He had to come out. So, those shots on TV, I don't know what it looked like for you sitting courtside. Those were tough. Little faders,
tough shots.
Ridiculous. And it's tough like shots. Pistol Pete-ish there for a while.
Yeah.
And the hope that surged throughout the entire Hawkeye Nation was like, this kid, this is what it takes. This is that one shining moment. And we just couldn't get anybody else to step up and play great. And Fulgaris has been doing that. Coop's been doing that. And it just, they grind you, size. They're huge.
Yeah, and I mentioned in our pregame show, I made the comment. First of all, you got to get off to a quick start. Iowa got off to a poor start against Nebraska. They fall down 12-2. Illinois led from start to finish. Iowa never had the lead in Iowa City when they played the Illini, and yet it was fairly close, but they could never get on top. So you think about getting a quick start, that's key. But as I said the other night, and I was kind of wrong because we didn't see much from Tavion against Nebraska, I thought you had to have the best version of Fulgaris, the best version of Tavion, and you had to get what Bennett typically gives you. That's what happened against Florida. And tonight, to start, man, you have the Cooper O board, assist to Combs for the easy bucket. Then you have a Manyao dunk. Stirts goes mid-range. Combs hit a 3. Stirts hits a 3. And, oh, by the way, it's 12-2, but a Wagler tough 2 to get to 12-2. And that foul probably should have never happened because I know that was blown up on social media. The foul that was called, I'm trying to think of who it was. I think Jake Davis was the one that fell. His own guy took him out. And that was when it was. Right. That was when it was 12-2. Should have probably never happened. But you couldn't have asked for a better start. At the under 16 timeout, it was 12-2, and you could argue it should have been better than that. Gary, was it something I said? Did I
Man,
do
all
something?
Of a sudden, I got ejected.
I thought Ben might get ejected there at the end. I thought maybe he'd get one just to get one, but he held his cool together. Sort of.
Hey, I'm going to step out, guys. I appreciate it. It was awesome. Great season.
Yes,
Wonderful to join you. Always great to see you guys. Wonderful.
So if you're leaving, I'm leaving.
You bet. You guys better carry these guys through the transfer portal, man. You got to get into that. I don't want anything to do with that.
We will. Jess, we won't call on you for another few months. We appreciate all your expertise. It's been fun, Jess.
Yeah,
Thank you so much, Jess.
Thank you, sir. All right, Gary, we're going to let you slide as well. I got really one last question because you were kind of out of the picture when I was talking to Jess about it. But the start, the 12-2 start, I mean, this crowd was rocking. It wasn't quite 50-50. I think it was probably like 60% Illinois, 40% Iowa fans. But Iowa fans came down and they did show out for this game. It was really impressive on short notice. And boy, just, you get a lot to go right in that first half, in spite of not being able to rebound the ball and in spite of not getting offensive production. They're up 4 at halftime. What were you thinking at the break when you're down just 4?
Well, I thought they were in pretty good shape. I think they figured going in they'd have to make threes because of Illinois' size. They just weren't going to be able to consistently go in there and score enough to win the game. And I thought for a while there, Illinois was kind of playing into their hands by, limiting the number of possessions. That it was going to be a low possession game, and I think that was in Iowa's favor. Not that Illinois plays real fast, but if you limit the possessions, then if you win a good share of them, then you got a shot. So I thought that what they had to do to beat them, they were doing in the first half, with the exception of rebounding. And so I thought they were in real good shape.
Can I give you a kind of I think a crazy stat, and you tell me why this stat exists? First half, Illinois had 1 assist, 7 turnovers. How do you have 1 assist in a half?
Well, they didn't make many threes. So I'm guessing a lot of their scores were some from the foul line, and then just backing people in and scoring around a basket where there isn't a lot of assists.
Well, I was going to say, Corey, how many buckets from Stojakovic and Wagler did they just get in isolation? I
guess that's my point. Like, that was when I was looking at the first half box, Gary, like I was up 4, but the maybe besides just rebounding where Iowa got killed -9, that stat, Iowa was 8 assists, 7 turns, Illinois 1 assist, 7 turns. But then you look at the second half, and I'm looking at the total, so let me do some quick math. Illinois finished the game with 8 assists, so they had 7 assists in the second half, 1 turn. So they literally flipped that stat completely on its head in the second half. And Iowa in the second half had just 4 assists and 2 turns. So I mean, just part of it's like there were a lot of kind of almost erratic, bipolar stats on the card.
Well, the 3-point shooting cooled for Iowa, and that's going to take away some assists there. And I thought Illinois did do a little more, how you want to call it, less one-on-one or more driving and kicking and things like that got them a few more assists and shot a little bit better. So the ball's got to go in the basket to get an assist.
And it almost feels like you give me your thoughts on this. I promise this is my last question, Gary. When you give up that many offensive rebounds, as I said, 16 offensive rebounds. So when you give up 16 offensive rebounds, is there almost a point where that kills you on both ends? Because A, you're more tired to defend, but B, fatigue is going to affect you on the offensive end. They just gave so many extra opportunities. Even when they didn't score, that's another 20 you have to defend. And it felt like that really gassed Bennett and
no
everybody.
Doubt. Yeah, there's nothing like getting a offensive rebound and then make them cover again and grind them up. So fatigue becomes a factor. It's demoralizing to play great defense and then not get the rebound. And then when you're getting the ball out of the basket, not that Iowa runs a lot, but you get a long rebound or a rebound, you got a better chance of getting something in transition. Whereas if you're getting the ball out of the basket, they're not going to run in that situation. So you're constantly in the half court. Illinois is a good defensive team. Iowa did not get a lot of easy shots. I think Illinois got more easy shots than Iowa did, and that's partly because of their size and their ability to go one-on-one. They've got more than one guy that can go one-on-one.
Yeah, first half.
Stojakovic was tremendous. I mean,
absolutely. So tough finishing through contact.
Big part of their win. I mean, he was Iowa didn't have an answer to stop him. He was terrific.
Seven
And
for 9, all in the
was
paint.
really good too. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, 17 points, 5 boards on 7 of 9 shooting, and made 3 of 4 from the line. No 3-point shots taken. He doesn't take a lot of threes. And Iowa got beat on second chance points in the first half, 11-2. You know, you just get a few of those rebounds, and maybe you have an 8-9 point lead at halftime, and it's a different game in that second half. I mean, it felt
You
good.
mentioned the thing about Florida before I went out.
Yeah.
Florida didn't have the 3-point shooting that Illinois had.
No.
And so, A, they weren't spread out as much as Illinois was, and B, Iowa didn't have to extend as much to guard them. Illinois is a good 3-point shooting team. Now, they didn't shoot very well tonight, but they do shoot. I mean, I think the guy said that 50% of their shots come from 3.
That was going to be one of my questions, Coach Close, because they barely took any tonight. They shot 53 shots from the field. Only 17 of them were 3. Normally, quick math says they'd shoot 27 threes instead of 17.
Right.
And they said Ben spoke about that in the pregame. So I wonder, obviously you don't want to get beat from 3, but man, they shot well from 2 as well, especially those guards.
Yeah, it's almost like, what poison do you want to take? I mean, that's why they're good. That's why they're good. And when Illinois gets beat, the few times they do, they don't shoot well from 3. And now teams, don't have to be as extended, and they can hang with them a little bit longer. But that's why they're as good as they are. Is they can score in a lot of different ways, I think they've, especially at halftime, I think, look, we're taking this thing inside. We're just going to pound it. We'll try to get them in foul trouble. We're just going to almost old-fashioned basketball and establish that first, like establishing a running game in football. We're going in there, whether it's off the dribble or the pass, or make them take that away. And if they do, then maybe we'll kick it out and shoot some threes. But it was a good strategy.
I'll tell you a few stats that I just think hurt Iowa, and if you combine these, it obviously just went for the kill shot. I mean, 9 turnovers. Kyle, you talked about how Illinois is one of the worst teams in the country in turning teams over. They don't turn teams over, but Iowa committed 9, and a lot of those were unforced. And I think that's part of the frustration as to why Fulgaris didn't play much. I mean, he had 2 early turnovers, and
I don't think there's any doubt that's why he didn't play.
And that one off the dribble was horrible. Was it a rebound or a turnover that they got?
It was a long rebound that he got.
Long rebound.
Or maybe
immediately had it stripped by.
It was out by the top of the key, and he took off dribbling, which he shouldn't have done.
Yeah, live ball turnovers too.
Yeah.
And then I think you need more than 2 threes out of Koch. Just for this team with the lack of shooting around him, he's got to be able to make more than 2 threes. I'm not saying it's his fault, but you got to get more than that out of him. And then Combs, like your other guard, he's got to make more than 1 of 4. Hard to ask much more from Bennett. I mean, I know he only had 3 rebounds, but my goodness, 24 points, 3 assists, 8 of 17, made 4 threes on 11 tries. Isaiah Howard's got to develop his offensive game. Gary, I don't know how much is there with him, but he's got to. I mean, he and Cale Bull have to really take a step forward on offense for this team.
Well, I think the other thing is you to win in this kind of environment, you got to have some people, unless you're just loaded like Illinois is or Arizona or whatever. Some of those teams. Iowa's not that. That you got to have some guys step up and play beyond their capabilities.
Yep.
And they had that against Florida, and they had that in the last game against Nebraska. And I think they caught a little bit of a break playing Nebraska. I think Nebraska, after that kid got hurt, was not the same team, but they're still very good and it was still a great win. But those guys played more like they had played during the year, with some exceptions tonight. And obviously that's not good enough to beat a team like Illinois. Guys like Fulgaris doesn't score right on around the horn. I mean, Tate did some good things, but he didn't go off like he went off.
You can't get 5. You can't get 5 on 1 of 8 shooting out of Banks. And again, there's too many misses. That's another thing. If he comes back, and it's a big if right now. As of right now, we think he's moving on. But if he were to come back, he's got to finish around the rim better.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is they were playing, at least in the last 2 games, they were playing above their ability, or at least what they had shown.
Yeah.
Now, there's no reason why, with work and getting after the summer, they can make that more of the reality rather than something that happens every once in a while. But, if you would have gone in there thinking Vulgaris and Tate were going to go off in 2 games and lead them to victories, you would have gone, why would you say something like that? They showed flashes of it, but they're not.
Right.
But Vulgaris was the second leading scorer in the tournament going into this game.
Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy. I mean, he what did he average for the year?
Yeah. What was
9 points?
What was his average for the year, Kyle, in the regular season?
Let me get that up real quick.
And now he's the second leading scorer in the tournament. I mean, that's way above.
So
he averaged 8.7 points a game, 3.8 rebounds.
And now he's
So
averaging
Gary,
20 something.
Is it fair to say that, like, everything we keep talking about, like the stats in the first half, you're like, well, they got killed here, they got killed here, they got no help for Bennett on the offensive end, they're still up 4. And then at the end of the game, it's like they get killed on the glass, they still get no help from Bennett. They're Tavion doesn't step up, Cooper doesn't make any threes, and they're still tied late. Do you attribute that to coaching? Like, even when your team doesn't play, like even when all these things don't work, you're still giving your guys an opportunity. Do you give Ben a lot of credit for that?
Oh, definitely. Way overachieved. Overachieved. You don't have the talent that Florida has, and with the exception of Stirts. I mean, what player on Iowa is going to start for Florida or Illinois?
None. Besides
Other than
Stirts.
Stirts.
None.
Nope. But the exciting thing is some of those guys are young. Some of those guys have shown flashes of what they can be. Now they've got to take another step. If they don't take another step, then something like this may not happen again.
Yeah.
I mean, the worst thing that can happen now is they assume, oh, we got there, then we're going to get there again. It doesn't work that way. They got to go right back to work. Cooper's got to get stronger. They all got to get stronger. They got to add some pieces to the puzzle to give them better rebounding. Obviously, they got to find a point guard. They can be really appreciative of what they've accomplished, but they can't rest on their laurels, or it's hard. I mean, it's hard to do what they just did, and that's why they deserve a lot of credit. But I'm not going to take anything away from the players, but it was phenomenal coaching.
I was going to say,
yeah.
And in general, when your team doesn't play well, but you consistently still put them in position to win games.
That's the first thing coaching. You got to give your team a chance to win. Most teams that lose games lose them right away and are not in position the last, 3, 4, 5 minutes to win a game. And they were, even in games that they lost, even tonight with 4 or 5 minutes to go, they're still in that game.
Yep.
They just, they didn't make enough plays to finish the deal.
How will this team be remembered? This team this year?
Oh man, some people will. This will be the. They talk about. You see in here about they talk about the, the 86, 87 team or the 1980 team. There will be a lot of people that will talk about. Well, what about that 25, 26 team his first year and beating Florida and beating Nebraska and getting within 5 minutes of going to the Final Four. It'll go down as one of the great basketball seasons in Iowa history, and it should. I mean, it was phenomenal. I mean,
and none of us had any idea it was coming.
No,
especially
they did it with coaching and grit,
and even after that. Their last game in the Big Ten tournament. They lose to Ohio State. You're like, okay, they're going to be an 8-9. There was no reason at that point, after the Big Ten tournament was over, to think that they'd make a run in the NCAAs. And they just did. So,
well, in our family pool, Brand Dickey was the only one that had Iowa going all the way to the 8-8. So he may win the pool because of it.
I've seen Brant a lot over the last couple of weeks, Gary, and I just said goodbye to him just 10 minutes ago. So I know he's I'm sure it's sad for him. He doesn't know if he's going to be back here next year, but it's been quite a ride for him as well. What an experience. Yeah. What an experience. So, all right, Gary, go enjoy Arizona.
You guys. Yeah,
absolutely. Thanks for all your hard work this year. We love you on here. So,
yeah,
all right.
Everybody should be real thrilled about the year. There's a lot of good things to. In a couple of days, we said in a couple of days, everybody will be still a little disappointed, but they'll be thrilled with what they watched and
Hopefully
the state of the program right now.
Hopefully we can talk about some big portal news at some point this offseason, Gary.
That'll be huge. Yeah.
So, all right. Take care, Coach.
See you guys.
Thank you, Coach. And Purdue, I wanted to say for anybody that's interested, Purdue has taken a 7-point halftime lead over Arizona, 38-31.
Oof.
So I'm sure Coach Close will go enjoy himself some Purdue basketball after this.
Wow, that is something. We'll see if they can hang on to that. I'm going to be here for. I'm going to give you the option, Kyle. My ride is scheduled to be here at 9. Well, scheduled to pick me up at 9:10. So I got to be in the car at 9:05. I got about a 25-minute drive back to my home base. If you want to stay on here and take these last couple of calls. And then wait for me and we can wrap things up. Or if you just want to wrap things up, I'll give you that option. I got lots of notes. I know this is the last game of the year. It's crazy because you're like, man, this ended. It ends fast, but then you're like, man, we didn't deserve the enjoyment of all of this to get here in the first place. We didn't deserve. We as Iowa people, it's just like nobody expected them to be in the Elite Eight. They should have been done at a minimum in the second round, but not only do they win that game, then they go beat Nebraska, then they get to play in this game and they're 5 minutes away. It's not like they got blown out tonight. They were neck and neck. This was a great basketball game. And they, like Ben said, and like Gary said, you knew talent at some point would get them. I mean, nobody was going to sit here and think that, this team could possibly win a national title. But every time they won and advanced, and for me, every time they hit a big shot in a big moment, like Illinois went on that 9-0 run to get back in the game, and then Stirts hits a crazy tough shot and they're back on top. And it's just like, then you have that long horn delay that lasted like 12 minutes, I think, in total, if you combine it with the timeout. And Iowa comes out there and you're like, okay, are they going to come out flat? I mean, Illinois had to go through the same thing. No, Iowa comes out, plays really well out of that break. And every push that Illinois made until the last few minutes, kind of like Iowa, Nebraska a couple days ago, except flipped, till the last few minutes, Iowa answered every push that Illinois made. And I keep saying, Ben had this team in position. I don't want to make this all about Ben because his players still got to play, right? But again, I mean, I can't get over the stats, the lack of help for Bennett on the offensive end. It's like I'm still sitting here thinking, how were they even in the game?
Yeah.
How are they in the game against this team when your best player goes 24 on 8 of 17 shooting, really good, but then Sage is the only guy in double figures, other guy with double figures, 10. Koch gives you 6, Mania gives you 3, Banks 2, Combs 2, Bulgaris 0, Howard 5. Combs 5. I was looking at the wrong calendar. Combs 5, Koch 6, Manuel 4. I mean, but still, those are, they only score 59, but even though they couldn't rebound the ball really well, they still found a way to be in the game. And that's one of those things that we have to recognize in addition to just, hey, they're being coached really well. The style, as opposed to Fran's teams, the style, even when they're not playing well, is going to keep them in games. They're not going to get blown out in as many games because they're still going to demand their pace of play, being played throughout the game. And, when you have Bennett Stirts, it's a huge, huge plus. By the way, people can, I'll upload that video of the only footage that I got today was McCollum at the end and Bulgaris. For some reason, now don't ask me why. And you have the main press conference, the main NCAA press conference. I was the only person there. Huh. There was no one else there. At one point, wow. one other person was there, and then they left for they asked one question, they left, and then somebody showed up behind me. But for a while, at one point I said to Ben, I apologize, I didn't realize it was going to be one-on-one. For some reason, I'm not ripping on any reporters, but a lot of the local people they wait for poolside, which is fine. But I was able to ask Ben some questions before others did, and if people haven't seen that, I'm sure the Big Ten Network has it. NCAA March Madness on YouTube has it. And then I'll also upload. I talked to Fulgaris. He's the only guy I talked to in the locker room. I just didn't have time to talk to other people. And I did ask Fulgaris point blank, "Do you intend to be back next year?" And he said twice, "That's my intention." So, I think when you say that's my intention, that's his way of saying, anything's possible. He's not committing to anything, but as of right now, his intention is to be back. And I think it's a valid question because he's got another year left. He's already portaled once. This is a style that is very unique, and he had his ups and downs. And hey, last game of his season, he plays less than 9 minutes. So as great as he was during stretches of March Madness, it's a disappointing end to his year. And I also asked him, I said, if you're back, assuming you're back, are you ready to take on this scoring role of being the number one guy potentially, especially if, Tavion's gone? And he said, yeah, I've been ready. And what he said specifically is he's looking forward to playing the 4. He was asked to play the 5 a little bit more than he's comfortable with. And I asked him, I said, what's your focus on development? Is it, your post-up game? I asked him about the comp to Dirk. I'm like, I watched a lot of Dirk Nowitzki growing up. I'm sure you did as a European. Like, is integrating a fadeaway with your length something that you would prioritize? And he basically said back to me, he's like, I can do all that stuff. He's like, I got to improve on a lot of stuff, but I can do all that stuff. But I was playing out of position this year. And he's not ripping on anybody. That's just the needs of the team. And Ben, Ben was very clear on 2 things, Kyle, post-game. They got to get a big. Okay.
I was going to say, and I'm going to be curious to see how they managed to pull that off. I'm sure you've seen the reports, but like in the last portal cycle, and I was scrolling through reports on X there just a second ago as you guys were talking, like a lot of the major bigs, especially the 7-footers that transferred last year. Do you know how much they went for?
I don't know. What Duke Brennan was the guy that Iowa targeted. How much did he go for?
$3 to $5 million was a top tier starting big last year, and most bigs over 7 feet that signed with Power 5 teams signed for 1.5 to 3.
It's gonna have to be a big that other people are overlooking, probably.
But is that big that other people? Are people going to overlook 7-footers or 6'11" guys? I don't know.
I think people overlooked Cam Mannion, and he gave them solid production. Now,
I don't think Ben's talking about Cam Mannion when he's talking about bringing somebody in. I think he's talking about a lot of.
But my point is, they do have Cam Mannion back, and I think Ben has a lot of admiration for Cam Mannion because of his toughness and his size. So I'm not saying that they're going to bring in another Cam Mannion, but they didn't have anybody. They didn't have another Cam Mannion behind Cam Mannion. So even if you could bring in another guy that's comparable to Cam, that's an upgrade of having to play Fulgaris out of position or trying to play Urok when he's not ready. That's my point. I do think, if you can get somebody better, money's going to be an issue. The other thing he brought up, and I mentioned this earlier, he felt like they just started missing shots. Lack of shooting caught up to him. We'll go back to what we've been talking about all year. As great as this run was, it is still confounding in a sense that they brought in Brennan Hausen, and he really never played. And I'm not criticizing Iowa for not playing him, but isn't it confounding? He was a big fish in the portal, and he was a 3-point shooter. That's what he did. So you talk about needing shooting. Apparently, they need another type of shooter, not Brendan Hausen, because whatever it was, if it was just defense or whatever it was, lack of size, that was probably
a decent spend to get Hausen, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
You have to imagine that they gave him something.
So maybe that's why he's so happy on the bench. I don't know. I don't know. Can we real quick, because I gotta jump out and try to get my ride here in 2 seconds. Did we get this one? Any cover you like? Earlier this super chat?
No, I have not gotten that yet.
So thank you for the super chat here. Proud of this team. What a fun group of guys. Awesome story. Sad to watch Bennett Stirts last game. This team earned a new Hawkeye fan here. Excited to watch your team next year. Go Hawks. Those are the cool types of comments because there's no negativity. It's just, hey, it's being appreciative. This is for Jess. I'm sure Jess will hear this later. Nick Slick says, thank you for representing Southeast Iowa. You're a big reason I'm a Hawk. Love this team. I'm looking forward to the future. And I will send this. In fact, before I forget, let me take a picture of that and I'll send it to Jess right now since we didn't get to it while he was on the broadcast, Nick. So thank you so much for that super chat. And then I believe we had, let's see here. Looks like my ride's calling me, so I'm going to have to get off the air. We have D. Rullison. Thank you, D. Rullison, for this. Good chance we go 3-0 in football. Thanks for all the great coverage. Oh, well, we're transitioning to football already. We talked about that earlier.
I kept seeing those brackets. I don't know if you saw them on social media where people were projecting what would the winners of each game be if they were played in football. So that could be what he's referencing there.
Tragus, thank you so much for the super chat. And I'm going to have to go, Kyle, because I got my ride outside. Please, let's thank these super chatters. And then if you want to stay on for a little while longer, and you got a couple of calls.
I'll hang out. We'll get through the calls.
You hang out. I'll be back here shortly, folks.
Okay. All right, everybody. Well, Corey is heading for his ride and hopefully for his home base for the week in Houston, and he will be rejoining us here just in a moment. Let me make sure we get to our other super chats. T Regas 44 says, thanks to all of you for your shows. They are amazing. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. The fan support from the last couple of weeks here as they've gone into this NCAA tournament. And then as they've gone on this run has been really, really inspirational. Great to see so many people. I know, people that have been longtime Hawkeye basketball fans have expressed this, but great to see the level of interest that is coming back into this program. I know it's, it was a tough couple of seasons with the last couple of years of Fran McCaffrey and the lack of defense and all that kind of stuff. Obviously missing the tournament sucks, but it's just incredible to watch what three games, because I think had they lost in round one, we'd have said, okay, they made the tournament, they got back after a couple of years off, but we wouldn't have said that they took some giant leap forward. This is a giant leap, and I don't think there's any question about that. It's amazing what 3 games in this tournament and almost a 4th victory. It's amazing what that can do for a program. So hopefully we see the ramifications of that through this offseason and next season, as far as boosters and attendance and fundraising and NIL and all this different stuff, recruiting. I really hope we see impacts in all of that. So thank you for the super chat. We very much appreciate it. VMS Bigot says the women gave us a season of exceeding expectations. The men gave us a postseason of exceeding expectations. We have offense in our football program. Next year of Hawkeye sports looks bright. Let's go Hawks. Absolutely agree with that. Not that we're transitioning quickly to football, but we will transition our coverage to football at some point here, I'm sure, in the next couple of weeks as we get into spring practice and, more recruiting stuff and kind of getting back on that hamster wheel. So, yeah, next year of Hawkeye sports looks bright. I've seen a lot of good projections for Iowa football for what they've got next year, and just looking forward to year 2 of Ben McCollum and seeing what he's able to put together in the portal. So lots to look forward to. VMS also said, thanks, Coach Close, for all you do. So thank you to VMS for those 2 super chats and for the hot sauces last week when I saw you. So do appreciate that, sir. We're very grateful. Katie Lee 4087 for $20 says, I've seen a few comments in comments sections, I'm assuming, about how Alvaro may respond to this game. Do you think he will stay, or do you think he will go into the portal? It's a great question. I wondered that myself. I almost asked Coach Close that, like, hey, is this, benched in a game like this after you played so well? Could that be a catalyst for somebody maybe booking it out of town? I didn't want to say that after he played so well. But that's certainly a thought that enters my mind. I don't think that's out of the question that could do something to the confidence of a young man that did play so well. Also, while we're here, do want to shout out Brad Van Meter, our very own, in the chat here. Hit the like and subscribe button, people. Please do that. Listen to Brad. Hit the like and subscribe. Brad, we really appreciate your support of the show and one of our great sponsors for a long period of time. So been great to have you for the ride here. So yes, give Brad a call. We did promo him at the beginning of the show, but give him a call for all your insurance needs, and listen to Brad when he says hit the like and subscribe. All right, let's make sure I didn't miss any more. I think we're all good. We'll get rid of those. Let's go back to our call-in line here as we wait for Corey Brada to rejoin us in about 20-25 minutes. I'm going to go back to our call-in line where we have Scott on the line. Scott, good evening.
Hey, man, can you hear me?
I sure can.
What's going on? Hey, rough night, but what a season. I mean, what a run at the end of the year. Went from, losing to Penn State, losing to Maryland, and we beat the national champs. And, we beat Nebraska, and we're right there with Illinois. Great season. I mean, I am dumbfounded by the turnaround that we had. I mean, honestly, I am so horny right now.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, it was going well until we dropped that. I wonder if Corey would have recognized that name, but thanks for the call, Scott. We appreciate that. All right. Well, we're going to go straight to our next caller. James, hopefully you can do a little bit better than that.
All right.
What's up?
First question I have for you that I don't know if you know the answer to. How many scholarships do we have available? I know we have Housen. I know we have Bennett and Tavion left, but did we have an extra one that we didn't use, or do you not know that? If that
That's a
makes
good
sense.
question. So for next year, they've got Koch, they've got Sage, they've got Fulgaris, they've got Howard, they've got Maniau, they've got Urok.
Yeah, Mattioni and Thompson are on scholarship. Thompson will be on scholarship.
Thompson, yep. So we're at 8 now. Ethan Harrison coming.
Yeah.
So that's 9.
So 3, because you get 12. I think.
Okay.
If I'm right.
So 3 scholarships. Yeah. So yeah, they've got, and they can have up to 15 guys, right? So
yeah. It's either 12 or 13, and then the other 2 are walk-ons. I think it's 12. It might be 13 though. It's one of those 2 numbers. I know for sure. So they have 3 or 4, but I was just wondering because that's kind of the weird question too. I think you need to know like how many scholarships do you have, so you kind of can plan out what you want. Because I feel like now you kind of look at it where you can get the point guard. If you can get a point guard, you can get a center, and then maybe you just focus on just a shooter, a pure shooter, right? That can play a little bit of defense like Housen. Obviously, he missed on Housen, but it's tough, right? Because I feel like where he got hired, he kind of was like weird, you know what I mean? He's trying to just put pieces together, right? So this would be the first year where he gets to fully lock in on trying to get somebody out the portal, if that makes sense, right? Like he kind of was trying to bring everybody out with him and patch the other things together, if that makes sense. This time he actually gets to like sit down and look at the players and feel like they're going to be a good fit, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me just double check that because I do want to have this conversation with you.
Just look up how many scholarships they give out for basketball.
13 scholarships per team.
4. So we should have 4 open then.
Should have 4 open. Yep.
Yeah.
So let's think this through then. Let's think this through, James. Right. So they have. Let me just.
They have a lot of wings. They have a lot of wings because they have Sage, they have Howard, you have Thompson, you have Harris,
Sage, Howard, Fulgaris, and Koch, and then obviously
Thompson and Harris. I think is a wing too. I think Harris is like 6'5", 6'6". So you have.
So really, you need a big. You need a big, and you need a point guard. Those are your 2.
Yeah. And then maybe add more guard depth too, in the fact of like you have a lot of wings, but you don't really have a lot of pure guards like we're saying. Like you have Kale obviously, but if you can get a point guard, a pure point guard, you kind of can play Kale off the ball, and you can still give him the ball a little bit because you know he knows what he's doing, especially in the offense. But like. Definitely, you have a lot of wings, and you have Cam back.
And we missed Combs in that discussion too. So
yeah. So they do have 3. They do have 3 open then.
They would have 3 open. Yep, 3 open.
But
so right now at guard they have just Kale Combs, right? And then at forward they've got Koch, Sage, Fulgaris, Howard, and
Thompson
and Harris. So they've got they got 6 forwards. Yeah. They got Maniau at center.
Yeah.
And Urok at center. So technically they got 2, but they need a backup center, and they need probably 2.
Even a starting center, whatever you want to do with Cam, and then obviously a guard and shoot. So I think he kind of has a kind of foundation set. If nobody really hopefully leaves, where you have a foundation set, and then you can kind of build on that, right? Where there's only 3 things you actually truly need to go out and get, right? I think that's a benefit, right? Like knowing hopefully not a lot of guys leave, right? I think Kale's pretty loyal. I think Cam's obviously going to be pretty loyal to coach, right? Like. Howard came with him, Sage came with him, right? So I think those guys are pretty loyal to him, and that's the big thing. But this year went better than we could have expected, right? No, I don't think a lot of people expected us to go to the Elite 8, right? So you can't be mad at the result, right? And to me, I really had no feeling over the game because I was like, we're playing with house money. Like if we lose or if we win, I would feel amazing, right? Final 4, celebrate that for sure. But if we lose, also it's like nobody expected us to get this far, right? Like, and it's your first year with the new coach, and now you just focus on building it. And I like what he said. I don't know if you heard what he said afterwards, but he said when he was talking about Tavion and Bennett, and he even said, Brendan, he said, I hope they look back in 10 years and we're going to Final Fours and winning national championships, right? And I was like, I like that mentality, right, of him thinking that way, right? Like, And that's what a coach is supposed to say, but right, he actually thinks that way because he did it at the D2 level, right? And I know D2 and D1 are different, right? But he actually thinks that way, if that makes sense, right? Like he's not just spewing stuff at you, like saying it but not showing it, if that makes sense. Like if a Fran would have said that, we would have just laughed it off. You get what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
if a Fran says that, you just laugh it off. But with him actually saying, he's actually done it at a level before, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right. So like it's good to see, and it was just interesting. It was fun, fun year. It sucks to lose that way and be there the whole way. You got to be able to rebound. You got to make shots. But I did say this early in the year. I don't remember saying this, that at some point the size wasn't going to come to our disadvantage. It wasn't going to be a super disadvantage for us, right? And I think it just happened tonight, right? Like that's kind of why my feelings not that, because I knew at some point the size was going to be a big issue, right? And then even Ben said at the beginning of the year, where he kind of said he was trying to get some bigs because he knew he needed a big, right? He was trying to get some bigs, but he just got outpriced for him, right? Like he said that. So I think he kind of knew too, like there might be chances where we do get out rebounded pretty well because we don't have a true like physical rebound, if that makes sense, right? Like,
yeah. And they missed it all season. They really did.
Yeah.
Let me do this while you're here, James. I'd like to, because I had saved a couple of these clips on Twitter. This is kind of a maybe I'll get Corey's reaction to these when he gets back. But I just wanted to throw these up again. For the record, I'm not complaining about the officiating.
I'm also a coach, so for me, like, I'm one of the people where I'm also like, you just gotta play through it, right? Whether it's right or wrong, right? At the end of the day, you look back. Like now you can look back at it now, but like in the game, I'm more like you just gotta play through it, if that makes sense. But
yeah. So this is Koch's 5th foul. This is the foul that got him out of the game. So Wagler, as you can see, dumps it off the Boswell.
You definitely can't call that. And I'm also a proponent of like, I feel like if the offense is the guy creating the contact, how is the defensive guy's fault, right? Like, but it gets called all the time. So I'm not trying to say like they were wrong or right, but like a lot of times you'll see the offensive player, even on the one drive where Wagler drove in. I think the first one he fouled on, or the one where Bennett was backing up, right? He literally created the contact. He flew into Ben, and then they called the foul. It's like Ben didn't do nothing. He's literally just there, and you fly into him. That should not be on the defense.
Yeah. Let me let's get rid of that one for now, and then I'll bring up the next one.
That one, the Wagler one you just showed, though, is kind of, I agree with Ben. You can't call that if you haven't called it all day, right? Like you, if you're gonna call it all day, then call it all day. But you haven't called it all day, and then you call that.
This was one that caught my attention.
I did, to be honest with you, I didn't notice he ran into his player until I saw it on Twitter.
Yeah, I saw that and I went, that looked like, excuse me, it looked like he ran into his own man. So that's another one I think was questionable at best. I mean, I think you could maybe make an argument.
That one, I can kind of see why from the angle he might have saw it, though, because like Banks is right there.
I can see why this official would have called that. Yeah. I think if they had 2 or 3 chances to look at it, I don't think they would have called that. But yeah, from that angle, it does way worse. Had it been this official that called it on the baseline there, I would have
then I would have been mad. Yeah, but him, I can get why he saw it.
All he sees is the Illini guy running into his own man.
Yeah.
So let's put that one on the shelf here. Here was another one. This was Mirkovic.
Yeah, that one I, and I'm not a proponent of flopping, but I put it in the Discord, like if you fall there and act like you hit your face, I think they will make a look at it, right? Whether they see it or not. See, if they don't see it, but you fall and you're like holding your face, because you see how some people just hold their face when they get hit, right? Like if you fall and like hold your face, they might actually take a look at it, right? Whether they see it or not. And I'm not a proponent for flopping, but I'm saying like sometimes you might just have to do that, right? Where you fall and you're falling.
It's so tough because again, you know that if he falls there and he kind of sells it, then Twitter's going to roast him for that if he didn't get hit in the face and
but at least you're making the refs look at it, though, is more my point, right? Like if they don't see it, they at least will see you fall and then like, okay, maybe we got to go look at it, right? Like,
yeah.
But, and then also the one that was bad to me, the worst one was the offensive interference that they did not call. Like, I don't know how you don't see that. That one's bad. I don't know how you don't see that one. That was probably the worst call, especially in the first half. Was like, you got to know the ball was on the rim when you touched it. Like, if I can see it from watching at home, there's no way you should be able to see it in the arena.
The trip foul too was, I mean, I think that was probably the right call, but it was
it was, but it just stunk that he was on a fast break, right? Like it was definitely the right call. I'm not at that one. But another thing too is like people saying they should have went back and reviewed it. They can't review it because they didn't call it, right? So
Yeah,
since
they can
didn't
review it
technically
if they call it or if it's
yeah,
a challenge, but they
Yeah.
cannot
they can't just go back and review
Yeah.
it.
especially like because the open play continued. So
Yeah.
you can't just do that. I'm gonna put these up here just because I'm not dealing with it tonight. 1220 Muller says losers say what you just said. You're obviously biased. I think there was somebody, a bunch of Iowa City crybabies. Whatever, dude. Like they did not lose because of the officiating. I'm not claiming they lost.
I even said you got to play through it. So I don't know what they're talking about because I said you got to play through it.
All we said.
I'm like, if you're saying that about,
I played a couple videos and just had people react to them. That's all I'm doing tonight. They lost because Illinois was the better basketball team, and they were from start to finish. Iowa made some shots that made it look different in that first half, but that is literally all that happened. So I don't know where that comment's come from, but that is that's I really don't know what those are about.
Kyle knows me. I've been proponent for always saying you just have to play through it. So Kyle knows that's something I've said the whole time. Like I
don't know if that was targeted at me or if that was targeted at you, but whatever.
It was fun, and obviously we'd love to have been playing on Sunday or Saturday, but it's just not how it worked. But I'm thankful and just happy and fun to watch this team, and get to watch basketball this late in the year. Actually I get to watch basketball this late in the year no matter what, but actually to watch my team this late in the year, I guess, if that makes sense, right? Like, it made it fun, but
yeah.
I appreciate it.
Lamenting a bad call doesn't mean you're using it as an excuse. And it was interesting going as media there a few times, James, because when you go to Carver as media, it is unbelievable. Like for both the men and the women, like nobody in that building knows what a foul is. Like I was never committed a foul in their eyes, and I respect it. I respect it because I also said that in Discord where I'm like, people are crying about fouls, and it's like some of this stuff is fouls. Like as somebody who coaches, like a lot of it is fouls. Is it frustrating that it's getting called? Yes, obviously, right? Yeah,
but also it's a foul.
And by the way, I'm sure that some Illinois fans could probably play clips of Iowa today and probably make the same case. I'm just it came to my attention.
If you want to pick apart games where fouls are missed, you can do that for any basketball game you watch because the fouls are going to be missed, right? Like it's not uncommon to happen. It's just sometimes it sucks when it doesn't go your way, but that's how life works, and you just got to keep rolling with the punches. And I know Ben would say, just like I would say, you got to play through it, you got to be strong, you got to be tougher, right? And that's just how it works. They out-toughed us, they out-rebounded us, they were doing all the gritty stuff, and at the end of this, that's why they won the game, right? And we didn't. And
absolutely.
But I appreciate everything you guys do, and obviously it'll be interesting to see the portal. Hopefully nobody leaves, but you never know. And I think you could maybe see Fulgaris maybe test the water just by what he had. And my friends have always said this. I think testing the water is not a bad thing just to see where you are, because you can always come back. It's not like the NFL, right, where like you enter the draft and you're stuck, right? Like you can test the waters and at least see where you're at, and then see what you got to build on from their perspective too, on top of your coach's perspective, right? So it's not all the time a bad thing just to even test the waters, whether you're not even close to getting drafted or you're a UDFA or you're a second round pick, right? Even anything doesn't matter. You at least get to see what other people think of you that are outside of your own coaching staff, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a reality of college sports at this point that players will do what's best for them. And honestly, I mean, Ben said this at times too. If they honestly think through their options and they want to enter the portal, that's probably best for the program too. I mean, it's best for everybody involved in most cases. I mean, he said, hey, if you're a guy that's if you're a guy that's team oriented and you're tough and you want to be here, then we'd love to have you. And if not, then there are other guys out there that are like that. And I think if anything that people can take from this, it's that Ben doesn't necessarily need individual. I mean, he's not going to be, unless it turns out, and maybe I'll be totally wrong down the road, that, we look back and we say, man, Bennett Stirts was that guy. He dragged Iowa to the Elite Eight, and it really was him, because they haven't been back since. But, I think if Ben can take a roster like this to the Elite Eight with one great player and really not a lot of help, I mean, look at the box score today and tell me that he had a lot of great talent around him. He just didn't. If he can do that, then there's no individual loss that's going to devastate me. Obviously, it could help or hurt their chances to retain certain guys. I mean, Fulgaris being probably top of the list next year, but I mean, I'm not gonna sweat it if he says, yeah, I'm like you're saying, if I'm gonna test the waters or see what's out there for me in terms of money or whatever. I mean, that's his prerogative. He can do what he wants, but I'm not that alone would not make me lose faith in the Ben McCollum era.
For sure. And also, I feel like the Elite Eight, making the Elite Eight, especially in your first year, puts like people looking out for you, right? Like other recruitments are going to be like, oh, Iowa made the Elite Eight, right? Maybe I can be that guy. Or you see, and obviously this is on the girls' side, but you see Caitlin Clark and the impact she had, right? And now you see Bennett and kind of how people rallied around him, right? It could be like, oh, I'm a star. If I can be a star in Iowa, everybody's going to rally around me, right? On top of whatever the NFL is, right? But like everybody's going to rally around me. They're always going to support me as at least the fans that Iowa will, right? Like, I think this is also the plus part of it is like the recruiting aspect and what it could do too, right? It could do big things as well. Maybe it might lose people, but also could do really big things too with making the Elite Eight. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Something we don't talk about, but I'll let you get to your other callers. And the only question I would have is just, hopefully it gets better from here, right? Like obviously this is your best, right? But you don't want to regress, right? So hopefully we don't regress into the means, right? But we know Ben is a winner, right? We know he cares about winning, and I'm just thank you, Beth Getz, right? Like she made her hire. I think we were questioning about it, where it's like some people were saying DeVries, some people were saying McCollum, right? Like
she made two great decisions. I think I don't know that we've seen the extent to which the Tim Lester hire will pay off. I think we'll see that next year.
Yeah.
I think she's made two incredible decisions so far, and obviously she has a tough one with the wrestling program as well, although they did finish better at nationals. But man, Ben McCollum, absolute slam dunk hire. I mean, this is the thing too, James. I mean, they could get better next year and not get this far.
Yeah.
That's
it's just how it works sometimes. It's all about your draw too, right? Like they got a draw where
all about your draw. I
but
think in retrospect, I mean, when we break down those Florida games, I mean, people may slam me for saying this. I think Illinois is better than Florida. I think they are. I think Florida had a great run in the regular season. I think they were by far the weakest one seed. So not to say that the draw was, I mean, they got Clemson, I would say was favorable in round one. I would say the Nebraska draw in the Sweet 16 was pretty favorable. I think that was among the more beatable teams that they could have gotten in the third round of the NCAA tournament. I mean, you just can't react emotionally to these things. I believe in what they have with Ben McCollum and with the foundation of this roster, with his coaching staff, all that kind of stuff. But the future is bright. That doesn't mean it'll happen every year, but you certainly have an opportunity to get back there.
Yeah, for sure. And the capability of the coach you have, and you see what he did with the talent he had here. And there's no shade on any of these players because they are all basketball players, right? They all can play the game, and
there's something to be said too, by the way, for getting. I mean, you really don't know what you have in a coach until you get to that moment, and he has to answer the call, and he answered the call. I mean, the NCAA tournament, as Coach Close would tell you, is a very unique experience. You're scouting teams on very short notice.
Mm-hmm.
You maybe have an assistant pegged to study a team a few days in advance, while you're playing against another team. And then it's like, okay, can we communicate that to the head coach? Can the head coach get a proper scout? Can he relay that to the team? Can we do it and walk around or walkthroughs and shoot around? And then can we go out and implement it on 48 hours notice?
Yeah.
Right. Like it's just really hard. And to know that you've been through the fires with a team that really didn't have a ton of talent outside of Stirts, and to know that your coach did stand up and answer the call in a way that, I mean, frankly, I'm just being honest, Fran McCaffrey never did.
Yeah. Well, also, I feel like, and there's no offense, I love Sherman Dillard. I love all the assistants he's had. I feel like Barnwell and like these guys, Sash and like those guys understand Ben McCollum in a way where like Sherman understood it, but he didn't like. I feel like Sherman, like the other guys, didn't like. It's a different kind of assistant coaching this year than it has been under Fran, if that makes sense, right? Like,
yeah, 100%.
Like I feel like they just like get Ben, if that makes sense. I'm not saying they didn't get Fran either, but like they're right there with him. Like I feel like a lot of times they think the same. I think there were some points where like Sherman and like the other guys wouldn't think the same as what Fran was doing, if that makes sense. But like, I don't know about this, right? Like in their heads, and they're like, all these guys are like, yeah, we're all doing the right thing, right? We're all here together, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
But no, I'll talk to you later, and I'll let other people get on the call. But enjoy your night. And it sucks it ends this way, but you can't complain. You know, you just got to be happy and move on. So.
Yeah, absolutely. As Coach said, it's you know, in a couple of days we'll all be happy and smile about what happened. But just for tonight, obviously watching what happened, it's kind of painful, but it'll be good. We're we got an off season ahead of us and a great year next year. All right, thank you, James. Appreciate the call. All right, we're going to continue. Hopefully, about 15, 20 minutes away or less from Corey Brada chiming back in with his closing message here before we wrap things up. Would love to hear from Corey again if he had anything else to add from his one-on-one with Ben McCollum. Would like to highlight for anybody that hasn't been keeping up, Arizona on a run in the second half. They're up 20-7 on Purdue in the second half, 51-45 overall, 12 minutes to go in the second half. If you're interested, obviously don't leave us, but if you're interested in tuning into that game, the very tight game with a few minutes left here. So yeah, good stuff. Big Ten hopefully keep the hopes alive for a 3-team Final Four. Purdue can get through, Michigan can get through. So still lots of excitement for the conference, even with the Hawkeyes out. All right, everybody. Let's continue on. We got a couple more callers on the line, and then we will have Corey Brada rejoining us, hopefully. I'd like to add John to the mix. John, how are we doing this evening?
I'm so horny.
Okay. All right. I don't understand why. Yeah. I don't get it. I mean, you call in just to do that. Twice tonight. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna be answering calls from familiar callers only for the rest of the night. I'm not dealing with it anymore. All right, everybody. Go through some positive comments here. Brad Van Meter says, I feel like I need to hop on StreamYard now. You're more than welcome to, Brad. Would love to talk to you if you have any thoughts on the game. Appreciate your support and sponsorship as always, but would love to have you on StreamYard if you're interested. Dave says, thank you for providing this cast and discussion. Nicely done. Thank you. Appreciate that, Dave. It's been a rough, or not a rough week. It's been a long week, I would say. I was on the air for 4 hours after the Nebraska game. I was on the air for a couple of hours after the Florida game. I was on the air for a couple hours after the women's game this week. I told Corey now with us hitting the 2-hour mark here, I've been live for 10 hours this week. So, yeah, we're here until you guys go away. And I have a feeling we're not quite done yet. So we do appreciate the support though. It's been wonderful. And the only reason that we're live so long is we get support like that. All right, let's get my friend Lemansky in. Lemansky, you can add some comfort to us here in this moment, and hopefully a little bit more order than the chaos I've been experiencing with our call-in line.
Well, the world's a nutty place, Kyle. It's very nutty.
It sure is.
How did you feel? How were your feelings at the 5-minute mark, and how are your feelings right now?
Well, I'll tell you, I was grateful to be in the game at the 5-minute mark. I don't know. I had a feeling the entire buildup to this game, I really did not feel that Iowa was gonna pull this one off. I know they'd pulled off a couple of miracles before that, but Illinois, I mean, I said that from the moment that they went to Carver in January. I know that was a different Iowa team. I know. I don't want people to say, oh, Iowa was sick, blah, blah, blah. Illinois is different. I think they're different than every other team in this conference, barring Michigan. I don't believe that Nebraska was the second best team in the conference. I don't think it was Michigan State. I thought it was Illinois from start to finish this year. The size, the skill on those big men, their shooting ability, crashing the glass. I mean, frankly, when you have that many European players, European bigs, it's kind of hard to not have a level of skill and size that's overwhelming for the opposition. I mean, those guys, the way that they train, the way that they grow up playing selfless basketball, the way that they, grow up shooting regardless of position, it was just overwhelming. And, with Florida, they had the size, they had the advantages inside, but they did not have something very, very important that Illinois had. They did not have Keaton Wagler, and they did not have Stojakovic. I mean, those two guys put so much pressure on the defense. We talked about, just their ability to penetrate. Corey said they had 1 assist in the first half, and their offense didn't look horrible because that's not what their offense is built on. Their offense is not built on playmaking, from guards in terms of distributing. It's not built on anything other than skill from the big men, an unbelievable ability to rebound, especially compared to a team like Iowa, and then 2 guys that can really penetrate at will in Wagler and Stojakovic. I mean, it's one thing to deal with that inside presence. It's another thing to deal with the responsibilities of defensive rebounding when those 2 guys have the entire, they had 5 sets of eyes on them on the court. When Stojakovic gets the ball at the top of the key, he's got 5 sets of eyes on him. When Wagler gets the ball at the top of the key, he's got 5 sets of eyes on him. It's just tough to have to draw that level of attention, the gravity that Ben McCollum talks about, and be able to then turn and focus on defensive rebounding when a shot goes up, because you're so worried about giving up layups all day. So I didn't feel good in the 48 hours in the buildup. Again, very proud of the team, very proud of the way they competed. They played awesome. And I was grateful to be in the game with 5 minutes to go. I didn't think they were going to win this game. So I didn't feel great about it. Now, it's set in. We've been live for a couple of hours. So I just have to say it's immense pride. I mean, that's really the feeling right now. It's gratitude, number 1, and pride, number 2, for what they gave us when really we didn't expect it, maybe didn't deserve it. And they gave us a run that we'll remember for a long time. So no negativity at this stage, just pride.
My 5.5 minute feeling is kind of like Ben McCollum's gut feelings. I don't know if you remember the play, but Fulgaris was getting jammed down towards the rim. He was on defense. It was one of those brothers that had the ball. And the ball goes up and it hangs on the rim for an eternity at the 5 minute, 30-minute mark. And it kind of like in 4 seconds with that ball hanging on the rim kind of was the whole game to me. And when it went in, I kind of, my super optimistic viewpoint did a 360. I've seen enough basketball in my day that when you get the elite to the elite, it is a bounce of the ball. And if you've never seen replays, I think the best Iowa team I ever saw in my lifetime was Gary Close. And when they played UNLV, I think that was their best team when they were up by 14 at half. And that's why I got so emotional on your podcast, Kyle, because I knew that was the best team I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And that's just why, if you make any run at all, 2 game wins in a tournament or more, there's luck and bounce of a ball. I mean, it really is. And, the Nebraska bench, even a player should have said something, and they only had 4 people out in the floor defensively.
Yeah.
That's not a bounce of a ball, but it factors into the outcomes.
100%.
And that's what I'd like people when they go to bed to think about that, because what if that ball doesn't go in and we get the defensive rebound and it's a 1-point possession game, and as you tighten the screws on a favorite team, you sometime get an advantage. I think the real positive that I'm going to give to you, Kyle, is that Lute Olson had Jim Rosborough follow him in his whole career. Jim Rosborough really decided he didn't need to be a head coach, followed him from all his career, from Iowa to Arizona. And I think Ben McCollum's assistants have been with him the entire career. I think that really means something. You lose an assistant that can really change things. We'll find that out with the Iowa football team losing their special teams coordinator. I had a moment, the first time I ever saw Hayden Fry was on a basketball game. They introduced him to the fans after he was hired, and he was on a basketball game and they interviewed him, and he had this wide jaw and this odd Texan drawl. And when they got done with him, I just had this weird feeling like he's unique. And I think Ben McCollum he just does not want to make mistakes. He holds the people accountable regardless of the tall wingspan and size of Illinois. He just, they interview him about, periodically during the game, and he's just like, we got to do better. And he talks about competing. And the other thing that isn't on the floor, if you have a lineman from an athletic director, Beth Getz, pulling all the right levers, and Ben pulling all the right levers, that's what you really got to hang your hat on and just look forward to, buy those tickets. Yeah. I had the same feeling when Ben McCullum got hired before he ever coached a game, and I bought season tickets, and I had a really good seat. And then I have to drive a long way from Western Wisconsin. I dropped them, but I fully intended to follow that because I got the same scratch where it itches feeling when I started to know about Ben McCullum.
Yeah.
That's the exciting part of today.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Because you don't. Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say I really do hope, and we'll see how it plays out, but. And I think the offseason is a huge part of this, but I mean, I really hope that this is the beginning of new support for this program. And I think it fell a little bit out of the good graces of the community in that sense, in terms of people rallying behind it. I think part of it was also the fact that they had an incredible women's program to live up to, that really overshadowed them in many ways, to a degree that I really don't know if there's ever been a place in history where that's happened to the degree it happened at Iowa, where the men's team, overshadowed the women's team overshadowed the men to such a degree that it actually may have hurt attendance and may have hurt fan participation. But I hope this is the beginning of a new era in terms of support. I can recall back to days when I was a kid, where they would sell out a lot. And obviously the Luka Garza era, the building was very energetic. So it is a huge step. I mean, it's a huge, it's a huge milestone for this program. If they can get sellouts more consistently, if they can get attendance up into the 14,000 range, on a nightly basis, it swings games in this conference. We know how big it is to win games on the road, or how difficult it is to win games on the road. And, that'll be a big part of it. And not to mention the financial side too. I think Beth will be more than willing to provide resources for a team that's selling out, and more than willing to provide resources for a team that proves it can go on runs like this.
I hope you realize, and I think you do, how important fan support is. And I mentioned that, even before Ben coached a game, I bought season tickets to the men's game. But you do serve a purpose for planting seeds and see what happens. Look at all the people that decided, we'll make the trip to Houston for this game.
Yeah.
From the Hawkeye of the Storm plays a role.
Yeah.
Your donations to keep Corey there.
Yeah.
The fans play a role. And I think sometimes we forget about it, and somebody else is going to take care of a neighbor when they're sick, or do that extra thing because somebody else would do it. But the fans, you look at the women's program, I sat with my nieces in front of a women's game in the center court on the 10th row, and I think I made influence on the high school women's basketball team that I piled into Explorer. And we got caught in a snowstorm, so I had to call the parents, and they stayed overnight. And this dumpy hotel, and the walls were thin, and these young gals I could hear everything they say, and they had a great trip. And I think they'll remember that event when women's basketball, you could drive down and sit at midcourt.
Yeah.
How those young girls were influenced, and maybe it'll be their girls, but I don't think Nebraska has anything on the Iowa fan base.
No, they do not.
They act like it.
In some ways, Lemansky, I don't know that anybody has anything on the Iowa fan base. Not to say that there aren't, fan bases that necessarily turn out more, because that may be true. There may be, fan bases that are equally passionate. That may be true. But, again, it all comes back to, shows like these and communities like what we've got. I mean, it is a special thing that, with the women's team having as much success as they've had. And now with the men's team doing this, I mean, there is a special level of community that will hopefully, serve as a foundation for the McCollum era for many years to come.
Who outside of Bennett Stirts, who's your favorite player?
That's a really good question. I'm going to go with Tate Sage. I think Tate Sage is my favorite player outside of Bennett for now. Obviously with Bennett moving on, I think he's my kind of guy. He's very, very tough, very, very selfless. Every time that I've spoken to him or seen him in person, carries himself the right way, carries himself, with a ton of respect and a ton of, class, but also you could tell he has that little nasty streak in him. And he was tough as nails in this tournament. He made all the shots in all the moments that mattered. I would go with him.
This isn't very Christian of me, but I'm going to speak it anyway. I think one of the great, if it's a lesson or if it's just something to admire, Cooper Koch, in today's world of pay for play,
yeah,
I'm sure the players, I know the players feel that way in the locker room. They don't look at it like us fans do. McCollum didn't teach them to act like we're acting, most of us tonight.
Yeah,
but they're not satisfied, and they're chasing the brass ring. But
how about the way that kid competes on the inside too, Koch? I mean, a kid that's not really completely physically developed at his size, the kid that maybe struggles in terms of length and in terms of, girth inside and tonnage. I mean, he competed so hard in the Florida game. He competed so hard in this game, whether he got the result that he wanted or not. Competed really, really hard inside.
But Cooper got to watch Price go to Nebraska, and that probably threw him for a loop a little bit. But, when Cooper decides to stay and he can watch Price go to Nebraska and he goes farther than Price.
Yeah.
I hope Cooper just puts that in his heart. How do you measure that as integrity in a human being?
Yeah. Well, you're gonna measure it now for those guys in terms of the reactions that they'll get in that building forever now. I mean, when Fulgaris or Koch or any of those guys walk in that building, they're going to get that reception for the integrity that they showed.
And the same thing goes for Bennett following his head coach.
Yeah. Yeah. He probably could have got double the money that he got at Iowa. I don't know that for a fact, but there were rumors out there that he turned down a lot of money.
I was a banker for 20 years, Kyle. I can guarantee you there's a lot more things more important than money. Yeah, it's damn important. But I tell you what, as you get older, there's a hell of a lot of things a lot more important than money. And I think Cooper Koch and Bennett Stirts just kind of serve that up for the average person like me to say, you gentlemen proved it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Corey's with us. I don't need to talk anymore unless Corey wants to ask me why the hell I was in Houston and get my shit together.
Corey, welcome back.
Hey. I'm back at my home base here. So man, it's I walked out of the Toyota Center. I took one more picture of the outside. It's crazy. I can't imagine being one of those players. Just to reflect on what they were able to accomplish in the matter of 2 weekends. We keep saying they were 5 minutes away from a Final Four. They were. They were 5 minutes away from going to Indianapolis and talking about playing in a Final Four. Now, do I think they would have won in a Final Four? No. I don't think they're beating. I don't think they're beating Duke. Although I don't think Duke's unbeatable. You just never know, man. This tournament's crazy. It's just that's the blessing and the curse of March Madness, because it can be over so fast. It is over so fast.
Yeah.
Unless you make a run and win the whole thing, you lose your last game of the year. Everybody loses but one, right? Unless you're in the NIT or whatever they call it, the Crown. But everybody but one team loses. So,
you're going to end sad, right? Like if they had gone to the Final Four and lost, we'd all been like, man, they were one game away from the national title. I mean, that's just how it goes. I mean, there is something pristine and special about the Final Four, and it's a landmark. But so is getting to a national championship. I mean, didn't we all say this when the women got to 2 straight national championships? Like, man, they were so close to a national title twice.
Yeah.
But those were also 2 Final Four berths.
Yeah.
And we don't talk about it as much. Not that I'm saying we don't always focus on the negative, but I'm just saying, like, everybody is going to say, man, we were close if you win enough. And if you don't win enough, it's just, hey, we got to be better.
Yeah.
And I think for the men right now, it's like, wow, I mean, how did we do that? How did they do that? And now you just move on and try to I don't agree with Kyle's comment earlier. I think Ben will find a 5. I think Ben will find a viable 5. And I don't know where that money's going to come from, Kyle. But I just think Ben has maybe I'm buying into the hype too much right now, but I think Ben has cached himself enough, almost too much, in 1 year at Iowa and getting to the Elite Eight and doing what he's done. I think he's cached himself too much to where he's not going to go swing, and miss. Like there's somebody's going to want to play for him, and somebody's going to be willing to take a lesser paycheck to do it because they want to play in the system and they see the need. That's what I think, and I could be totally off on that. And I don't think Urok is the solution. And I don't think so. I've been saying that since I first saw him play, and I like Trevin. He seems like a great kid. I don't think he is a long-term solution. And I could be wrong, but I don't believe he's even a long-term solution. So, I mean, I guess what are your thoughts on that? I just think they're going to have to get someone else.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with you that they'll get someone viable at the 5. I'm just, when you watch this game, they're, further away than somebody that was viable at the 5, I think, in terms of competing inside. I mean, obviously they could have won the game with the current roster, but, if you want to consistently make runs like that, I mean, you're going to need, if they had somebody like even one of those twins that Illinois had, those giants inside. I mean, those guys are very, very expensive. And maybe you're correct that they'll be able to, they'll be willing to take a pay cut to play for somebody like Ben. But
I mean, let me ask you this. How does Iowa football find Tory Taylor in Australia?
I mean, they find Tory Taylor because they're elite at recruiting special teams.
Okay.
And scouting special teams.
So, okay, well, I mean, we just don't know can Iowa be elite and at scouting a big overseas. I guess that's you brought up the Visich or whatever those guys' names are, like those twins. There's bigs there's bigs in Europe. There's bigs in South America.
But those guys, I mean, those twins are getting $1 million each or more.
I understand, but I'm just saying, you get Cam back. I don't think you need a Duke Brennan. I don't think you need
no, I don't think so. But
I don't think you need a Felix Okpara. I think you need someone who can compete with Cam for starting minutes. That's all I want, because I think Cam's going to get better. I think Cam in another year in the system.
I think he will too. It was a little bit shocking visually to see the size discrepancy against Florida and Illinois both. I think Cam will get better, but
they beat Florida. What are you talking about?
They did. What do you mean? Yes, they beat Florida, but they did not. They beat Florida. You're correct, but I'm talking about on a consistent basis competing on the interior, because you don't want to be in this position every single year where you're having to rely on miracles because you're getting crushed on the glass.
Okay, what they did against Florida was not a miracle. They didn't get crushed on the glass. They played.
They tied on the glass. I know they tied on the glass. But I'm just saying the reason why we all viewed that game as improbable is because they did not. They
proved they don't need a miracle with less size. That's my point.
Yes. In one game they proved they don't need a miracle. Yes.
Well, no, actually they played.
I don't think that's a solution long term. I think they need a little bit better interior play.
Well, nobody's debating that. I'm simply saying I don't think it's as drastic as maybe you think it is with personnel. I think if you get another Cam Manio-esque slightly better, I think you can be a lot. they have to be able to turn to someone other than a 4 going to the 5, like Fulgaris having to play the 5.
Yeah.
That's
My contention is about Cam Manio's size. That's the biggest thing. Like, can they get a 7-footer at all?
Why do they need a 7-footer? You tell me, why do they need a 7-footer?
Why does every national championship contender have a 7-footer? Every single one. Name me one that doesn't.
Well, let's go through the last. I mean, I'm not gonna, I don't know the last.
Florida
5
had one. Duke has one. Michigan, Arizona, Illinois had 2.
Yeah. So those guys, those teams all had lottery picks as well. But regardless,
Well, they did.
I don't think that's the one variable that's different.
I don't think it's the one variable, but I think you have to look at, if you're trying to get to where those programs are at, 7-footers are, think about Purdue. Purdue has had 7-footer after 7-footer.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying they don't need size. I mean, Urok is a 7-footer. You want to play him? It's not just about a 7-footer.
He's not athletic enough.
Okay, well, so let's not talk about just 7-footers. Let's talk about skilled guys who are 6'9", 6'10", 6'11", 7 foot, whatever. Like, I guess my contention is, A, they're going to have to develop a lot of positions better than your average program in this league.
Yes. Yeah.
And B, you're probably going to have to work with slightly less size. Like, that might be what you have to accept, Kyle. Like, you might have to accept that, hey, we can't afford a really skilled.
I thought they were going to find a diamond, Corey. Why do they have to accept that?
I didn't say diamond. When did I say diamond? I never said diamond. But what I'm saying is, you might have to accept that, hey, we can't afford a 7-footer who's really skilled, but we can afford a 6'9", 6'10" guy that's really skilled. But a lot of teams aren't willing to offer him the paycheck that Iowa is, because of the fact that he's down 2 or 3 inches over what they're expecting. And I think Ben can work with that. I think Maniau is proof that he can work with someone like that.
I think he can too. And I think part of this discussion too is the fact that, like, I mean, you look at we went through it earlier. I mean, you think about what they have coming back next year at forward. They have Koch, they have Sage, they have hopefully Fulgaris, they have Howard coming back, they have Trey Thompson in the wings at forward. Ethan Harris, I think, is a forward. Like, they've got tremendous depth there. So I mean,
they got 6'8", 6'8", 6'8", 6'8" everywhere next year.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
assuming Fulgaris comes back and Maniau comes back.
Yeah.
So, anything else, Lemansky?
Lemansky's just enjoying the debate portion of this show from the
I tell you, it's an added dimension to your show that I think a lot of your viewers just relish.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that, but
no, I think they do.
No, they do. They do.
And someday I'd like to be right in the middle off the air and have a beer and just watch you go back and forth and have my head.
We need to, Corey. We need to do some first take programming at some point. You know how the people that produce the show, they'll like meet with the 2 hosts beforehand and they'll say like, hey, here's a topic. Do you guys disagree? Oh, you guys agree. Well, then we'll do another topic. They just go until they find arguments to have.
You guys could do that. I'm not taking sides, and I hope people don't get sick of my historical perspective. Surely some do. Clay Hargrave led the Big Ten in rebound at 6'4". And when I hear Ben talk about 6'9", at first I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I got to try to understand that. But I'll leave you with this, and I hope it makes people feel better. If Ronnie Lester hadn't got hurt, a lot of the national pundits said Iowa wins the national championship. Even without him down the stretch, he was out of the game. Daryl Griffith was shooting Caitlin Clark through. They didn't have threes back then. He was shooting these long bombs that shouldn't have went in, and they went in. They almost beat Louisville anyway. The best team, if you consider Ronnie Lester's health, the best team I ever saw was Gary Close, the 87 team that got beat by UNLV. That was the best team, I think, if you take it the way I said it. And they were up double digits in the first half. That's probably the one time in my life where I counted my chickens before they're hatched. And I think it was Armin Gilliam. I think I got his first name right. He went on a Luka Doncic tear that was just unhuman-like, or an NJ tear, or a Kobe Bryant tear. And my dreams are busted. So the most important thing is the journey. And I think the journey is what Ben Cullen is trying to teach us as fans. Because when he said, you know, when I won a national championship, I said, isn't there anything else? Like, what the hell? Doesn't somebody, you know, is this all there is? And so I think Ben, and I'll leave you with this, and maybe it isn't comparable, but, you know, my family chased showing competitive cattle up into Canada to win the toughest hosting show in the North American continent. And we were second like 3 times. And the guy that worked with us that was like the Ben McCullum of our show string that, you know, we took 20 head out. And we had a chance to win. We didn't. We had official judges say you should have won. And the guy that helped us was so down. I sat down beside him and I says, I'm not as down as you are. And he said, well, I wanted your dad to win the big one. And I said, you know what, Marvin? He didn't have to win the big one. I know my father. He's smiling ear to ear. He loves the journey. Thanks for covering. I'll get the hell out of here because I've taken too much time. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Lomansky.
Thank you, Lomansky.
He always knows how to end his calls. You ever notice that? He's always like,
That's a skill. It's an important skill, right?
he would be he's like George Costanza, that episode where in Seinfeld where he would always leave on a high note.
Yes.
See, Kyle's too young. See, Kyle doesn't know George Costanza. Do you know Seinfeld?
No, I'm too young for that.
That's crazy. You don't know Seinfeld. Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to highlight this. My good friend Connor Lawrence played college golf with him, teammate of mine. He's called into the show for Illinois basketball. He's one of my big Illinois basketball connections. So he said, y'all have a fantastic coach. Only did it with a great coach and pure grit, I assume is what he means. Connor and I were actually discussing going down to Houston, and through some prayer and probably good decision making, decided not to go down. But we were close to pulling the trigger. I tried to convince him into going, but didn't work out this time. Maybe we'll meet again in the Elite Eight someday.
I do appreciate some kind comments from Illinois fans. I mean, I know
Yes,
there's a bit of a rivalry there, but I really don't have anything against Brad Underwood. I have more respect for him than I used to.
Yeah.
I have enjoyed some of his
really good coach.
I've enjoyed some of his antics in post-game press conferences where he's just ripped players. Like, I find that almost refreshing because I know there's a reason why he does it, and his guys still love to play for him. And he got over the hump that Brandon was never able to get over. Like, a lot of people put those two guys in the same boat because they played similar styles. You know, they scored a lot of points, didn't play much defense.
Both through temper tantrums.
couldn't win in March. We're kind of loose cannons. And here's a guy who, you know, like Fran, paid his dues, but now he's broken through. And so, hey, I'm rooting for Illinois. I'm rooting for Illinois the rest of the way. I'm rooting for Purdue. We got an update on that score real quick before we get to our next caller.
Yeah, let me pull that up. Purdue is getting blown out in the second half, 41-21 Arizona in the second half. So it's 72-59 Purdue with 3 minutes to go. So that's going to be Arizona Final Four. Yep.
So it's going to be Arizona on one side, Illinois on the other side, and then tomorrow we've got UConn versus Tennessee, and then what's the other one on the Iowa side?
It would be Tennessee, Michigan, and then it's Duke and UConn.
Duke and UConn. Okay. Yep. Thank you. Tennessee. So let's hope Michigan, Illinois in the championship. I'll take that. Right.
I would take that as well. I think that'd be a fun one.
Yeah, and it'd be great for the conference.
Yeah.
All right. We got several people who want to chat. Please be patient. We're gonna first of all, before we get to our next caller, what have we done as far as promos? Can I ask that question?
I've hit Brad and I've hit Big Grove just once each, and we have someone in the call-in line here with a familiar name.
I know. All right, so somebody, let's answer the person who's claiming to be Mr. Brad. I don't think this is actually Brad. I'm going to be a quick trigger on this. Brad.
It'd be fun if it was.
I don't believe it is, but hey, you're on the show. Your mic is muted though.
I'm horny as fuck.
All right. Yep. I knew that was going to happen. Quick trigger. Say quick trigger.
Did you ban him or did he leave before he could?
No, I'm going to ban him right now though.
Okay.
So like I texted Brad and I'm like, you know, I didn't get a response, but Brad's not calling into our show at 10 o'clock at night. He's also not. Well, I can't put the comment up. He said something about someone sucking. Like. Yeah. He's not coming onto our show and saying, this guy sucks. Like, if you know Brad's not going to do that. Brad's professional. That's the same moron.
That's his third. That's his third time today. He's come in under 3 different names.
Okay, well, he's done that. Wait a minute, you've had that happen 3 times tonight.
Yes, but I don't know how to tell him apart from any other person.
Oh, my
so,
gosh.
But he keeps leaving before I can ban him in the bottom here. I don't know how to ban people if
This is okay. This guy's been calling into our show pulling that nonsense for years, Kyle.
Literally. I mean, what like
he's your white
have
whale.
Something better to do, dude. Like the first time, yeah, sure. But like, how old are you?
Old enough to know better. All right. We got a couple more people.
We go to REM Properties. Yes.
Yeah, we got Erica. We got 2 people.
Hi.
We got 2 people who are in our Discord, so this is going to be fun.
So it doesn't get confusing. Hey, how's it going?
First of all, love the sweatshirt.
Awesome. Good to see you guys. So I just want to start with like what Lisa Bluter said to the women when they made their first run. If I would have told you at the beginning of the season that we would go to the Elite 8, do you think you'd be happy with that?
Oh yeah.
I mean,
that's a rhetorical question.
Come on.
Yeah.
So anyway,
honestly, if you'd have told me we would get to the second round, I probably would have been happy with that.
Right. Yeah. The Sweet 16. Like,
time out real quick.
I mean,
Can I just make some? Let me just make something very clear before we continue this.
We're just
Erica,
like so lucky to have had this historic year. Absolutely incredible. So I went out to try to watch the game tonight, like, decided to be cool and like not just hang out at my house. And first place I went was Pat and Fran's in Corville, and there was like no tables available. And of course I'm showing up like 10 or 15 minutes before the game. No tables available. Okay. And then I go to like Tavern Blue. They're having some like carnival event, so like I couldn't get a seat there. And so then we ended up going to like Reunion Brewery, and there were like the last 2 seats at the bar available. So just wanted to say this has been a great economy boost for Iowa City, and I'm sure plenty of other places in Iowa. Right?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Okay, shoot. I don't think I can hear you guys on this. Hold on. Let me.
Thank goodness.
I was going to say there's.
Thank goodness that's what it is.
I can hear you now. Okay.
I'm like, all right.
We good now?
We got you now.
I can hear you.
Right. There we go. Okay, good. Good.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Erica. I agree with everything you
things.
just said. I agree with everything you just said. No, she still can't hear me.
Did you guys hear the interview on the Pat McCaffrey show?
Yes, I did hear that.
I can't hear Corey.
I know.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me turn it over here.
So she can hear Kyle, but she can't hear me. And Kyle, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
No, you got me now, Erica? So she can hear Kyle, but she can't hear me. And Kyle, you can hear me. Okay, this is not going to work. Let's just boot me out. I'll come right back and see.
Yeah, I can hear you on my computer over here.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Kyle. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's weird because Corey. Okay, so we're gonna kick Corey out and then have him come back in just a second.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Is that that better?
Can you hear me now, Erica? We're gonna kick Corey out and then have him come back. Let's not have the echo. Can we just Kyle? Can you hear me now, Erica?
I can hear you on the.
Let's just yeah. Let's have her come out and come back in.
But not on.
Okay. No, like have her come all the way out, go all the way out. Like she's gonna have to go.
Okay. Let me here. I'm gonna remove you from the studio, Erica, and then we'll have you come back in just a second. All right. There we go.
All right.
Okay. Do we want to go to our next caller?
Well, before we get to our next caller, VMS dropped a super chat because I think VMS legitimately thought that was Brad Van Meter calling in, and if he did or he didn't, I mean. I would be happy to refund you your super chat. I don't think YouTube will let me because YouTube is not interested in refunding your money. But yes, thank you for the super chat, VMS, even if it was under somewhat false pretenses. And I am sure the real Brad Van Meter would
still want you to hit the like and subscribe.
Yes. Well, so I'm seeing some of these comments that were starred. Why didn't you kick him out? Okay. Never mind. I get rid of them. I got rid of them. So
this is my ship tonight, Corey.
Did you real quick? Did you ban Erica? Because she's not back in the queue.
No, I just booted her.
I know, but she's not coming back.
Yeah, I didn't ban her.
Hopefully, you didn't accidentally block her. Logan says, "Wish we would have driven more at the hoop and get role players to be more aggressive. I get they were bigger than us, but if refs calling soft fouls to me, that means drive and try and draw some fouls. They make it hard, right? I mean, they make it hard. They're long. They're in your space. They're quick. Like Keaton Wagler, I'm thinking of his offense more than his defense. But I mean, and Wagler like had that one step back against Isaiah Howard, where Howard was totally done. I mean,
that was bad.
He was done. And I said it I was sitting next to Brad Schultz, and I just said to him, I'm like, man, that's a bad matchup. And I know they're trying to throw multiple bodies at him, but that is a bad matchup. Let's see if we can get Erica back in. I don't want to make her wait. Erica, do we have you?
I think so. Hello?
Great. You can hear us?
You hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I just had to turn off the regular thing, and my camera isn't nearly as good. It's very grainy,
That's
but
okay.
It'll work.
That's okay. Thank you for being here. I was just making the comment before you logged off that if you want to talk about expectations, I said preseason heading into McCollum's first year, if the team made the NCAA tournament, then I would call it a successful year. So if they had lost to Clemson in game 1, I would have said successful year without question. With the roster they had, for them to not only win that first game, to upset Florida, to upset Nebraska, to get here and be a few minutes away from the Final Four. No, it's unbelievable. I think everybody has the right to still be sad that it's over, right? Like we were sad. And by the way, like one of the saddest moments I can remember as an Iowa basketball fan at heart is what I am, was watching Caitlin Clark walk off the court for the last time. And that was in the national championship. So it's not like, we still can celebrate while recognizing some things are just naturally bittersweet. And that's how I feel like Bennett Stirts. I asked him post game, I'm like, and he really just humbly deflected. But I said to him, I'm like, how does it feel to know you have one of the greatest individual seasons in Iowa men's basketball history? And that's what he did.
Yeah.
He came here and he had one of the best individual seasons in Iowa men's basketball history, right up there with Luka Garza. Garza had a couple of them. Keegan Murray had an amazing one. And then you want to go back, I'm sure, Ronnie Lester probably had, some that we'd have to look at. John Johnson, you want to go really far back. I know there's a bunch of others in the 90s, 80s and 90s that would be able to have a stake to that claim. So no, it's amazing what they accomplished, Erica. Nobody's debating that by any means.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Absolutely. I mean, that's just something that, I don't think that I was ever expecting or imagining, to witness anytime soon. Or, to get into Elite Eight is just something that you can only hope for. And even for our women's team at this point, because, we had high hopes this year. And,
all of a sudden, we're sitting here 2 straight years. Iowa women's basketball hasn't made the second weekend, and it's like,
well, and last year was like, whatever. This year, I think we expected it a little bit more, just as
we talked about that when they lost to Virginia. It's like, well, they exceeded expectations in the regular season, underwhelmed in the postseason. Mm-hmm. The men, on the other hand, I think met expectations in the regular season, and then definitely overachieved.
Absolutely. And it's not to say that the men had a more successful season than the women, because if you compare the amount of games that they won and the conference play and stuff like that, I just think that a good goal for the men for next season would be to just be one of the, I'd say, top 5 teams in conference play. To get back into the Elite Eight is obviously an unrealistic expectation, and I don't want what happened to make Hawkeye fans think that this is gonna, obviously this is I shouldn't say a fluke, but there was some luck involved.
There always is. Yeah.
We're not
what does that, real quick, what does that mean? Walk me through what that means. when you say there's luck involved in them getting here, like I just want to make
I don't expect to make the Elite Eight next season.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is, yes, there's some like chances of things like Fulgaris may miss that 3 against Florida and they don't win that game. But the fact of the matter is there was no fluke in them getting to the point where they were in position to win that game.
Oh, I'm not saying that like they shouldn't have like gotten into this game, but like everything went perfectly for us to beat Florida. Comparatively to other games that we could have won in the past or whatever in the season with the same team, etc. I mean, we came together at the right time.
Yeah, I mean that's also, I'm not trying to debate you, Erica, but this is just how I operate.
No, that's fine.
That's also good coaching, right? Like that's getting your guys to play their best basketball in March is also like, I don't think it's a coincidence that like McCaffrey got 15 tries at that and never really was able to pull that off. Briefly pulled it off when they won the Big Ten tournament, but then flopped once they got to the Richmond game. I don't think it's a coincidence that Iowa was able to find that. I'm going to call it a lucky, break in year one. So I agree with you. There, it's going to be hard to get back.
And I didn't mean it like that. Like
I'm not.
Oh, we got lucky, and like he didn't.
The better way to put it, I think, is of all the outcomes that could have happened in this tournament, regardless of Ben having them playing their best basketball, this was basically the top end of the outcome. If you played this tournament through 100 times, this is like probably one of the top 3 outcomes of the entire 100.
Yeah. I mean, it just like
Corey, you're rolling your eyes like you disagree with that.
Go ahead. I'm gonna let you just. I don't want to get into a big debate here. Go right ahead. I think, but when you just said what you just said, Kyle, 100 times, this is like a top 3 result. That's just we're all just throwing that out there. We don't know.
I wouldn't say 100 times, but like.
Well, you agree with me because we talked about your percentages before every game, so you agree with me.
No, I'm simply saying like that's an incredibly that you're saying that like they hit like a 3%. They tapped into a 3% window. Is that
I gave
us
a 40% chance to win against Nebraska. I'll put it that way.
Okay, Corey, what odds did you give them pregame against Clemson?
Erica, do you have anything else? I don't want to involve you in our petty debates. I'll kill Kyle on this later.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to know what's the Houston situation looking like? Are you leaving tonight, or like when are you going back to Des Moines? How are you going back?
I would love to be leaving Houston tonight, not because I don't like Houston, just I don't need to be here tomorrow. I don't need to be here tomorrow. But no, I'm flying back Monday.
Okay.
And I'll fly back to Des Moines and then have to get my car in Cedar Rapids at some point.
Okay, so you got a flight. Okay. Yep. And then
thank you for asking, by the way. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
And I know you donated to that, so thank you so much for doing that.
I donated the previous, but then it was to go towards the next one because that one didn't work out. So yes, of course. And then as like I had mentioned, the economy boost in Iowa City, I think that's great. And then obviously this is going to lead to a good recruiting season, I would think. I mean, like this can only do anything but good. But like we've even seen a few clips of Ben saying that like if you want to play for us or whatever, like you gotta be tough and yada yada yada. So yeah. I
mean, no, I don't. There is nothing negative that comes from a trip this far. The only thing that, that he was asked about at post game, what's the next step? Well, now you got to start focusing on the portal. Guys have started to announce, in the last couple of weeks, they've been announcing
weeks ago.
So like, I guess if you're not playing in March, it makes it easier to focus in on the portal. And even though a lot of these guys are not officially in the portal because they're not graduates and the window's not open, but that's why you have a staff, and there's tons of guys on these staffs now. Like they're no longer just 3 assistant coaches; they got assistant coaches out the wazoo. So they'll be able to tap into this success, Erica. I'm confident in saying that.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously like nothing but good, and like I would think that it's going to highlight our program in that like, wow, we have this like really badass coach that. unbelievably year one got us to the Elite Eight. I like saying that out loud. And I mean, I've said, yeah, it's just, I was just screaming my head off at the end of the Sweet 16 game at my house because that was just absolutely incredible. And then, yeah, Ben was asked on the Pat McCaffrey show about like recruiting. And like one of the things that he mentioned was like parents that I thought was interesting. Did you guys watch? So you guys did watch the?
I only saw the Pat McAfee part where they interviewed Coach K. After I haven't listened to the Bennett part yet, but I do know what you're talking about.
Where you interviewed Coach K?
Yeah, he had Coach K on right after to talk about Ben McCollum because Coach K knows Ben from his time. They used to play exhibitions against Northwest Missouri State. No, I haven't seen the actual interview with Ben yet.
Okay. Well, he had mentioned that like one of the things that is he takes into consideration is like the parents, and that this is like a whole new thing when you're recruiting because you have to worry about if the parents are going to like come after you if you're not getting enough playing time and stuff like that. And I just thought that was interesting that he touched on that because I mean they're like, and well, the question was like when like recruiting Tate Sage, like how do you know that you're going to get like this type of player? And that was his part of his answer is like a lot of his answer was about the parents and that and then a mood situation too. Like he doesn't want somebody who's going to be, moody or whatever, that somebody who's more like focused on the team rather than themselves. And then obviously parents. So yeah, I don't know. What is your feedback on that and recruiting when it comes to recruiting and like knowing that we're going to get a good player?
I'll have to listen to that interview, but I mean, I don't doubt him. He's recruited at three very different levels. And I know a lot of the parents of players that are on the team now. And I based on the parents that I know, they're all great people. I don't think they have much drama.
Yeah.
I actually met, cool story. I had the nice conversation with JR and his other son, Sam, who I think is a sophomore in college, or excuse me, in high school. He compared Sam to like a Josh Dix style. So he's more of a wing. So it'll be interesting. He's not real big. He's like JR was, and he's like Cooper was, pretty slender. He's going to have to add some girth, but it'll be interesting to see if he ends up being a high major player. Ran into Cam Manyow's parents outside on Thursday, and who was with him. All you women's basketball fans will like this. Destiny Manyow. She's a high major prospect. A bunch of people on her. I was recruiting her. She's a 4-star prospect, and I've talked to her on a couple of different occasions. She looks like her brother, not in a bad way. Like you could just tell she looks like her brother. So I've met her a couple of times, and they were all decked out in black and gold supporting her brother. So I kind of joked around about, it looks like you're going to play for Iowa, and they kind of just laughed. So, but my point is like I think culture is what you're describing. That's what Ben is all about, is making sure that you're not just recruiting a player. It's like marrying somebody. You're marrying into the family. You're not just marrying the person. I think that's kind of the principle that Ben probably drives his programs by.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty much it for me, guys. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here all year and for being in our Discord.
All right. I'll talk to y'all later. Thanks. Alrighty.
Good stuff. Yeah. Am I explaining that well? Kind of my perspective on that. It was great. I got to meet Nacho, Alvaro's brother, yesterday, 2 days ago. Got to briefly meet Bennett's dad. He seems like a great dude. I'm trying to think. I don't know Isaiah Howard's. I've never met Isaiah Howard's family. I've never met. Who else am I missing? I don't know Kel Combs' family. No. But I mean, those guys. I mean, again, if he's bringing them over from Drake, I mean,
they're following him.
To bring somebody over, they're following him, and to bring somebody over from
the Drake level that, oh, by the way, year prior, they were maybe at Wyoming, or in Tavion Banks' case was at Northwest Florida or whatever it was. Like, that probably means they're a cultural fit. And I know people, Tavion's had some off court issues. So there is that. What do you think about that? What are your thoughts on Tavion's off court issues? Now, I mean, I say issues. We know of one specifically where he got arrested. He also had a violation of team rules. I kind of think he's probably maybe a little edgy, but I think Ben in some regards is as well. It's probably one of those things that needs to get reined in. But hey, we don't even know if Tavion's going to be back next year.
Yeah. That was the altercation at a bar, right? The public intoxication thing. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, and that's something that coaches handle very uniquely too. I mean, Kirk Ferentz has very little tolerance for it, but there are other schools. I'm not slamming them for it because they get some very talented players. But I mean, people make fun of Georgia all the time for the fact that it seems like a player is getting a 125-mile-an-hour speeding ticket or a DUI once every month. And it's unfortunate that stuff happens. But I think that's all part of culture, and Ben has the decision to make as to what he will and won't tolerate and how he'll handle those incidences. But I mean, he's gotten through it. They went on a run. I mean, I think again, after a run like this, you get a blank slate. And if he does it again, then we'll have a different conversation. But it is what it is now. I think it's all in the past now.
Human being, we're in a new energy the dark can no longer hide. Imagine watching games that the best team actually wins. What does that mean?
That's just a snide remark about March. It's I think that's a comment about feeling like the last couple of games the better team has not won, and now the best team won.
Okay. And this comment is fair too. Yeah, Sage
Absolutely.
was second
second in the first half too, because he was playing well in that first half.
Yeah, Tate Sage had, for people who are watching, don't see the comment, Tate Sage fouled out late, and then that fourth foul really hemmed him down. And the comments about Owen Freeman, I just wanted to say real quick, these comments about Owen Freeman, I would have zero interest. First of all, Ben didn't really recruit him.
No, he didn't recruit him at
all. On the roster last year. They're not bringing him back. He's been a disaster at Creighton. He's injury prone. I don't know. This is going to sound really mean, but the idea that I don't agree with this at all. Owen would have brought toughness to this team.
No.
Excuse me?
No.
What? Am I missing something? I could be wrong on this, but
Owen Freeman wouldn't bring toughness to a cheer squad.
Okay. Do we have anything else?
Well, I was going to ask you, Corey, because I was asked this earlier. Who's your favorite player returning, or your favorite non-Bennett Stirts player on this team? I don't know if you heard my answer or not.
Well, my favorite player returning based on potential is Hawkeyes, because I still think that I still think that's why I asked him the question. Like, I think if he's playing the natural 4 spot, I just think his length and his ability to shoot, his ability to finish, like, he finishes well.
Yeah.
Tavion does not finish well.
No, he doesn't. That was disappointing, man. I mean,
that's every game. He doesn't finish well at all. Like, he finished pretty well against Florida, but at the same time, like, he doesn't finish the ones where he's got a better chance making shots through contact on and ones than he does on.
Yeah. That's weird, isn't it? Isn't that really weird? When he gets the contact, he goes through the contact. If he doesn't feel the contact, he's like, it's like this passive weird thing. I said Tate Sage. Tate Sage is my favorite player.
Yeah, I think long term, sure. And
I'm not even talking about skill. I'm just talking about demeanor. I just like him. I just think he's awesome.
And I think who's another guy we're not talking about enough probably is Trey Thompson. What level of impact can he make? Because, man, dude's 100%. Big. I watched him play preseason a little bit, and he's got some bounce. I mean, he does. Is surprised that he redshirted this year. So
yeah.
But anyways, all right, let's go to we got Kayla joining us. Kayla, this is your first time, I think, ever calling into the men's show. So thank you for supporting this as well.
I got called out on the Discord last time, so I figured I'd show up.
Well,
there you go.
That is much appreciated. I hope we haven't said anything that's too. I did see this. This is a comment that's perfect for you. Let me pull up the question before we get to your question. Where's this comment? This one right here. Your thoughts on no support from Caitlin Clark, or at least no
outward tweeting,
or Luka Garza too, by the way.
That's yeah.
Yeah, that one's. But see, his dad has, right? His dad has. So maybe Luka's just busy with his NBA season, and Caitlin's just busy getting ready for WNBA. It doesn't take real long to write out a
tweet out. Yeah, no.
It doesn't take real long. Go ahead, Kayla.
It's tough. I talked about it with my dad this morning because I think she's got such a microscope on her that anything she would say in support of the men's team would immediately be like, oh, see, she's going against Connor. See, she thinks McCollum's a better coach. And I don't think she wants to be put in that position.
Can I ask, Kayla, are you the type of, I promise I'm not trying to stereotype or, but I'm curious, are you the type of person that is into like the pop culture side of athletes and like you are? Okay, so my guess is you love the fact that Connor and Caitlin are a relationship. Like, or you did when it first started. Is that fair?
I did when it first started, yeah.
So I don't want to turn
it's tough, but
I don't want to turn it into a drama thing, but like, how do I pose this question without making it like, I guess what I'm trying to say is like, how sustainable is not the relationship? Because again, I don't want to go down that road.
Oh my gosh.
I just think it's such an awkward situation.
Yeah, I agree.
Because she is Iowa. Everything about Iowa is her.
It is so weird because she's maybe, I mean, if she's not, she's in the discussion for greatest Iowa athlete of all time.
Like doesn't something have to happen? Like either she has to not be so connected to Iowa in time. Like she has to kind of, what you said is true, but that's an awkward place to be. She can't fully embrace Iowa, everything Iowa is, because that would mean embracing a program that Connor seems to really resent.
Yeah.
And that's a Connor problem, but I mean,
under the women's post, when they like thanked all the fans and stuff, she commented saying, "We will be back." So obviously she's still got lots of support for the women's team. I did think it was a little strange that she didn't come to any of the games. She's still supported from afar.
I was going to say, when was the last time that Caitlin was at Carver?
Because she was in Des Moines
That's right.
past weekend for, seems like it was her brother's wedding from what I heard. Yeah.
Just time out real quick, because if I'm not mistaken, again, you can correct me if I'm wrong. But not this past season, but the previous season, I was at the game at the Knapp Center, and she was there.
Mm-hmm.
So she was there. You're saying she never went to Carver like that season, like Jan's first year?
Or no, she went that year. This year, she hadn't gone to any of them.
And when did the Connor fighting start? It wouldn't have started by last year, right? Because Fran was there.
Yeah.
So
yeah, since
so you're telling me, Kyle,
fallout, she hasn't.
What would her not coming to the Iowa women's games have anything to do with Connor's tantrums?
Well, I'm just pointing it out because there have been plenty of other former players that have made it. That's all I'm saying. Like, I'll be curious. Again, it's not a judgment on this year. I'm saying if over time we go years and years and years and she doesn't go to Carver and they're still dating or married, then that's weird. Isn't it weird? If she goes 5 years and she doesn't show up at Carver.
I don't know why. I'm going to ask the same. Why would she not show up to Carver because she's married to Connor? She might not show up to a men's game, but why would she not come to support the women? What does that have anything to do with Connor?
I don't know. But I'm just saying it's odd that she wasn't there this year.
I think that's probably more of a coincidence. Kayla, her life has been probably the busiest. She's probably had the busiest year of her life playing for the national team, coming off her run in the WNBA playoffs. What else did she do? She's had other stuff, right? I mean,
yeah, she's got stuff like every week.
Endless commercials and sponsorships and signature sneaker stuff. And
I will say she did give her shoes to both the men's and the women's teams at the beginning of the year. So that was.
She did this year?
Mm-hmm. Her.
Okay, well, there you go. That's better.
One Kobe's pair.
That's something, right, Kyle?
That's something. Yeah, I forgot about that.
If Ben McCollum's team is wearing Caitlin Clark gifted shoes, I guess my point, Kayla, bringing it up is I asked you if you follow pop culture because you have to kind of understand where I'm coming from when I say that's got to be an awkward dynamic moving forward.
Yeah.
Without trying to dive into the relationship, because I don't care about that, but just for the sake of her, not her legacy at Iowa, but how open she is to returning, and the relationship there is just strange. Like, can you imagine? Can I give you an example? Connor and Caitlin get married, right? So say they get married and they come back for a women's game and they're together and Connor's in that arena after all the garbage that he spewed. How do you do that? How do you come back with your wife to where not only that's her home, she loves her alma mater, she's got her jersey in the rafters. How do you go with your wife back to that arena? Like, he's burning. Let me just say this. He is burning bridges.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He is doing
For
this.
sure.
That's just my, and I know
I'll tell
people
you
that-
right now, if he walked through those doors right now too, I think he'd get harassed. Like, I think he would probably get booed, and I don't think people would be happy to see him.
Yeah,
I think
could
it's
see that.
unfortunate. I think it's unfortunate for Caitlin. I guess that's my biggest thing. I think it's
selfish.
selfish. I think it's putting Caitlin in a very difficult position.
Yeah,
for sure.
Anyways, that's all I'll say, because I saw some people in the chat. Let's stop talking about Connor. Fine. I don't need to talk about Connor anymore. But Kayla,
what 3 hours in?
What did you call in to talk about?
I was gonna, okay, so this has like been the first year for me that I've like had a head coaching change for Iowa, because Jan, yeah, she's a head coaching change, but she's been there forever. So it was like a really new experience for me. And I thought it gives me hope for the future for what Beth has to do eventually for football because of how good this hire was. And then I guess my main question is, obviously, we want this to be consistent. How do you make this type of season go from just being like goals or we're hoping to like it being, oh, it's the standard for Iowa basketball to reach the second weekend? Because I kind of feel like we've started to go that way with the women, where it's like, I'm disappointed and it feels like they had a great season, but it just leaves a bad taste in your mouth. You feel disappointed because they didn't make the second weekend.
Yeah. Well, I'll just say what Ben said post game, and you can listen to it. He was just reflecting on Bennett's legacy specifically, and he just said this team's going to be remembered years down the road because hopefully, these were his words. He's like, hopefully we're making Final Fours and winning championships. That's what he believes that they can be. Now, I mean, the easy answer, Kayla, is they got to have better talent, right? Because I was kind of debating Kyle and Erica here a little bit ago, but what they say is true in the sense of when you have far inferior talent, which in general they do. I mean, if you just measure Illinois up to Iowa, I think if you measure Iowa up to probably any team they faced in March, including in the Big Ten tournament, maybe Maryland's a debate, but the fact that we're even having that conversation is wild. They're inferior as far as talent. To do that consistently, they're not going to be able to do this. Mark my words on this. I'll take the bait, but they're not going to be able to consistently do what they just did with this amount of talent. He proved it can be done with phenomenal coaching, and he can do it on a difficult road. But they got to be better. They got to get bigger. They got to have a better inside presence. You got to have more years than one in the system. I think when everybody's comfortable, the coaches. I mean, some of these guys were brought over with Ben, but everybody's new to this at Iowa. And you're also bringing Fulgaris into the mix, and Tate Sage is a true freshman. And, you're redshirting a really good 4-star prospect in Trey Thompson. And, you had some issues off the court that, didn't become huge issues, but, Tavion had the rest preseason. That could have been a distraction. Then he had a team violation. So, I mean, that's just part of being a coach, but there was a lot of stuff going on that he had to figure out a way to kind of compartmentalize it in March, and it got it to work. So I just think more talent, more time for the system to develop. His coaching's not going to go away. He's a great coach. So he's going to have opportunities to win in the tournament.
Does this, Corey, do you think with whatever knowledge you have of the inner workings of the NIL system, do you think that this result will push them into immediately having more resources in terms of NIL, or is it not going to be that immediate?
What inner workings am I aware of? Well,
I'm just based on your knowledge of how this stuff works. Do you think that this result will get them, a significant boost for next year, or no?
I know. Well, here's what I know. I know of some of the big money people, right? I'm talking the Tippies, the Moons, I'm talking the people who are throwing a lot of money at athletics. I don't know how much, like, I don't know, I don't know what their, when you talk about figures that big, like, is there just extra money that they're not throwing at men's basketball because they don't have it? Or are we talking about convincing these programs to shift some of that from football or women's basketball to men's basketball? I don't think
It
that
could be a little. It could be a little bit of both.
I
don't
yeah,
know
I
that,
don't know.
I don't know that the latter is extreme, but I mean, certainly there were probably people that were holding back when Fran was missing tournaments, right?
Here's my guess, Kyle. My guess is I just named some like top tier people. My guess is there are some people in like the next tier down that they did check out we know that's the case. There's a lot of those big money people that checked out during the latter Fran era, or even towards the beginning. I don't know how much Fran had support. Obviously, NIL wasn't a factor, but those people become more important in later years. I think some of those people, you may not need as many as we think. Like, I don't think it's about fundraising for the Swarm. I don't think it's about fundraising for the flight funds. And I'm not talking about my flight funds. I'm talking about Iowa's flight funds, right? I don't think it's about that. I think it's about getting that next tier down, the people who checked out back in. Because I think there's probably enough money. Like, think about that. I don't know what those people could donate or would donate if they loved their head coach. But if you have 5 big donors that could regularly give you just $1 million a year, that's $5 million more for your roster every year. That's the difference between just that, getting 5 people at $1 million a year. And for these big money people, I can't imagine it's that much in the grand scheme of things. I think there's people that donate to football. I know there are. There's people that are donating that and more to football. If you can get 5 of those each year, that's the difference between getting a Duke Brennan and getting a Trevin Urach. Yeah. Or if you want to go down the ladder, Brennan Kugel. That's probably aging me a little bit. But, I mean, that's the difference between getting a no-name to a top name. You said $5 million. That'll buy it. I mean, I don't think you want to operate that way exclusively, because I think Ben he believes in development. And he believes in recruiting high school kids.
If he can develop a 5-star, he'll develop a 5-star.
Well, that's my point. I don't think maybe it's as big of a top end thing or a fundraising thing. I think it's more of the people that matter. Like, there was a gal sitting, I won't drop her name, but there was a gal sitting right behind us at the women's basketball game, Kayla, last Friday, the tournament game. And Kyle, you came over and chatted with us. We were in a section with some very generous people. Let's just say that. Okay. So I think people that the university views as important. All right. I'm not in that group, but I'm just saying I was in the section because of the people that we went with. And the gal behind us works for the university. She has a long time, and she's one of I guess you'd call her a fundraiser. And literally what she was doing during the game when they were not in the course of actual game action, she's just going around and developing relationships and making sure all those people are happy.
Yeah. I can see that from being in Meteor Road too, by the way. That's a good point.
And so my guess is that, like I said, there's people that haven't attended for years or who are in those sections that still enjoy basketball, but they're not willing to. They're going to buy season tickets, and they want to make sure they own their season tickets. That's ownership of their seats is very important. But they're not yet bought into NIL, or they're just not bought into men's hoops. Or some of that's going to change with the tournament success. But I think relationships are key, and I don't think Fran. I can't speak for the people down the ladder, but Fran, we all know, was not all that liked by a lot of those people. And so just having Ben helps to develop those relationships quickly.
And not to go back to the previous topic, but it would be a shame if Connor prevented Caitlin from being a donor. Because she could become a very, very capable donor.
Kayla, I've said that in the last couple of years. I'm like, that girl's got lots and lots of money. And if she really wanted to support Iowa, I'm not even asking her about men's basketball. If she really wanted Iowa women's basketball, she could cut a check right now, and they could get a huge piece. And she's not under any obligation to do that, but that's when you're as big as she is, not just in the sports world, but
She
on
could have
culture.
in 7 years, she could have $100 million. She could be very, very wealthy. And she deserves it.
Okay, my last little thing. This one's kind of a weird question, but because everybody was new, did you almost feel like, I don't know how to word this right, but like you were cheering as Iowa for the program on like the Elite Eight rather than almost the players, just because we've only had a year with them so far, so we haven't had as much time for that emotional connection as previous teams?
I'll let you take that one first, Kyle.
Well, I actually think that's a good point, because I think the feeling with Ben, I think that's more personal, because I think he's really, really reached out to the community. Not to say that the players haven't, because they definitely have. But I think Ben has connected in a way that is unique for 1 year. I'll say that. But yeah, I think it would be a different feeling. I mean, I'll just speak for myself. There would be a little bit more of a personal connection for me had that Luka Garza team gone really, really deep with individual players. I think, of a guy like Joe Wieskamp or a guy like Keegan Murray or a guy like Luka Garza, I think the time does matter. And I think future runs, if they are able to make them, could be even more sweet because of the personal connection for years. Having said that, I mean, I think the players still, deserve a tremendous amount of credit, and we will now be attached to them because of their success. I mean, it will work that way too. I just don't know that we felt that way at the beginning of the tournament. So it was a very quick process, if that makes sense.
So I would say the only reason I personally don't feel exactly what you described, Kayla, is because the transfer portal. Like, we've been dealing with this for 4 or 5 years where players are jumping around left and right. And let's not forget, take the men out of the equation for a second. And this winter sports season, if you go last fall and the previous winter sports season, what were the 2 best stories in Hawkeye athletics, major Hawkeye athletics? Iowa football led by Mark Gronowski, and Iowa women's basketball led by Lucy Olson. So you have these great 1-year players, and
those 2 are very, very unique people, though. Could we say that?
But I know, but I'm saying this men's team came on the cusp of that. So
Yes.
for me, it wasn't like hard to like. And the other thing is, I think it was huge from a maybe it's not as big culturally as I think, but mentally it's big for me to know that Cooper, it wasn't just a Fran kid. He stuck around, and his dad played for Dr. Tom and Gary Close. I think that is like this bridge that if he hadn't come back, and with all due respect to Jacob Cook, I mean, do you know Jacob? Is he a good friend of yours, Kayla? Can I say
No,
something?
I've never met him before.
No, I don't. Yeah, Jacob Cook came back. No one ever gives him credit for it. He's a walk-on. Great. But no, Cooper Koch being a guy that's an immediate impact player coming back, I think was huge. Made it easier for me transition-wise to kind of put things in perspective.
So maybe that's less about this individual team and more about just an era that's gone.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Kayla. Appreciate you calling in.
Thank you, Kayla.
We'll have to call in for more men's shows. There was a comment here. T. Hink wanted to know if Kayla's going to go to the men's game, so I forgot to ask her that question. But, I mean, student involvement for the men's – what do you think the student section will be like next year, Kyle, given what they just did?
Man, I don't know. I mean, it's been pretty bad for, 3 years now, probably?
There were some good results this year. There were some.
Yes. Yeah, there were some. Yeah.
All right, let's go back to our phone line. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame here from the Hawkeye of the Storm. Who's on the line? Good. How are you?
Not too bad. So just had a few thoughts about tonight. I was not that upset about the result. I just think we were a little outclassed tonight, and but I couldn't be more proud of this team. Not just because they got to the Elite Eight, but just the way that they play the game and their character, how tough they are, how they play together. Coach McCollum, I think that's was kind of missing the last few years from this program. So I just going to be more proud of them. I know I've been I've been critical of Bennett Stirts over the course of the regular season at times. I just wish he'd be more assertive at the end of the games, but he couldn't have conducted himself, played, and he's been a better leader and higher character, especially at the end of the season. I just love the way he played in the tournament. Maybe at times the shot was falling, but I just love the way he played, and I wish we had him for another year.
Oh man, I mean, if they had him for another year, I don't want to jump. I don't want to jump the gun because they did overperform in March. But if they had him for another year, I would probably be sitting here saying they're a contender for a Final Four next year. I mean,
absolutely.
Is there any court case that we can fight there?
Kyle, would you disagree with that? You can't disagree with that. They almost made the Final Four this year. I'm not saying that it would happen, but you'd have to say
it would all depend on what would happen in the portal. But I wouldn't strongly disagree with that.
I don't know that it would depend on what happened in the portal. Why would it depend on what happens in the portal? They bring everybody back if he came back. If Tavion came back and he came back, they bring everybody back.
Is that a guarantee?
What?
That everyone comes back. I don't think that's a guarantee.
Well,
that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about what they bring in. I'm talking about retaining who they have.
Sure. No, we agree with you, caller. Bennett being back would be
it would be incredible. If he had another season that was similar to this year, he would get his jersey in the rafters, no doubt.
Yeah.
Also, I would say I kind of, some people have brought up the comparison. I don't know how you guys feel about it with Curt Cignetti. And if you remember in his first year, they had a lot of unprecedented success of the program. But when they faced the elite teams, they just weren't quite there yet. They didn't have the talent. And I think Coach Cignetti said that he just needed more dudes on the team. And I think kind of that's probably where this program is right now. It's like you got the right coach, you got the right culture. You just need a few more dudes on this team. And I think if they can get, a big man with some skill, maybe a couple more, guard,
shooters. Yep.
Yeah. And I think this team could really go places, but I just couldn't be more proud of this program. I'm just very, very happy about that. Yeah.
Will you go to more games because of the success?
Oh, absolutely. I will. It's just I did go to one game this year. I went to the Purdue game. I think you were at that game.
Yep.
And definitely after watching that was the only time I watched them this year. And after watching that game, no way did I ever see this coming. So just pleasantly surprised. And when a team plays the way that they do, they value and they prioritize culture, character, and toughness. That's really something that I think fits in with Iowa culture and people really want to get behind.
Yeah, I can't disagree. I don't think I think it's a good comparison to this. Like Caitlin is such a huge factor with the overwhelming support and some of the financial support that the Iowa women's basketball program has. But certainly going to 2 national championships doesn't hurt, right? I mean, if Caitlin were there and they don't do that, I don't know where the support would be financially. The men, whether it's fair or not, don't have to go to 2 straight national championships to get that support back.
Yeah.
Because men's basketball is just naturally more supported, historically more supported. Again, right or wrong, I'm just telling you that's just how it is. So this Elite 8 trip, man, I mean, if they got to the Final Four, we're like, holy cow, what can happen here? But if the money's there, Ben is the right guy to get that money. I know it sounds bad, but he will appeal to the people that matter from a financial standpoint. Everybody matters, but from a financial standpoint, Ben is going to appeal to those people. He appreciates the need of building relationships. We knew that from day one. I see the same guy that we saw day one. That's how he is at his press conferences. Like today, after the press conference, I was walking right behind him and the SID, and they were just shooting the breeze. And he's a polite. I don't want to say humble because some people are going to jump down. Yeah, he's prideful, but I don't know if he's prideful or not. Like I think he's got an edge, but I also think he recognizes what he doesn't know. And part of me believes when you prioritize relationships, it's very hard to stay prideful. I think it's easier to be humble because you're thinking about other people. And I think he does that. I think he's recognized the need to do that. Now the proof will be in the pudding long term on that, but that's just going to help everything. I think he's the right people he's the right guy. He always has been to fix the relationships that maybe got soured over the past 15 years.
Yeah, and also he's the type of coach that I think his players will just, die for him. You know what I mean? Well, what else was I going to say? It's very fitting.
Yep.
Yeah. It's very fitting that an Iowa born and raised guy who grew up loving the Iowa Hawkeyes, watching Tom Davis, and who's a down-to-earth, high-character guy. That's the guy that, took Iowa to the Elite Eight. So,
No, absolutely. Sir, appreciate you calling in, and we look forward to more of these shows in the off season. And of course, it's going to be, we got 3 fun programs to cheer on now officially.
Hey, Corey.
Hey,
love the show. Maybe you guys should do a few Indiana Fever games this summer. Come on.
All right, I'll talk to Cash about it. Thank you, sir. You too. All right, real quick. We want to hit our Big Grove's big play of the game. I'm assuming you talked a little bit about this earlier, but that Tavion Banks 3 early in the second half. I mean, it was a big moment because they had fallen behind, right? It was.
Yes. Yep.
And again, this was one of the many big shots. I mean, just kept hitting big shots. Stirts hit big shots. Most of them were from Stirts, but Banks hit a big one. And then Banks couldn't hit the broadside of a barn on a couple more. Like Isaiah Howard's got to be better from outside. Combs struggled tonight. Like he hit some at some points, but like McCollum has said, they just don't have good enough shooters. Yeah. They're just not. Yeah. They're just not elite. They're just not elite shooters. And like Brennan Hosden's an elite shooter, but apparently he falls short in other ways and doesn't get the playing time as a result. I want to run quick fire on our chat, and then we'll get Drill in here. Explain to me why Fulgaris only played 9 minutes. I asked, it was the first question out of my mouth. Please go watch the post-game press conference, March Madness press conference. He basically said, hey, we were riding the guys we felt comfortable with. He didn't act like he regretted it, but that's just what played out. And he wasn't that concerned about Fulgaris playing cold. John Sterling says the Wagler trip call on Banks feels like a weirdly big moment. Illinois got a mental break. Iowa lost points and momentum. Iowa beats teams by pushing them beyond their mental stamina. I will say that, every game they lose, every game, even when they don't lose, I mentally take note of moments where it's like, oh man, that was a missed opportunity. And when it was 12-2 early, and you had the phantom foul. They called it a foul in Iowa. It was really 2 Illinois players colliding.
Yeah.
And they called that a foul. That was huge. I feel like
I showed some of them earlier. Yeah, I've got some of them that we already went through. But yeah, the Koch 5th foul, I mean, the game was out of hand at that point, but I thought that was poor. And then Koch got elbowed in the face by Markovic at one point on the free throw line and didn't really sell it. But the under the basket camera, you could see he got elbowed up high, either in the neck or.
I don't know why they didn't look at that, because the officials talked about it. They talked to him briefly.
Yeah, I don't know. That's weird.
AW says there's a $10 to $12 million roster at Illinois, and that's probably true. I don't know, but it sounds outrageous, but it doesn't at the same time. The Narrow Way says, it's not acceptable as the NCAA allowing players that have played professional ball overseas to play in college. I don't care about that. I have no issue with it. Okay. Convince me otherwise. What's the problem? What is the tell me what I want you to tell me the difference. Tell me what the difference is in your brain. If someone hasn't used their college eligibility, what is the deal?
Well, I think the differential is their age. Like, did they play? Like Luka Doncic played for Real Madrid at 16, so that's like I'm cool with. But like, if you're playing professional ball and then you're trying to come over here when you're 23 to play, like as a 23, 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old, then
that's a little different.
There are instances of that happening, though. That's not unheard of. But yeah, no, I think I'm with you. If you're coming over at 18, if you played pro ball at 17, whatever.
Eli says Sturts would have had a wide open layup, but Wagler tripped Banks on purpose, then didn't get a tech. I did not see that.
I don't know if it was. I don't know if we can definitively say that was on purpose. I see where you're getting that from, Eli, but I don't know that we can say for sure.
What is this? What did Jess not say that Mueller is upset about?
Oh, I don't know. That was 2 hours ago at this point.
Richard says we did well with free throws and 3-point shooting, but Illinois destroyed us on the boards, especially offensive boards. Illinois should match up well with UConn or a Duke winner in the Final Four.
I would not be surprised if Illinois won the whole thing.
19 Hawks 76. Iowa won't be able to get bigs that can bang in the paint in the portal. Okay. All right.
It's your opinion.
Oh, we might as well.
I think they may, but
yeah, Ben. I think Ben thinks they might be able to. So I guess he'll have to let Ben know that no, he's not going to be able to do that. Nate Lamb says Stirts is a 10 to 20 pick. He's not a lottery pick, but for sure NBA player. Should have a nice career. Be a great role team player.
Well, I don't know that he knows what a lottery pick is, because a lottery pick is 10 through 14. So, or 1 through 14, but 10 through 14 be included in that. So
wouldn't you be borderline shocked if he doesn't end up being a good NBA player? Like, I don't think he's gonna be a great NBA player. I think he's gonna be a really good NBA. Would you be shocked if he doesn't?
I think I'd be surprised. Yeah. I mean, he's a difficult one, right? Because he's really, really good. But like at Iowa, he is the system. And I'm not saying he can't play off the ball, because I think he can, but we just haven't seen it yet. So I would like to. I would like.
He's locked into this system and has been for a
while.
while.
You know where I would like to see him is I would like to see him be the general off the bench. That's what I would like to see. I would like to see him run a bench unit for an NBA team and just be handed the keys. You know, he goes to a team. I'm trying to think of what team that would be, but a team who already has an offensive engine that, you know, that starts, and then that guy goes to the bench for 10 minutes. Hey, Bennett, you get 2 5-minute stretches, run the offense. That's what I'd like to see.
Connor brings up playing advantage basketball. Get 2 on the ball, find the open player, or win your matchup. Yeah, it's pretty fun basketball to watch. It is. I enjoy watching it, and it'd be better with more talented players. Dave says, "Thank you for providing this cast and discussion. Nicely done. Thank you, Dave Wanamaker.
We want to sit on that for a second, because like I said this to you, Corey. I've been live for 10 hours this week. You've been live for probably half of that or more. Like, and we've had shows with 1,400 plus live people on Instagram, on YouTube, viewers on Twitter, super chats, helping you stay in Houston. I want to make sure people understand our gratitude for
and
this week.
We've had some nice additions to the Discord as well. We welcomed a couple of people today, and I'm sure we're going to get more people.
And that kind of support is what drives, getting not only you to have these experiences, but gets people like Jess on, gets people like Coach Close on. I mean, it just facilitates everything that we do.
And just real quick, so people are aware, we're going to be this next week, Monday morning, we're going to be launching a brand new Hawkeye football channel on the Discord. So
yes, yep,
that is in conjunction with spring practice and basketball officially being in the books, men's and women's basketball both being in the books, but also the start of April. So lots of fun discussion coming over there. It's already going, but we'll talk football a little bit more. Let's Go Hawks wants donations for the show. Well, I appreciate that. But yeah, anybody that donated to help make this happen this weekend, thank you. I'll probably turn this into a bit of a what do you call that? What's that? Telethon towards the end, because I want to thank some people I didn't get around to thanking yesterday. And that one guy who was complaining probably has been watching the last 3.5 hours, and he's sitting there going, "Oh,
here comes a telethon."
Jeff Schwinky says Illinois have way more ways to beat us than Nebraska does.
Well, they did.
Dave also says, how difficult will it be to recruit next year? Illinois, Purdue, Michigan will probably be ahead in the recruiting wars because of talent. Well, there's always going to be teams ahead in the recruiting wars, but the league is deep, and Iowa finished middle of the pack and still made the Elite Eight. So I don't really know that you have to. Illinois is a team that you're going to be competing with for recruits, but the teams you're really going to be recruiting going against in your region are Iowa State, Minnesota, some of the same programs you compete for against in basketball. Missouri, obviously Kansas State teams. Ben, I think, established relationships down there. He did. But no, I don't really think too much about Illinois, Michigan, and Purdue. Those teams are going to always have an advantage with recruiting. Mueller says you're Mr. Positive and not be negative, but you just placed a 3% chance on the Hawks winning. You're contradictive. I couldn't agree more, Mueller.
That's a joke, but whatever.
Jacob, Howard is only a sophomore. Definitely needs to see some major development out of him through the offseason. I said that during the game. I said, leaned over to Brad Schultz. I'm like, the kid's got to develop an offensive game.
Yeah.
He just does. I mean, right now
I like his hustle, but it's kind of like Housen. I mean, he's got an amazing shooting stroke, but it's kind of all for naught if he doesn't develop the other stuff.
Well, he has an amazing shooting stroke, but he doesn't make shots. Like Hausen actually, no, I'm talking about Howard. Hausen, if Hausen was given open shots, he's making a lot of those.
No, yeah, but I'm saying
Howard doesn't.
Hausen is Howard in the reverse. Like Howard hustles, he plays defense, all that stuff. But if he can't shoot, like
right,
it's tough to play a guy like
that. He
that.
does have a nice looking shot.
Oh yeah, he does. Yeah, I agree.
But it just doesn't go in.
It just doesn't go in that much. That's a problem.
Jay says need scoring guards next season. 11 and 23. That's Combs and Howard play hard, but rarely offer any offense. Fine defensive and hustle players. Crazy to think how Sanford and Dix might have done if they played with Stirts.
Yeah, man. Just imagine.
Can you imagine? And that I don't think they were that far off. I mean, I know there was money thrown around on both of those guys, and the Dix situation with his mom was just horrible.
I know for a fact that Price Sanford went back and forth. That was not just like a clean decision. That was not. Dix, he was not always going to Nebraska.
McCollum would not have recruited those guys if he didn't think he had a chance at getting them.
Yeah,
there was a chance they got both of those guys back, and we got Cooper back. You know, it was huge. They don't have this. I don't think did they make the Elite Eight without Cooper? No. I don't know what they do without Cooper because they would have had to go get someone else.
It depends who they get, but yeah, I mean, I agree.
T. Hink wants to know when the portal opens. We're going to have Kyle look that up.
Okay.
And how about when you're doing this? How about this comment from Jason? Choose your Uber driver, LaMelo Ball, Tiger Woods, or anybody from the Georgia football team. Maravita says, give the Moons a reason and they will donate. They are diehard Hawkeyes. I know that, but they give a lot of money to football. But yes, I think they're not short on cash. Pisgah
the portal opens for a 15-day window on April 7th. Immediately following the national championship game closes on April 21st.
Brad Van Meter, the real Brad Van Meter, just texted me back finally.
Okay.
Pisgah Gravel Project. We lost 7 of the last 10 regular season games. We were beat by Ohio State in the Big Ten tourney. We kind of snuck into the NCAA tournament, then beat Clemson, number 1 Florida, and rival Nebraska. Successful year for sure. Jacob adds, as someone who just graduated last May, if I was still in school, I would 100% go to more games than I did when I was there the last 4 years. I bought season tickets to men's basketball. Kayla says she's going to be at men's basketball games next year. Awesome. Yeah. So her friends are going to be convinced to go with her. So I wonder, I don't know how many games, I've probably asked Kayla this before, but how many games does she actually go on the women's side? Because if you're going to all the women's games, the home games, plus all the men's games, that's a lot of
of basketball. Yeah.
A lot of commitment as far as time.
Yeah.
But hey, you're only in school once.
Yeah.
Right. So if you can do it. Ryan says Corey would hug Connor. Are we talking about Connor McCaffrey or Kyle's friend Connor? Why would I hug Connor McCaffrey?
That's a Ryan joke.
Hey, did you see that guy that was dressed in Illinois gear today that looked like Connor McCaffrey? I tweeted out.
No, I didn't see that.
I sent it to the Discord. Also, did you see J-Bo? I sent a picture of J-Bo to the Discord.
I did, yeah. Yeah, you were doing the old sneaky camera.
I thought about going over there and saying, something to J-Bo because I started doing this, I think, when he was on his way out. And I don't know that I ever really had a discussion with him, but he was with his girlfriend. And I'm like, I'm not going to walk up to this young kid and he's not a kid anymore. But anyways, T. Hink wants you to hit the sheets. That's kind of weird. I'm just kidding. A lot of the streams over the past 2 weeks, you need rest.
Yeah, that's a fact.
And you're going to fill in for Tiger since Tiger might be in jail.
He's saying I'm going to fill in for Tiger at the Masters. Unfortunately, it's too late for that. But
Brian says my wife had a hard time getting buying in because of the frequent NIL people transferring and players not sticking it out for 4 or 5 years. It took half the year to learn the roster. Great question. That was a good question from Kayla. Rick says, I see Bennett being a John Havlicek type of player. If he's John Havlicek, he's going
to do all right if that's him.
And Jake says, should we be worried about these players that don't come back? Should we be worried that any of these players don't come back if Ben McCollum wants them? I don't see any of these guys getting money elsewhere. If anything else, we should be looking to upgrade some. I asked Fulgaris specifically about his future because he's somebody with a year in front of him. He's already entered the portal once. You wonder about the system fitting him. He had a big March, but Kyle, he was up and down offensively all year. He played less than 10 minutes, less than 9 minutes today. Wouldn't he be somebody?
I was going to say too, I would not be shocked, and I hope this isn't the case, right? But you've seen this in past moments, right? And usually it's performance related. It's not benching related, but like these moments can fracture relationships a little bit. Like if Alvaro believes in his heart of hearts that had he played 25 minutes or 30 minutes tonight, that this outcome's different, you could see that being a catalyst for entering the portal. I mean, you think back to, again, it's mostly professional athletes that this happens to, but players getting pulled from games or players not performing in very crunch time moments. I wonder about that a little bit. And I hope that's not the case. I would like for him to stay, but, and the reality is with all these guys too, like with Cam Mannion, with everybody, like with Tate Sage, right? Keeping them like in a vacuum. Yes, I want to keep all of them, but like we're almost into this like salary cap debate now with the NBA where it's like, okay, I want to keep them, but at what price? Like if somebody turns around that if Tate Sage says, okay, I want like 1.5 million or 1 million, and those are my offers out there, you're not keeping him. Like you're probably not.
I don't think he's going to do that.
No, I'm not saying he will, but I'm saying like Fulgaris, does he get that kind of offer? And then do you say, hey, I can't match that? If Ben says, hey, I got $8 million at my disposal for my entire roster, do I want to give X to, those are conversations that have to be had. So sure, in a vacuum, I want to keep them all, but those are considerations to be had.
I think someone like Fulgaris, the reason I thought it was a possibility is everything I just outlined, but at the same time, he came here and I think he got paid a decent amount, just like Hazen. He and Hazen were the big wins in the portal. So unless he just really doesn't like the system, but he seems, I'm gonna upload that video as soon as we're done here so people can listen to Alvaro talk. It was just one-on-one for about 5 minutes. He kind of, what's the word? Kind of goes off on a tangent. He sort of, because it's the language thing. He's not the clear, the clearest guy ever speaking the language, but he's a lot better, I'm sure, than when he got to the U.S. initially. But he acted like he's locked in. He would be a guy I'd look at, and then, would it shock you if somebody like Trey Thompson decided to enter? I mean,
I don't know that it would shock me if anybody decided to enter.
Well, it would shock me if Mannion entered. It would shock me if Combs entered. It would shock me if some of those program guys did. The reason why it wouldn't shock me if Trey Thompson, I'm not saying Trey Thompson is. I hope Trey Thompson ends up having a great career here. But he enrolled early. I thought it was a little odd that, he reclassified it, then didn't play, redshirted. Is that an indication that maybe he's, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, someone like that transferring wouldn't shock me. Urok transferring wouldn't shock me. I also would be shocked if he stays here 4 or 5 years. But if they go,
all I'm saying is like with the football stuff too. Like I was shocked and maybe you weren't. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not on top of it. But I was pretty shocked when Entringer entered the portal. Like because he's a program guy too.
Well, there was stuff. Yeah, that was a more involved. So that was a very specific situation thing.
Okay. I mean, if I don't know stuff, I don't know stuff. But he's a guy you would have viewed that way too. I mean, if you didn't know what you kknew, you'd go, oh yeah, that's a legacy. That's not a legacy recruit, but that's a guy that's been in the program for 3 years. He was the guy that was like on the Jumbotron, during the national or near the national anthem, reciting the Niall Kinnick speech. Like I don't know. It doesn't surprise me.
Steve says he saw these post-game comments that I was talking about, but I have not posted it, and no one else was in the locker room when I talked to him. Maybe he's talking about some other person's video footage. I'm sure some other people chatted with him.
I hope he doesn't, but I'm just saying, it happens.
Yep. All right, let's bring in our final caller of the night. We got Darrell with us. Darrell, welcome.
What's up, Darrell?
Hey, thank you for having me on, gentlemen. I'm sorry the season ended this way, but You get to hang a banner next season.
Well, like I
And
said earlier, Darrell, I appreciate that. Well, like I said earlier, when you say ended this way, what other way would it be better for it to end?
I think a lot of people like going to the Final Four and view it as a massive step up than these.
Sure, but you heard what I said earlier. Like when the women went to 2 straight national championships and lost, we were saying the same thing. Like they were so close to winning a national title.
I know.
So it's almost like everybody but one loses. So, but yeah. I know you're right. Sweet. I mean, unbelievable accomplishment. They were really close to an even more unbelievable accomplishment.
Right, and just enjoy it. I know there's been a lot of talk of improving and how you're going to get better and like consistency to make it this way. This is really hard to do any year for any program. Like great all-time programs like Kansas, North Carolina, Kentucky. We struggle to even beat St. Peter's, so we can't even,
Well, you don't struggle to beat St. Peter's. You don't beat St. Peter's.
That is true.
Go ahead, Darrell. Sorry.
It's hard. This is hard to do for any program and any time. So just making it this far is a massive achievement and accomplishment. And listen, you've got a great coach. I'm not going to discredit her, disrespect him by saying this, but I think this is true. Everybody assumes that they're going to get better from one year to the next year. This might be the best you all ever do under this coach. I hope that's not the case for you all, but enjoy the moment. Take a month or two to enjoy it. I remember when I was at the height of the John Calipari ages, just taking it for granted, making this far and saying, we'll be back next year. Oh, we'll at least be in the tournament next year. And then you don't make it, or then you lose in the first round. And then you're like, I didn't get to enjoy the times of making it to the Elite Eight, the Sweet 16, or the Final Four.
Yeah. Then now you've got Pope Leo the Third or whatever coaching your team. So
yeah, we're still in the struggle bus. Listen, NIL's great, but all the teams that have the most NIL didn't go as far as Iowa this year.
Hey, Apollo Barkley says breaking news: McCollum to North Carolina.
That's actually been confirmed.
What? What's been confirmed?
Nothing.
You out of your mind? What's been confirmed? That this guy's a lunatic?
I'm relaying to you Dave Portnoy's reporting that Coach McCollum's going to UNC.
Is he really reporting that?
No.
No. I was going to say Portnoy. I wouldn't care if he said it anyways, but that'd be funny if he was.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to be another. You got Division II players, a bunch of players for Drake. Are you more confident in your coach if he gets a player or two from the Division II or Group of 5 rankings because of how well this team did this year?
So I keep trying to tell Kyle, I don't understand why he has no faith. If he was able to do it with these great guys, why can't he find more diamonds in the rough? And
well, he can, but if you're trying to be a Final Four contender, you don't do that all on Division II players.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't think you need as much. Like Brendan Hausen, they spent money on. They swung and missed on him. If they can spend that money elsewhere and hit, like if Brendan Hausen was a hit this year, Kyle, even with all those Drake, like maybe they're a Final Four team this year.
Maybe
they were 5 minutes away as it was. You know what I'm saying?
They also could have lost to Clemson.
They could have, and that's what I'm saying. If Hausen is that much better, maybe they end up being a higher seed. And they have an easier path. And we're not talking about it being a 3% chance that they made it this far. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
there's other things to consider here as well.
And what's your just overall thoughts about this season? Is this like best case scenario? Is the regular season disappointed a bit? Is this the best? Where are your thoughts about just the overall state of the season?
Unbelievable success. Like I said earlier, I was content with a trip to the NCAAs. I hadn't been there in 3 years, and it was McCollum's first year. He's kind of put behind the 8 ball in a sense because everybody transferred out. I mean, some of that is, hey, you got to retain some guys, and he did retain one crucial piece, but wasn't able to hit on the other two that he tried to keep. That's sort of on him. The Josh Dix thing, I mean, his mom was literally dying of cancer. I mean, it's just a horrible situation. That is an impossible situation. You don't recruit through that. But McCollum did everything he could with what he had, and then some, and then some more, and then some more. And I mean, when you talk about that one shining moment, we don't know what's coming here in the Final Four or tomorrow in the Elite Eight. But you ain't gonna sit here and tell me that Fulgaris 3 against Florida ain't gonna be at the top of the list for CBS when they break up that video.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you that Fulgaris dunk against Nebraska and some of the tongue wagging.
I mean, this is when they look back at this tournament in general, Iowa's going to be the Cinderella, quote unquote, of 2026.
Well, Darrell doesn't believe that, but go ahead.
No,
Darrell.
you're the Cinderella of this tournament. It's just
You don't
Cinderella's
believe
dead.
Cinderellas can be power fours.
Yeah. I don't think a true, like, High Point to me was more of a Cinderella. You have to be a mid-major. I'm sorry. Cinderella, Big Ten
I
team.
also think you have to make the Sweet 16 to be a Cinderella.
Real quick, can I just say something real quick? Our good friend Brand Van Meter, who is hopefully he's getting his line off the hook on Monday morning because of how great he is and all the insurance quotes he's throwing out there. He just texted me and said, "Man, I hope nobody is calling in using my name and saying anything stupid." Oh, no, not at all.
Little late, Brad, but we do appreciate you.
Oh, we love Brad. Brad's great. Don't you love Brad, Darrell?
Yeah. I mean, he's a great sponsor of this show. So if he sponsors you and you're great, then by proxy, he's great.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
So,
Hey, how about that horn malfunction, man? When that first started happening, I literally sent it. You saw it in the Discord immediately, Kyle. As soon as it went off, and CBS didn't talk about it apparently for a while, but as soon as I said, "Uh-oh, we got a problem here," and ain't nobody know. They had to release. You see, Dan Gavitt released some statement. He was walking by us back and forth. That's a disgrace to have a regional final and have that situation where you can't get the score. They literally had to shut down the hanging scoreboard up in the middle of the screen. The screen was black the rest of the game and had to use an air horn. I mean, what are we doing here?
Yeah, apparently they unplugged the.
Yeah, they unplugged
it.
They called
unplugged
customer
it
service. They called customer service, and customer service told them to unplug it and leave it unplugged for at least an hour. And so they said, "Well, we can't plug it back in until after the game."
It's crazy. Well, from what I heard, they unplugged the shot clock, but it still kept going. And then they said, "Oh, this has never happened before," and they didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
I thought this happened either in the women's side or a different NCAA tournament game this year. This wasn't the first air horn to go off.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. And it happened earlier in the year at Carver, too.
Right. Do you think, in terms of that, is that a good distraction? Like, how would you handle that situation? Do you think it favored Iowa, Illinois?
I didn't think it was good for anything. I just hate that for a game like this.
Yeah,
the fact that they had to go through warm-ups again. Do you guys realize that?
Oh,
yeah, they had videos on Twitter of that. Yeah.
Good.
And
Yeah,
on
they
TV.
and I'm like, good. I mean, we're going through warm-ups again here, man. This is nuts. So
the only thing I was worried about as an Iowa fan was because Stirts was hot and I didn't want him to cool off, but then he immediately scored out of the break. So I was like, okay.
He's not really a streaky guy, though.
No,
I mean,
he's not. He's not.
He kind of just does what he does, and sometimes he doesn't have good games. But I mean, you still think he's going to hit the next one.
I don't think you can watch individual plays of his and tell if he's playing well or not. Like,
right. I agree.
If you just isolate a play, you have no idea how he's playing, which is great. That's awesome.
Anything else, Darrell?
No, I just wanted to say that this has been an amazing season. And once again, doing another 4-hour show is just incredible. Hopefully the fans understand the appreciation of what it takes for the season and they stick around. Because I know a lot of people just enjoy the ride and then don't come back. You know, you build memories with this team by watching them in November, December, and January, not just in March. That's where the appreciation for your team comes in. And it's just been an incredible season for you. And final thing I'll say is, Corey, I'm personally curious, did you find a flight out of your Houston area?
I did. It flies out Monday. It's not out of Houston International. I avoided that. So I fly out of a Hobby, which is the smaller of the two airports. And I will be home Monday.
Well, congrats. I wish you could have been to the Final Four because it's just completely different experience than anything else in basketball. It truly is amazing.
I was looking forward to it. It would have been a ton of fun.
The fact that we were having that conversation is nuts.
Wild.
Well,
Wild.
when we were there, we played our rival one of the times we were there. We played the Louisville Cardinals. That just adds a whole nother level. I can't explain
Man.
what it's like to play your biggest
Imagine
rival.
that's like if the Iowa-Nebraska game was a Final Four game.
Yeah, the amount of hype is insane. And
That
it's
was-
something you can't like really capture until it actually happens.
Iowa, Nebraska was Sweet 16 though, Kyle.
Yeah, no. They should
Well,
Nebraska, by the way,
Final Four
shouldn't
would be at
have.
another level.
I'm convinced Nebraska shouldn't have won the game because the PSI and the balls are slightly higher for the tournament. If the balls were PSI normal, I'm pretty sure that half court shot for Vanderbilt goes in.
Isn't
I
that
agree.
crazy?
Conspiracy
Yeah.
theorist. Yep, I agree.
Yeah. Fair point.
But maybe then if that half court shot goes in, Iowa doesn't beat Vanderbilt. You don't know.
Yeah.
It-
all right,
you know,
Drew.
Yeah, that's all I got for you.
Thank you, sir.
Looking
Good.
forward to next season.
Absolutely. We appreciate it, sir. And I know Darrell MVP will enjoy March Madness the rest of the way. Bennett Stirts is our player of the game with 24 on 8 of 17 shooting, 3 boards, 3 assists. Brian, thank you so much for the super chat. We appreciate that. Kelly with the comment. She's a premium member. Thank you guys for doing these shows. And again, it was great to meet you both in person on Monday. Next year, I better be meeting Cash. I think that's the plan. T. Hink, it's been a blast over the past 2 weeks. Now I can enjoy Kyle making the Masters. Dave brings up the horn blasting for 10 minutes. And how about Abby and Denzel? They are premium members. I think it's Denzel, excuse me, is a premium member on our Discord. So thank you, Denzel. What a ride this season has been. Absolutely. And Toll House has exposed me. Yes, I have accepted a position covering North Carolina athletics on a post-game show. It's going to be called Iowa Post-Game with, what do we do? Roy Williams. Iowa Post-Game with Roy Williams. And or no, I can do Hubert Davis since he's no longer got a job.
There you go. I was going to say him.
D. Rollifson got his value out of the session. I assuming he means our session along with the game. Toll House, I have a question for you, Corey. Besides Bennett, who is the most consistent player for the men's basketball team this year, in your opinion?
That's a hard question.
I would say the most consistent player besides Bennett.
Banks?
No. He had too many games where he didn't do anything. Look at the Nebraska game.
So did
Honestly.
everyone. I don't know. Did anybody not have that?
That's my point. I would probably say,
who had the most good games? How about that?
You know what? You know who the most consistent player I think was Manuel.
Okay. Yeah.
I think if we're just talking about play, I mean, he ain't giving you offensive production, but the most consistent.
Who is the most similar game to game? I would agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was pretty much, you could count on what you're going to get from him.
I think you got the most good games from Banks outside of Bennett
collectively, and then it's probably Koch and Fulgaris, and then like Combs, Howard,
Sage
maybe slightly above Howard.
Yeah, I go Sage above Howard. Yeah.
So Paula Barkley, does Drake or Northwest Missouri State have any good transfer
targets?
Good transfer targets. I don't know. I get distracted by the misprint. Thank you for that. Okay. Yes. So final score is 71-59. You can tell the show's been going on for a while. Big thank you to Brad Van Meter and his State Farm team. That was not Brad that called in earlier, but he is giving people great quotes on insurance. 515-256-6480 or online at bradvanmeter.com. Brad Van Meter, proud sponsor yet again of our Iowa men's basketball coverage here from the Hawkeye of the Storm. We'll go back to our phone line. Looks like our final caller. We got Vincent on the line. Vincent, welcome. Thanks for being here.
Hey, Corey, and it's Spencer, right?
Kyle.
Or okay, I'm so sorry, Kyle.
No, you're good.
Well, his last name is close.
I've been called Spencer plenty.
No, I know you got some shitheads calling in earlier, kind of doing the phone tap thing. I just want to tell you guys thank you for doing what you do. You guys don't get enough credit for, Corey putting on the show, and then Kyle, you coming on. lending your hand and lending your assistance in there. So just from the fan base, we just want to say thank you to you guys because it's an arduous task taking your free time out. So just that, thank you guys so much because it's a great platform, especially to bounce stuff off of you guys. So just thank you guys.
Thank you, Vincent. Really appreciate that.
And the only question I had, guys, if you know, because I know you want to duck off of here, with what we're losing this year, do we know what is the NIL, I guess, allotment for basketball for Iowa? Do we even have a ballpark?
I really don't. I don't want to throw numbers out there because I really don't know. My
Okay.
guess is we'll probably get a better feel. I think those numbers will probably be thrown out there because they'll change substantially enough.
Yeah, they're gonna change now. You don't go to an Elite Eight and not have your NIL numbers jump.
Right.
Other than that, guys, I'm not even going to keep you on here. I know you guys are cashed out, but just again from the fan base, for those of us that are regular callers, thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Vincent.
And we'll just wait for the upcoming shows when football or something else comes up, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, man, appreciate it. Thank you. Vincent's one of our great longtime listeners. He's been calling in for a long time, and I think his brother still watches. So his brother Chuck, if I'm not mistaken. So we appreciate Vincent. Toll House, great show, guys. Next week we'll debate quarterbacks and recruiting.
I'm not even ready to start that, man. I'm so deeply entrenched in basketball right now.
Are you going to be out of town April 25th?
April 25th. What day of the week is it?
Saturday.
Okay. Probably not, but possibly. I don't know yet.
You gonna go to the spring game?
Yeah, I think if I'm in town, I probably will.
Yeah, maybe we can get you credentials for that.
That'd be interesting. Yeah, I think I would go to that.
We need to get you to media day this year.
Yeah.
Well,
what was the media day? It was August.
We don't know that you're going to be around, do we?
I know. But it's funny is the tournament that I was supposed to play in the week before the Iowa Open, it got moved a week earlier this year. So had it been that one, I would have been fine. But it's the other one. So,
by the way, you know who I ran into down at? I ran into before the game, walking by in front of the arena.
Who?
Isaac.
Really?
He didn't tell me. He didn't even tell me he was coming down. He said he and his three buddies, they drove like 15 straight hours to get down there.
I know a couple people that drove down.
That's crazy, man. Oh,
yeah. They spent all day Friday sending it.
I haven't gotten home yet, but I'm like so happy that I have my flight. So
yeah,
I have to hop on a few planes, but I'll get back there. Toll House says that Ben was laughing when it seemed like Corey was the only one who had questions. So I mentioned that earlier. I was not ripping on any reporters. There was just nobody there. I think the local people were all down waiting. They were talking to the players in the locker room. I'm kind of a traditionalist from a perspective of I still value being there in front of the podium.
Yeah.
And then we got poolside with McCollum later. And I knew we were going to get a couple of players there with McCollum. I think we got, who did we get? Bennett and Manio. So, but yeah, I was honestly like, why is there nobody? There was nobody there. Like this whole area of seating, this is a regional final, and there was like nobody there. And at one point, one girl showed up on the far side for like one question, and then a guy showed up for one question behind me. It was, if you've seen the video yet?
It's bizarre. It's bizarre.
You haven't seen the video yet because you've been on the air this whole time.
I've been live for 4 hours.
Steve wants to know when you play in the Waterloo Open.
So the Waterloo Open is tough. And the reason it's tough is because it has a large entry fee. Now, it also has a large purse. So the Waterloo Open, if I recall, is about $1,200 to get into. Once you're a professional golfer, tournaments get very, very expensive. Mini tour events get very expensive because they're trying to permit people that have no chance of winning from entering just for fun. So the Waterloo Open is a enter for $1,000 or $1,200 and then possibly win. I think winners have won up to 50 grand. In previous years, I know top fives have gotten people 5 figures. So that's dependent on health and dependent on where my game is at. If my game feels really good and I feel like I can compete, then I'll put the money in. If I I'm still kind of coming off a wrist injury. So if I'm not playing my best golf, I'm not going to pay that kind of entry fee to play. It's just not a smart decision, but I'll consider it. It's not a guarantee, but I'll consider it.
Wait, apparently.
And by the way, competing in those events as a professional means like you have to be capable of shooting 10, 15 under for 3 days, in case people don't understand that. It's not a pitch and putt course either.
So I can see that one of my tweets about officiating went semi-viral.
Okay.
How
many views are on this one?
I just posted this 3 hours ago during the game. It's got 128,000 views. Do you want to watch it? Should we watch it?
Which is that one of your
You know
videos?
what? In honor of our final show, let's watch it together.
Hey, and before we do, if people want to do a fundraiser for the Waterloo Open here, you are more than welcome to do so, because that is the biggest burden that young professional golfers have to their careers. Is not like
drop your Discord. What's your Discord, Kyle?
My Discord or my Venmo?
Or your Venmo?
KR_Spence is my Venmo if anybody wants to help out with the Waterloo Open or any of my professional tournaments. I gotta go see a specialist too for my wrist, so that would help towards that as well.
Here's Ben McCollum, and he's talking to one of the officials. This was not actually John Gaffney, who he was initially. I'm gonna mute that. There's no real reason to have the sound, but you can see McCollum. This was toward the end. I think it was when Cooper got his fourth.
Yeah.
Just watch McCollum. He was really. I don't think he was giving it to. Well, maybe he was giving it to this guy. He was really giving it to John Gaffney. Oh, there it is. Did we watch that in an instant replay, Kyle? Did you see the little bit of expressiveness on his face there? Somebody said
an expressive guy.
Somebody said Ben's got a little Fran in him. Did you see that comment? Right there.
Yeah,
doesn't that remind you of Fran?
No, because Fran was more. Yeah,
No.
that the ending does. Yeah,
The ending absolutely reminds you of Fran. The ending absolutely reminds you of Fran when he slaps his hands together and he clenches his teeth.
The ending. I would say no till the end. Then yeah,
There it is. There it is. It's coming. There it is. Jesus. I'm sorry. You do love the passion, right? I mean, I know Fran got mad, but Ben he exudes that in a variety of ways. So yeah. So that's
that's my head coach.
That's my head coach. And here
And
is
how many views is that? That's on 129,000.
Yes.
Wow.
Is that a lot, Kyle?
It's good stuff. That's good stuff.
All right. Here's McCollum and John Gaffney. This was the coach. He was really upset with John Gaffney.
Yeah, he was. I did see this one.
Yeah, Gaffney was not on his nice list tonight. In fact, Gaffney, all the officials always get a police escort out, but there were a lot of people who were upset with John Gaffney, and he got out of there fast after the game was over. What does I don't need any. I know there's probably some vulgarities here, so we're not going to translate everything McCollum says. But what did McCollum say here at the very end? Right here. What does he say? Go watch something.
Yeah, I don't know.
Saw that, didn't you?
Go watch. Yeah, I don't know.
I wonder if he's saying go watch the game or
Replay.
something, or go watch the replay, maybe.
Yeah, go watch the replay. Yeah.
He's probably saying go watch this. Yeah.
Go. Yeah, I can't make out that last word.
He's saying go watch. I mean, he's saying go watch.
Go watch something. Go watch the tape. Go watch the replay. Go watch the game. I don't know.
Yeah, because John Gaffney's not really giving him much here.
No, he's not.
He's not saying anything. Gaffney. John Gaffney. We should have had John Gaffney on the show. Can you imagine if he came on after the game?
I have no interest in having John Gaffney on.
I think that would probably mean John Gaffney's not advancing to the Final Four.
I don't know that any of those officials are advancing to the Final Four.
We said that before, and then they did.
Okay, well, we'll see.
Sam Corbin, thank you for being here. Appreciate your support as well. We plugged Big Grove. We might as well just give them one more plug. Official craft brewery of the Hawkeyes. They've been with us all year. They're with us throughout the offseason. Thank you to Big Grove, folks. Please support your local Big Grove. The Easy Eddie, the neighborhood beer, the Citrus Surfer. It's all phenomenal, and it's perfect for game day or any day. And they're also the official watch party headquarters of the Hawkeyes. Visit biggrove.com to learn more about their locations in Des Moines, Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, Solon, and now open in Omaha, Nebraska. Okay. What do we I feel like we need to get this show to, like, how many people do we still have watching? We got 300 people watching. Don't we need to get this show to, like, at least what did we do as far as time 2 days ago? How late did we go 2 days ago?
Oh my goodness, I don't know. I just remember that we logged off at 1:15 a.m.
Okay, well,
That's all I
FBI
know.
Hawk wants to know when the next show is. So what? Let's do. We don't normally do this. This is going to be sort of like a production.
I thought you were going to do a tournament recap show tomorrow night, Corey.
Oh, really? Tomorrow? Well, the tournament's not over yet, Kyle. So I don't know that I'll be doing that.
We were 4 hours and 40 minutes after the Nebraska game. We're not. I am not staying on for 4 hours and 40 minutes.
We can't get to 4:40, but I do want to throw this out there, folks. If you have any suggestions over content, etc., as you know, Kyle, the content in a sense slows down when we're talking about these games. Like the recruiting content, we had a player commit to Iowa football yesterday, linebacker. Like that was great, but there's just not time to get all that stuff out on this platform. That stuff
there's not also a lot of stuff that's live show worthy too. Like a recruitment thing is worth the video for sure, but a live show,
I mean,
big deal.
We will do so. Just so everybody's aware, we always do a live show for the spring practice, the open spring practice. I'm live with Mark Rogers every single Tuesday at 4 p.m. So just a quick plug: if you're not watching our show, that's on our sister channel, Iowa Football at the Voice of College Football. That's every Tuesday, 4 p.m. Let me throw the banner up here just so everybody's aware. And we have a great time. Mark and I just shoot the breeze. Sometimes it's about football. Usually it's about football. Sometimes it's not. But we're there talking about the different positions. We've been breaking down positions here for the last few weeks. So we'll continue to do that. And we will do a live show likely after the spring game. It may be the day of, it may be the next day. But we will talk spring practice. And we'll start breaking down these positions. I guess, Kyle, let me ask you the same question Mark asked me. I think it was last week. Now the basketball season is officially in the books. What is the biggest position of interest that you'll be following this spring as far as spring practice development for Iowa football?
Oh, man.
Get your brain into a totally different
You're
gear.
throwing this at me 4 hours and 10 minutes in. Let's see. I mean, I would say, I think offensive line is always important. And I think with some of the guys that they're losing, that would be a position I'd be looking at. Certainly if I went to spring practice, that'd be something I'd be watching. Defensive secondary as well.
Safety.
Yep. I'd say those two.
Because corner, you got Deshaun coming back. You have Jalen Watson. I think those are probably your two favorites to start.
Although I'd like to see Jalen Watson at spring practice too.
Rashad Godfrey's another one who's made some headway in that room. Yeah, I think safety is going to be massive storyline. Like losing Wampa and Intringer, nobody expected to lose Intringer. I mean, Wampa
that was gut wrenching to lose him. They're really heartbreaking.
But I think if anybody's going to replace those guys, it's Phil. I think one of the more underrated things to follow is special teams development, because you have a brand new punter. He transfers out of the program, follows LeVar Woods. You got a brand new coordinator.
And a guy that I don't really know anything about other than he's been on the staff. So we'll get to know him maybe a little bit, maybe not this spring, but at least this year at some point. But I still think the most intriguing position is receiver, because they actually brought in like guys with speed. I mean, guys we perceive to have speed: Evan James, Tony Diaz, and like you also bring back some guys like Jarrett Bowie never really got healthy last year, and you got Reese Vanderzee, who dealt with the foot injury early in the year. He's got size, he's got length. We saw Dayton Howard.
Yeah, I'd love to see him take a jump. Yeah, Vanderzee, Howard as well. Yeah, that's a good name to throw out there.
We heard KJ Parker. We heard flashes from KJ. Never really shown through during the season. I think now they should have as much healthy. I think they had good competition last year at receiver. They should have very good competition at receiver this year because they have several guys.
Not to mention they have DJ Vonami coming back that everybody's really, really excited about to help with the pass catching.
Yep.
I'm really excited about him.
Terrence Smith, I think they have very good skill position talent that needs developed and fit into this system. And this is the first time we could say that. I know they had Sam Phillips last year at receiver, but to bring in two of those guys, plus that, these new addition, Terrence Smith, Lance Beagley, the guys that were, this is another year into the Tim Lester system. And I just think, it'll be fascinating to see. It'll be fascinating to see what that room looks like. And obviously,
I think the passing game's got to take a step forward in year 3. I think this is the year where you've got basically all Leicester players now, all Leicester transfers. This is the year. First 2 years, I give a little bit of grace, but third year, let's get it going.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Let's get it going. What do you expect? I mean, what do the numbers look like at year's end, given the system and given the fact that Iowa's still going to be run oriented?
You know what I would say? I don't know that they have to rise super high in the metrics, but I would say they struggled early in the season. I think later in the year they came around a little bit, and certainly Gronowski was very good in the bowl game. They had a passing attack in the bowl game, but they've got to. I mean, that Iowa State game was tough. Obviously, the Albany game was tough. I know that was his first game, but
Iowa State game was miserable.
Iowa State game was, it was horrible.
Because
so
they lost.
And maybe maybe that was down to Mark not participating in the spring, and hopefully Hecklinski and Hank Brown, they participate without injury in the spring.
Yeah, I don't think Mark's shoulder was right. I think his shoulder got right in late November, December.
Yeah,
I think that's when his shoulder, and may have been during bowl prep, that it fully healed.
That can absolutely happen. You know what's interesting is I've talked to my physical therapist quite a bit about my wrist, and so we've kind of been progressing because I damaged the tendon, and then I damaged the sheath that holds the tendon in place, and so I had to heal the tendon, and then now I've got to restore the solidify the sheath on top of the tendon so that the tendon doesn't move as I supinate and rotate the wrist through impact. But one of the things that the physical therapist said to me that was interesting was like the tissue that you injured, and this is true for a lot of tendons, is a regenerative piece of tissue. So when you injure it, it heals to the point of being usable. And then, probably from, just hearing it, that your body, like every cell in your body, regenerates after about 7 years. Your body is like a completely new body of cells. But that tissue will speed that process up when it gets hurt like that, and it will heal, or it'll be regenerative in the sense that it will completely replace itself in about 12 to 16 months. So, but as it does that, it's weaker. So those types of injuries, like shoulders, wrists, arm specific injuries, those types of things can be like healed, but not right for like a year to 2 years. Those are tough.
Now I don't have the constant medical. My right shoulder is never going to be the same.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. You went through the surgery, you did the PT, like all that stuff. You did what you're supposed to do.
I probably could have been more committed post PT, like doing your own PT. Yeah. That's one thing that I'm like, and I think some of that you probably can still work on and strengthen, but
100%.
Yeah, real quick, this is regarding basketball. Luther DMB says,
Thoughts on comments by Ben and Bennett during the tourney about team culture and player development? It seemed like they're trying to make a case to recruits. It seemed unusual. Was that today, or were we talking about yesterday?
No, that was today in the post game. I just saw that come up on Twitter. Bennett was saying stuff like, "Hey, if you're a great point guard and you want to come play great college basketball, come to Iowa.
Sure.
If you're big, come to Iowa." Like he was making a hard recruiting pitch. Which,
sure,
I mean
that was
fine.
on the podium, right?
I don't think so. Maybe he said the same thing on the podium. The video I saw wasn't.
Because I will say, when I asked him a question about his legacy at Iowa, I did think he really deflected.
Yeah,
and I do think maybe that's just him being humble, but that was an interesting answer as well. But
yeah.
This is regarding football. Toll House 58 says, did the quarterback who originally committed to Boise State enroll early? No, he did not. Traden Bessinger, and that's the one disadvantage there. He did not enroll early, and that's unfortunate. Steve says, didn't Iowa sign a safety that was an All-American? They signed a couple. Signed a kid out of James Madison, really good safety out of James Madison, and then they signed an All-American, freshman All-American out of Villanova. And then I want to say they got one out of, now you're right. See, this is testing my head knowledge. Robert Morris.
Yeah.
Does that sound right?
That does sound right. Yeah.
So they got like FBS, low FCS, and then, I guess is Nova FBS now? They might be low FBS.
Yeah.
I don't even know, but I mean they got competition there, but you just got to figure out who's good enough to play at this level right away.
Yeah.
And Zach Lutmer coming back helps. So I'll be interested to see what they do with Lutmer and with Cash and all that. So, okay. And will Hecklinski start? That's a great question. Yeah, that's going to be the flashy position to follow. I mean, Iowa really doubled down on quarterback in the portal. They just said, hey, we're not going after a quarterback.
Yeah.
So that tells me Lester thinks they can work with these guys. So that's good.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, they went after productive young guys in the portal.
Well, they have to be right on that assessment, but yeah, it's a good sign.
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, I'm just like, well, they're basically making their case. They're saying this is
and that'll be a big point. You know, you talk about judging the passing game. If we look back and Brown and Hecklinski don't pan out, and they made that decision not to go out in the portal, that would be a point where you would say, hey, that's not a good look.
Well, and that's why I guess my point is it appears to me, and I said it when it happened, it appears to me that Iowa football had a method. They had a way of going about this. They had a plan.
Yeah.
They executed the plan. Now, does the plan win, right? Like there's times when a coach can, basketball is a great example, right? You institute a scout, you like the scout, you execute the scout, but it's just still not enough.
Yeah.
So the question is, the great thing about this is we're going to find out if their plan is effective. Because if they tried to execute their plan, they just get it done, we'll never know if the plan would have worked.
Yeah.
Now we know. I think for the most part, they executed their plan. Like they got the guys they wanted.
Besides losing Cohen, they had a pretty good offseason relative to what they wanted, I think.
The people that they basically got the people they targeted in the portal. I mean,
they did. Yeah.
It was interesting.
Now they didn't shoot for the stars or anything, but
that's my point.
Did.
They said we're going to go after young guys who are really productive in their freshman or sophomore years, and we're going to be able to afford them. But we're not going to sign another Sam Phillips who gives us 1 year. We're going to sign a Sam Phillips-esque guy who has 3 years.
I like that.
And not only that, we're going to sign multiple.
Yeah.
We're going to sign Evan James, and we're going to sign Tony Diaz. We're going to sign this kid from Villanova, Anthony Hawkins, and this kid from James Madison, and this kid from Robert Morris. You see my point?
Yeah.
So it's I'm
excited. It'll be fun. And once we get, it'll take a few weeks for this to kind of sink in, but once we get past that, I'll be ready for football. There's one game I really, really care about this year, Corey.
What? Which game?
Ohio State comes to Kinnick on my birthday.
Oh, okay.
So that's one game that personally, that's a tough one. But if they pull it off like last time, then it's pretty magical. So it's a big boomer bust.
I'll ask you the question that Mark asked me. What is harder, getting to the college football playoff in a 12-team format or getting to the Sweet 16?
Oh, good question. Good question. If you would have said Elite Eight, I would have said Elite Eight, no doubt. Man,
You think that's harder to get to the Elite Eight?
then to get to the college football playoff? Yes, 100%. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
It's
so.
just apples to oranges because one is
It
about
is apples to
at the right
oranges.
time.
I think it depends on who you are and what, your resources are and all that stuff. Basketball just is more of a chance sport just by the nature of shot making. So I'll maybe go with the Sweet 16, but that's tough. That's close. It's really close.
By the
if
way,
you just don't have the resources, like there are teams that just will never make the college football playoff because they just can't. Like it's very, very with what they have access to, it's very, very difficult to do that. Like
Toll House says that Mark is going to predict Nebraska to win it all again. When has Mark Rogers ever predicted?
He put Nebraska in the college football playoff last year.
Mark?
Yeah.
Okay, well, he didn't have them winning at all.
No, he didn't. But
And
that was stupid.
What did they finish? What was their final record?
7-5.
7-5. I mean, Kyle, let's be honest. That's probably 2 wins away from the playoff.
They lost to Iowa by 24 on the last game of the
No,
season.
I understand, but I'm just saying 9-3. If you
they
have
played
the right
a horrible
resume.
schedule too. They were not getting in on 9-3.
Okay, 10-2.
They were 3 wins away. How many teams did you pick to make the playoff last year that finished 3 full wins away?
Oh gosh. Yes, Ryan. Are you going to make a comment about Brett Bielema? Ryan.
Yes.
Hi, Ryan.
Hi.
How are you?
Not great. How
Why?
are you?
What's going on? What are you?
I was the first. Hey, Corey. I
Yes.
was here long before you showed up. Only
That's
Kyle.
true, Ryan. Good point.
You're damn right. I was here back in the days of Jess Settles and Gary Close when you were.
It is almost
taking an Uber or something.
I was en route. I was en route back. No, I wasn't. I saw you on. You were before I hopped on from the arena.
So somehow I inadvertently am just watching the end of your show and I show up on here. So thanks for having me.
Inadvertent? That was inadvertent?
No. I just went on just for kicks in case you wanted to say hello.
Hi, Ryan.
And
hi, Ryan.
And I just wanted to tell you.
Yes.
That
there
was somebody actually worse than Paul Sleazebag, and that's John Gotti Gaffney.
So
that's just what we needed 4.5 hours in.
Can I ask you, who do you dislike more? Paul Sells, which you call what?
I don't know who that is.
Okay, Paul, how do you say it? Paul SCELC. Isn't that how you spell it?
Paul Sleazebag?
Okay. All right. So, and then there's Little Larry, also known as Larry Scarato, right?
Little Larry, yeah. He lives under the bridge down the street.
And then there who are the other
Crooked Courtney,
Crooked
who's
Courtney.
He's gonna be under federal indictment soon because he's so damn crooked.
And then there's who I saw last night doing the Iowa State game was Brooks Wells, the guy that sweats he just solid sweat all the time. Just
Brooks Wells Fargo. He's Brooks Wells Fargo. He's all about the money.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, you can go with Jim Bain if you remember the 80s, which you don't. But
I remember Jim Bain. I know the name Jim Bain.
He actually sued Iowa fans.
Did he?
Yeah. Back in like 82. I don't know. Corey probably remembers because he's probably older than me.
Yeah, I'm about your age, actually.
Yeah, probably older than me.
Yeah.
In about 82, he called a foul on Mark Gannon in the Purdue game where Mark Gannon was barely even on the court, and it was just so phantom. But it was if you remember that Rutgers game with Keegan Murray.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember that game.
You're 40 feet away from the court, and you accidentally grazed a guy's arm hair, and you call a foul with 1.5 seconds to go, down one. It was the same thing, and that's why Crooked Courtney, I think he's got a special wing in Leavenworth for that.
Can I just real quick? I want to just make sure we get this in because.
Is anybody still watching this?
Yeah, there's
probably not. No, probably not. I'm just glad if I'm your last call to tell you guys.
I just can't believe we tipped off at 5:09 and I'm on the air at 11:58.
So
it's 11:58. We're gonna
just to be very clear. I just want to be very clear on something. Can you remind me of who this is right here?
That looks like, oh God, it smells like Paul Sleazebag.
Okay, I shouldn't encourage this. I really shouldn't encourage the bad behavior.
Well, if you're a sleazebag, you're a sleazebag, and he is absolutely a complete,
all right,
undenying sleazebag. But anyway,
I think, hey, I honestly, I was watching that game last night. If I'm not mistaken, it was Paul and Brooks Wells. It was those two guys together last night, I believe.
What game?
Iowa State and Tennessee.
Oh, Tennessee and Ames College. Yeah. I saw it.
Yeah.
They actually did a decent job in that one. But TJ probably didn't pay him off enough. But besides that, I just got to tell you, Corey, thank you very much for everything this year. You and Kyle. Man, Kyle and I had plans to hook up in Indy and everything else, but I'm going to tell you guys something. We're going to be going to the Final Four sooner than later. I'm a diehard Cubs fan, and in 1991, Harry Carey said, like God made green apples, the Cubs will make a World Series, and it might be sooner than you think. That was 91. They made it in 16.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
but you know what? With Ben McCollum, I mean, Bo Ryan made the national championship game. And I think we got great things to come. The only way I will truly be pissed off tonight, which I can't be because this is like a look into the future, it's if we don't support and Phil Carver and become a freaking madhouse again like we did when Caitlin was there and since. On the women's side, Ben deserves it. This program deserves it. We're going to get a big. We're going to get a point guard. We got everything else. We're going to be back.
They need shooters, Ryan. They need a point guard. They need a big, and they need shooters. That's a lot.
I think we got some shooters, though. I think we do.
Who's the shooters?
Coming back, Cooper for one.
Okay, besides
Alvaro can shoot, and I agree. But you say we need shooters, and we have the so-called Amarillo assassin on our roster who doesn't even frickin' play.
I'm telling you what Ben said. Up and down.
Corey, are you eligible?
Well, we don't want the Nets to catch literal fire.
Shooting. I mean, I watched every game like you did. Believe it or not, I'm a pretty big Hawkeye fan. And how Hausen didn't sniffed the floor in all these critical games, and yet you complain about needing shooting. It's a little like I'm confused a little bit by that, but I'm not at all gonna question Ben, because who am I? You know?
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I just, obviously they don't trust Brendan on defense. I think that's pretty clear. So, but I mean, I think he's a bit of a loose cannon on offense. Like whenever he got in there, he was just jacking shots, and that's not what Iowa is. That's what Fran's teams are. That's a Fran. He'd be great at Penn.
Well, I think
he'd be great at Penn.
I think he's probably going to be an accountant somewhere next year.
He's gonna be playing for LinkedIn University.
Something like that. But I can tell you this: I'm a damn proud 1998 University of Iowa graduate. I also have a degree from another school, DePaul. But
all right.
And I don't give. It's so funny. They call me every month. I don't give two shits about DePaul. But I went there, and I have a degree from there.
What's funny?
I'm an unabashed Hawkeye.
You know what's funny, Corey? Connor would have been a better player under Ben's system than Fran's.
Oh, absolutely.
He would have been. Come on.
I just think it's so appropriate. And Kyle, no question you'll agree with me on this statement. I want to see nothing more than Corey wearing next time I see him.
I don't know what you're going to say after that, but
Corey Brada wearing the number 30 Iowa jersey because he's 30 years old. He's 30. Wear the 30 jersey. And
that was the best. That was the best thing that could have come after saying, "I would love to see Corey Brada wearing."
Thank you.
A 30 jersey to honor your boy Connor.
I think there's got to be.
You're 30 years old.
So that question of if Connor McCaffrey.
In 5 years, I'm going to wear Garza's 55.
What if I cut a video about would Connor McCaffrey have been better in the Ben McCollum system?
Do it. Do it.
You're going to get banned twice, even when you're banned on his Twitter.
The reason I pause when you say that is, why do you think he would have been better? Just because he would have played slow. He would have been I don't know. You think he would have been better playing slow?
He's a better fit for Ben's system. He's not a
in what way
player.
In what way is he a better fit? Tell me how he's a better fit.
He's way more defensively engaged. Fran doesn't care about that.
You think Connor was defensively engaged
more than a lot of the Fran players? Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's
Connor
not much of a standard.
Connor, let's face it. Back when he didn't, he had a better taste in his mouth and he had Caitlin on his arm. He was a really good player for us. He really was. He was the point forward who didn't turn the ball over. He was a good player for us. I trusted him. And to see that he's kind of gotten petty is disappointing to me. I remember making a statement that I thought he could be a future coach for Iowa someday. That was before I knew a guy like Ben would come along and, screw that,
Yeah.
Ben, I really think Ben's going to be here until he's Jim Boeheim age, well into his 70s.
I'll take it.
So, because that means the tenure went well.
Yeah, I'll take it.
I'll take it. Corey, if you remember, and I know you guys want to get off, so
yes.
I'm going to make this short. But if you remember, I said when Ben got hired, and even before he got hired, I said I want him. I want Ben. For obvious reasons.
So basically, let me get this straight. You've said I need Corey to wear, and then he said, I want Ben. Thank you.
I want Corey to wear a Connor McCaffrey jersey because he's 30.
Okay, those are
We're the big 30. Show your age. Show your age proud.
Let's fundraise for that.
We're gonna take Ben for years and years to come, and we're gonna have many Final Fours. It's gonna happen. I wish it happened this year, but thanks guys for everything this year. You guys are awesome. I love you, and hopefully I'll be around to see you in football season, I suppose.
We'll do it, Ryan. Thank you, sir. That's a good sign off from Ryan. Oh yes.
$69.99, everybody.
I'm not buying that fake Connor McCaffrey jersey. I wonder he could auction his off if he hates us so much.
What's he gonna sell it for? $5?
I mean, maybe.
Couple of Tide Pods and toilet paper.
All right.
Let's cut
Folks,
this off.
Thank you for being here. Iowa men's basketball season's complete after a trip to the Elite Eight and an almost trip to the Final Four. It was for naught as the Illini defeat the Hawkeyes 71-59. Thanks to our great sponsors, Iowa Floor Covering throughout the year, Brad Van Meter at State Farm, Big Grove Brewery, and all our other great sponsors that help us with our coverage of all the major sports here in Iowa country. I'm not going anywhere. We're going to have more coverage once I get back home to my home base. We're right back into football. Spring football's there. We don't have post-game stuff. We don't have games to talk about for a while, but we'll have recruiting coverage around the clock right here from the Hawkeye of the Storm. Kyle, thank you. Love your presence
on
there.
Kyle Spence Golf Instagram and YouTube if you haven't already. Do that. I don't know when my next appearance will be. I need to take a break after this week, but maybe spring practice. Maybe we'll get credentials and we'll do something after that.
There you go. All right, folks. For Kyle, of course, the one and only Coach Gary Close, Hawkeye legend, Jess Jepson. He was down here this week. Jess Settles. I'm Corey Braddock from the Hawkeye of the Storm. Have a great night, folks. We'll talk to you soon.